Hi dear, what if I told you that you can get more exclusive and more exciting content? You can become a hokage in a hidden village of lonely kunoichi. For that, you just need to go to my boosty. The link will be in the description.
Amongst all the screaming girls of Konoha High was a tall, blonde figure. His spiky hair was gelled and flattened, framing his fox-shaped face. A pair of sky-blue eyes and sharp nose completed the heart-throbbing look. Stars seemed to hover around his entire being as he smiled and greeted every girl with an elegant wave. "You look good as usual, Naruto-sama!" screamed one of his fangirls. "Thanks, all you beautiful darlings. Am I really that captivating?" Naruto whispered in a hoarse voice that made the girls scream even louder. Standing behind all the commotion was a girl smiling lightly to herself. Long, pink bangs covered most of her face, leaving only the bottom of her nose and lips exposed. She giggled softly and left the school building. "Naruto-kun, where are you going?" one of the fangirls asked as the blonde tried to walk away. Naruto gave them a Casanova smirk. "A guy's business." And as the girls swooned, he left for the bathroom. However, as soon as no fangirls were in sight, he scurried off to the back of the school building, where the pink-haired girl was waiting among the tall bushes. She smiled brightly at him. "Great job, Naruto! All those sparkles and corny lines! All the girls fainting over you! You did great! I did what you wanted, right? Praise me some more, Sakura-chan!" Naruto laughed, with a goofy grin on his face. Seeing that grin, Sakura immediately punched Naruto. "What did I tell you? Don't ever show your true face at school!" "But Sakura-chan," Naruto pouted cutely, "the gel in my hair is sticky and gross. And I can't breathe with this collared shirt and tight tie. I'm going to die." Sakura sighed and tried to fix Naruto's hair and clothes to make him feel better. She smiles to herself softly as she remembered how this whole situation started. The sun was blazing hot in the rural regions of the Fire Country. This little village, not even significant enough to have its name printed on the large maps, is quite small and has very few people. This is precisely why it is very rare for people to have friends in the same grade. However, the Harunos and Uzumakis had planned their parenthood carefully and gave birth to Sakura and Naruto in the same year, which enabled them to be playmates since birth. Still, even though they were born around the same time, they were very different. Sakura always hid in the shade to read medical books and magazines, while Naruto played in the sun. Nonetheless, they were the best of friends who always played together. 15 years later, Sakura and Naruto became high school students. However, since there was no high school in their village, their parents sent them to Konoha High, an average high school in Konoha, the capital of the Fire Country. On the first day, Naruto was being his usual, awkward self at the front gate. "Dadabayo! We've made it, Sakura-chan!" Sakura, much more timid than Naruto, smiled quietly behind him. Just then, Sakura heard two girls snicker behind them. "Look at that guy! Such a lame image, must be a country boy. What a loser!" Sakura froze at those words. "Loser?" she thought to herself. "Naruto is a loser?" Not knowing that the girls insulted him, Naruto turned to grin at Sakura. "When break comes, let's go home and celebrate with Mom and Dad." He laughs crazily at his best friend. Sakura looked at him through her bangs, thinking, They just couldn't see how bright his smiling face is." However, she was irritated that Naruto didn't notice people making fun of him, thus she punched him hard in the face. She crossed her arms. "This isn't good. We have to do something about you. We have to make those girls regret for calling you a loser." Remembering the popular, blonde and blue-eyed celebrity, Deidara, Sakura screamed, "Naruto! I will make you into someone like Deidara-sama! What do you think? Naruto promotion!" Naruto looked at her with a dumbstruck face. Then he grinned. "We will play a joke on these city people? Yeah! We will do it! Believe it!" This is how it started. Sakura promised herself that she will never let anyone insult her best friend ever again. With that goal in mind, Sakura went to work. She fixed Naruto's spiky hair, made him dress coolly, and forced him to stop saying slangs like "dadabayo" and "believe it." No one would be able to laugh at him ever again. "Good morning, Ojo-samus." Naruto smiled charmingly at all the girls in the hall. "KHH. Ah." Sakura could only smile proudly at her. "Work. Do you think Naruto-kun will join the Mr. Konoha High contest?" If he does, he will definitely win. Yeah, I will vote for him. Sakura eavesdropped without them noticing. Mr. Konoha High Contest. The apartment. Welcome home, Sakura-chan. Naruto smiled as Sakura entered through the door. Every day, the two of them would leave and return home separately, since Sakura didn't want the fact that they lived together to ruin Naruto's reputation. Naruto didn't agree to her plan at first, but Sakura somehow convinced him with a month's worth of ramen. Sakura nodded in greeting and handed a slip of paper to Naruto. He looked at it with surprise. Really? Sakura-chan, you want me to enter Mr. Konoha High's contest? Yeah. This will test if our hard work has paid off. Don't worry about anything. I will do your hair and make your clothes. There are prizes for the winner. You will win for sure, you're cool. Sakura replied as she put her school bag away. The blonde watched Sakura's back quietly as she moved about. His smile turned into a sour frown. However, after giving the contest a bit more thought, he smiled. Sure. I like free stuff. I will be number 1. Konoha High. Sakura was rushing down the hallway as she thought of a game plan that would make Naruto the winner. She had just gotten news from the gossip girls in the bathroom about the other contestants. One was Kiba, the playful MVP soccer player at school. Second was Niji, the cool and smart student president. Third was Shikamaru, the lazy chess champion that strangely received a lot of love. Sakura was thinking hard for a concept for Naruto. I got it! A cute boy image! The pink-haired girl giggled to herself as she planned out the nice outfit that she would make for Naruto's sunshine boy look. She couldn't wait to tell Naruto her plan, but realized it would have to wait since Naruto was surrounded by a bunch of girls, as usual. Naruto-sama, I made a cake for you. A short, redhead smiled at Naruto. But I'd rather eat you. Naruto whispered back as he took the cake from the girl's hand. Said girl immediately turned bright red and her legs grew weak. All the girls behind her were blushing like crazy as well, but they were slightly jealous at the same time. Sakura's eyes widened in surprise. Naruto loosened his collar a bit and whispered, Is it hot in here, or did you girls did this to me? A predator's gleam was in his eyes and all the girls swooned. Sakura only ran to the back of the school in shock. Naruto, tall enough to see over the girls' heads, noticed the pink hair and excused himself to chase after her. Sakura-chan, the hot, sexy concept is modern now. I will win easily with this style. Naruto smiled, filled with confidence. Sunshine Naruto would never do that. Sakura protested and her bangs swayed from side to side. I can't believe you did that. Sakura-chan, your sunshine idea is out now. But you're… Sakura couldn't find any words to argue back, not with Naruto staring at her with that same look in his eyes. She felt like a sitting duck. You're too innocent, Naruto stated simply. Sakura was dumbstruck. She stumbled back quietly. I will show you that this is the best way. Sakura followed Naruto back into the main hall and watched as Naruto flirt with the girls once more with the same hot aura around him. She thought quietly. I can't believe this is working. But the word, innocent, continues to echo in her head and Sakura knew that as Naruto's promoter, she should let him input some ideas on how he should dress. Just then, two girls noticed Sakura looking at Naruto. They approached her menacingly. Who do you think you are? Staring at Naruto-sama with no respect. You wouldn't even look at him with your eyes. Are you discriminating him with those ugly bangs of yours? Sakura staggered back. But I'm his childhood friend. Ha, childhood friend? One of them sneered into Sakura's face. You don't match with him, you are in different worlds. The other laughed. I don't match with him. Sakura thought repeatedly. Feeling defeated, she disappeared from sight. Unknown to her though, Naruto had heard those girls picking on her. Apartment. Sakura was flipping over magazines while the words of the mean girls echoed in her head. I guess they were right. But it's okay. This just means the promotion is working, right? Naruto did change a lot. She smiled weakly to herself. Way to go, Naruto. Gah, I need to stop being distracted. Sakura shoved all thoughts away as she looked through the magazines she had opened. As soon as she got home, Sakura had found all the magazines that had pictures of Akatsuki's photos. Akatsuki is a famous group for their hot, dark styles. Don't forget that Deidara is a part of it. Sakura looked at the photos for hours and drew out her design for Naruto's outfit for the contest. She smiled proudly to herself at her design. Now all that was left was buy the materials and sew up everything. As Sakura set her things down, Naruto yelled from the living room. Sleep already, it's midnight! Konoha High. When Sakura awoke the next morning, Naruto had already left for school. By the time she got there, a crowd of girls had already surrounded the blonde. A beautiful girl with pale skin and long dark purple hair was talking with Naruto. Hinata-sama and Naruto-sama look so good together. Yeah, they look like a pair of models. Sakura watched silently, not knowing what to do. With a weak, understanding smile, she backed away and went to their usual meeting place. Naruto met her there a few minutes later. Sakura was dead quiet, and Naruto sighed softly. Hinata was only telling me about a store that sells nice clothes. She thought it would help me with the contest and stuff. Sakura looked at him through her bangs. She felt hurt, since she already said that she would make his outfit for him. I don't need you to make my clothes, Sakura-chan. Naruto whispered gently. Even though Naruto said that with good intentions, all Sakura heard was, I don't need you. Shocked, Sakura tried to leave, but Naruto was faster. He cornered her into the bush. Weren't you the one who wanted to promote me? Sakura? His voice was soft, and completely different from what Sakura was used to. Sakura was scared. This guy wasn't her childhood friend, Naruto. She quickly shoved him and ran back into the halls. Naruto sighed. Sakura-chan. Day of the contest. Naruto. Sakura whispered softly to her friend, so they wouldn't be heard by the other people in the backstage. Sakura-chan? Naruto whispered back in surprise. The two of them hadn't talked ever since they argued, so he thought she was still mad at him. Without another word, Sakura handed him a bag. Naruto quickly opened it and found a really cool, dark-colored outfit inside. It looked like the expensive brand styles, but much more original and adjusted to his image. He ran off and changed into it quickly and found that it suited him perfectly. Is this what you have been doing, Sakura-chan? Sakura nodded. I want you to win no matter what, and your concept isn't bad. Naruto grinned, happy that their fight is over, and hugged her tightly. Sakura-chan, you should know that no matter how different I'm on the outside, I'm still your Naruto on the inside. Sakura cries slightly. I know, this is why I couldn't stand those people laughing at you. Even if you're still your nerdy self, you will still be cool to me. Last contestant. Naruto Uzumaki, please go on stage. Announced the students that were hosting the contest. Then let's quit. Naruto laughed and ran onto stage, leaving a shocked Sakura. As Sakura expected, Naruto shined on stage like the sun he is. Everyone screamed and cheered as he ran around the walkway with his charming smile. With their combined efforts, Naruto won easily. When he received his first place award, Naruto screamed to everyone in the audience. Thank you, everyone! But if it wasn't for someone special, I wouldn't be here accepting this honor. Thanks so much, Sakura Haruno, my best friend. Sakura fell on the ground when she heard his confession, while everyone else in the audience screamed out in shock. The next day, Sakura felt very self-conscious and awkward as she walked down the hallways. Everyone, literally everyone, was staring at her and whispering as if she couldn't hear them. This is Naruto's best friend, he is so weird. Maybe since he is the enemy of us guys, he had to get a girl as a best friend. She is so strange though, you can never see her face. But her pink hair is actually quite cute. I don't believe that they're just friends, there must be something. Sakura growled to herself as she increased her footsteps. Just then, she found a crowd of girls again. You look good like this. Say that cute word again, please. Naruto was standing among the girls in his normal style, messy spiky hair and loose uniform. Sakura's mouth dropped. Still, Naruto kept his popularity, despite the major change in style and action. Even Dadabayo changed from lame to cool through their promotion. He smiled at Sakura and said bye to his fangirls as he went to their meeting place. Sakura followed him through a different path. Being popular sucks. All the guys without girlfriends hate me. They complain that now that I changed, I shouldn't be popular anymore. Laughed Naruto. Sakura sighed. Naruto, why did you do that yesterday? Now everyone is talking about me and staring at me. All the girls are pestering me about your past and asking me to give you stuff. She sat down in the grass and mumbled. Maybe I could be more popular too if I get promoted. Naruto grew silent and his smile disappeared. You get popular and then what? Well, Sakura thought to herself. Then I won't embarrass you even if I'm your best friend. However, before Sakura could actually say her thoughts out loud, Naruto growled. It's impossible for an innocent nerd like you, who is always reading medical books, covering her large forehead with bangs, and dreaming of celebrities like Deidara. After hearing the harsh insults, Sakura got angry too. What are you saying? Naruto gave her a blank look and messed up her hair. What are you doing? Let go! He only whispered softly. When we started this game, didn't you ever think that you won't like it once I get popular? He gently brushed Sakura's bangs aside. Two large, alluring eyes glanced back at him. Within them were two shining emerald orbs that seemed to reflect the world. A long, delicate nose reflected the sky's light, and a pair of lips, soft, pink, and full, was opened slightly in surprise. The background of each exquisite piece was a heart-shaped, milky white face. Loose strands of pink hair created a frame for this fine picture. This was an angel's face, one that was created to please people's eyes. Naruto smiled down at Sakura's widened expression. There is no way I would promote you. A small brush appeared on Sakura's cheek. Why not? Naruto grinned. Because it would be pointless. Sakura growled and punched him far, far away. 2. The Ice Prince. Note: Sakura and Naruto are currently first years in high school in Japan, which is actually sophomore year in Western countries. Also, I am tired of typing thought, so I will just type thoughts in italics, okay? The Ice Prince. Sakura was walking to school with Naruto when a sudden swarm of squealing girls crashed into them. They surrounded Naruto, forcing Sakura to back away. Naruto-sama! Naruto-kun! We made sweets for you! They screamed like crazy. Thanks. Naruto gave them a goofy grin as he accepted the presents nicely, just like Sakura taught him. And Naruto-kun, why is your best friend always reading books? Asked one of the curious fans. Naruto looked at Sakura through the corner of his eye and smiled. She is really smart, that's why. Sakura gave him a quick glare. Yeah, I get it, I am a bit nerdy. Sakura watched as Naruto walked away with the girls and followed behind them. Naruto is so popular now, while I don't even have a single friend. If only there is someone like me, who could talk to me, I'm sure I can make a friend too. Sakura sighed softly as she entered the classroom and sat down. Class, quiet! We have a new student today, announced Mr. Hitaki as he wrote the new student's name on the board. Students started murmuring when they saw Uchiha scribbled down. Guys and girls all huddled together. Uchiha? Isn't that the last name of that famous model? Itachi-sama is too old to be a high school first year. Everybody was whispering quietly, while Naruto looked on without interest. However, when the raven-haired boy entered, everyone hushed immediately. His medium-length hair defied gravity and spiked up into the air, and his eyes were dark and cold, but it worked with his image. Pretty boy! All the girls screamed in unison. The boy bowed politely and introduced himself. I'm Sasuke Uchiha, a transfer student. Everyone in the class immediately raised their hands in curiosity, while some just blurted out questions. Are you Itachi Uchiha's relative? Do you know the Akatsuki group? When are they having a new song? Where did you transfer from? What do you like to do? What kind of girls do you like? Sasuke growled mentally at everyone's obsessive questions. I'm Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi's brother. I don't bother with my brother's work, so don't ask me about him anymore. He completely avoided the questions about him as well. All the people were quiet as they stared at him. At break, many girls tried to approach him, but Sasuke was cold and mean to everyone. Soon every girl gave up trying to talk with him. Most of them returned to Naruto, while some chose to watch Sasuke from a distance away. Sasuke really hated everyone staring at him. All he wanted was to be left alone. Sakura was curious about this new transfer student. She learned that he was very smart and have great style, and his cold personality was actually very interesting. She was so excited that she dubbed him as the Ice Prince. Sakura smiled brightly at Naruto. I'm so excited! Naruto! Sasuke seems so cool! Naruto shrugged his shoulders, but he was actually very pissed inside. When Sakura and he separated, Naruto went to find Sasuke. Hey you! Naruto came up to a stoic Sasuke with a bright, fake smile. So you're the Ice Prince, yeah, it suits you. Sasuke only looked at him blankly. Naruto continued smiling and pointed to Sakura, who was further down the hall. That is my best friend, so don't get close to her, okay? Sasuke glared at him and a shiver went down Naruto's spine. HN. Naruto laughed. Enjoy your new school! And scurried off to class. Sasuke watched him run and looked at Sakura, who was also walking away. During break, Sasuke found Sakura reading a magazine at her desk. She was staring, at least that is what he thought she was doing, since her bangs are in the way, at the articles with Akatsuki. Are you a fan? He asked her in his icy, cold voice. Sakura was shocked by the sudden chill, but nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, I love their style. Sasuke smirked. Such a fangirl. Sakura looked at him seriously. I'm not a fangirl, I just really like their style and admire their hard work as artists. Sasuke was a bit surprised at the way she defended herself. Strange girl. He cleared his throat after a bit of silence. Well, aren't you going to ask me about my brother? Sakura was puzzled. Why? She smiled softly. I am not interested in his personal life or other stuff like that. What I like is their style. Clothes, music. Sasuke was a bit shocked at her reply and left Sakura's side quietly. Apartment. Pop orange juice gushed from the box that Naruto had just, accidentally, crushed. Be careful, Naruto! Sakura warned as she handed a handkerchief to her friend. So he came to you on his own, huh? Naruto gritted his teeth. Is that all you wanted to tell me? Hey! It was a big deal for me. It was interesting that he came to me. I wonder if we could become friends. Sakura smiled brightly. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Friends? Isn't he the Ice Prince? So? He is still human. Will you help me out, Naruto? Naruto is extremely shocked at Sakura's request, but he calmed down quickly. Sure, Sakura-chan. I will help you make friends. School. Sakura was walking around Konoha High's courtyard when she found Sasuke sitting on a bench reading. With great curiosity, Sakura sneaked behind him to take a peek at the book's contents. She was surprised that it was a book about police work and crime. You shouldn't read over people's shoulder, Sasuke said coolly, shocking Sakura into falling on her butt. A huge book tumbled out of her bag beside her. Sakura sat up quickly and apologized. I'm sorry. I was just curious. I'm sorry. Sasuke waved her off and picked up the huge book for her. He was surprised that it was a medical book. You want to be a medic? Sakura was flustered but nodded. Yeah, it is my dream. Sasuke could only stare at her cute little smile as he handed the book back to her. You have a dream too, right? Sakura asked politely as she pointed to his own text. Sasuke looked at his book and back her with a small smile. Yeah. His voice was much softer than usual. Just as they were about to start a conversation, loud squeals echoed behind them. There was no doubt that it was Naruto and his fangirls behind them. What is that? Sasuke mumbled. It's Naruto. He is my best friend. He is really nice. Let me introduce you too. It would be great if we could all be friends. Sakura smiled as she led Sasuke toward the source of noise. At the front of the school, the pair found Naruto with various types of girls. From his usual fangirls, to the strict student council members, mixed with the serious girls from sport teams. He was talking to each and everyone like a player guy and Sakura freaked out in shock. This wasn't the image that she tried to promote him with. Naruto grinned when he noticed Sakura. He waved goodbye to all the girls and walked beside his Sakura-chan. Didn't I say I'll help you? I am broadening my relationships, so I can help you make friends, Sakura-chan. Sasuke gave him a blank look and smirked. Nice? Seems like a player to me. Naruto finally noticed Sasuke's presence and growled when he heard what he called him. He faced Sakura. Sakura-chan! I thought you said he is the Ice Prince, don't hang out with him. Sasuke brushed Naruto aside and held Sakura's chin with his long, smooth fingers. So your name is Sakura? The pink head blushed slightly at the contact, since she had never been touched by a guy other than Naruto. Sasuke smirked at her reaction and Naruto's growl in the background. Since I am new around here, do you want to my tour guide after school today? Sakura smiled brightly and nodded. She jumped toward Naruto and grabbed his arm. Naruto, I just made a friend. Naruto shook her off gently and mumbled sadly. Yeah, Sakura-chan. Go hang out with your friend. Sakura didn't understand why Naruto was upset, and she felt slightly hurt as he walked away from her and Sasuke. A few more periods later, the bell rung, signifying the end of the school day. Naruto had already left, since a bunch of girls were chasing after him, desperate to find out where he lives. Sakura, on the other hand, had stayed behind to wait for Sasuke. Let's show you where the grocery stores are first, okay? Sakura smiled to Sasuke as they started their tour of the western part of Konoha City. However, Sakura's mind wasn't on the tour at all. She was explaining where everything was located to Sasuke, but only Naruto was on her mind. She was feeling awful about Naruto's upset state, and worrying about the blonde. Even though she didn't mention anything, Sasuke could tell she was worried, but he kept silent. Sakura's mind was in chaos. I've never been with someone other than Naruto. This is so strange. She couldn't take the stress anymore and faced Sasuke apologetically. I'm sorry, Sasuke, I think I better go home now. Sasuke, on impulse, immediately grabbed her hand. Don't you want to be with me more than him? Sakura interrupted him in panic. I'm sorry! I have to go home. Suddenly, a tall figure barged in. Naruto shook Sasuke's hand off Sakura's. I'm taking her home. Sakura could only look at her blonde friend in awe, but a little worried over his sanity since he must have been stalking them. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Why do I feel like I just lost to that yellow-haired brat? You're just a baka that tries to act cool at school. What a loser. As soon as those words left his lips, Sakura smacked him hard. Even if you're so cool, I won't let you insult Naruto. Naruto grinned. Looks like your tail is out, team. There is no way you can win against me when you act as the Ice Prince with so little effort. Then he smiled gently at Sakura. Let's go home. Sakura nodded and quickly followed him as they left Sasuke behind. She looked at Naruto shyly. After we came to Konoha and you got popular, I was starting to feel lonely. I wanted a friend, but after all, I have the most fun when I'm with you, Naruto. Naruto grinned and brushed Sakura's bangs aside. He looked deep into her emerald eyes. Sakura-chan, it is not your fault. I just don't want to share you with anyone. Sakura blushed furiously and shoved Naruto away. Naruto only laughed as he followed the running Sakura home. Unknown to the pair, Sasuke had been following them and got full view of Sakura's enchanting face. The next day at school, Sasuke had found Naruto and Sakura's meeting place and was confronting Sakura there. He glared at her with his icy eyes. How dare you hit me yesterday, Pinky? Sakura tried to avoid his closeness. I'm sorry. Sasuke only smirked. You're so strange. He reached for her bangs and tried to brush her hair aside, but Naruto intercepted his hand. What are you doing, duck butt hair? Naruto growled. Idiot. Naruto's face turned red and he tried to attack Sasuke, who ducked quickly and sat next to Sakura. Let's ignore the stupid idiot. Have you seen the new Akatsuki posters, Sakura? He knew that she liked Akatsuki very much, and it was such fun to irk the blonde. She grinned. Not yet. She was feeling extremely happy that Sasuke was so friendly with her, now. She turned to Naruto with a warm smile. Thanks, Naruto. I've made a friend. Hearing that, Sasuke also had a small smile on his face. He looked at the pissed Naruto. Baka. What? Team. Naruto fumed. Why are you hiding her face? What? I'm not hiding anything. Such a bad liar. Sasuke returned his gaze to Sakura and patted her head. Your face shocked me yesterday, Sakura. What? Naruto freaked out and tried to attack again, but failed miserably, again. Sakura looked at them, confused since she had stopped listening to them a while ago and was fantasizing about the new posters. Naruto screamed and chased Sasuke around. Don't ever tell other people what you saw. Sasuke only smirked back. I'm not an idiot. Naruto grumbled to himself as Sasuke went back to sit by Sakura. The blonde watched as the pair talked softly, and groaned to himself. What am I going to do with you, Sakura-chan? NS. Naruto Promotion 3. Sakura screamed in delight as she flipped through the monthly Raisin Pact magazine. Naruto, I'm so proud of you. This is one of the most popular magazines that feature up and rising idols. Naruto smiled back. Duh, Sakura-chan. I'm the best and you know it. Sasuke took the magazine from Sakura's hands and dangled it between his fingers. Is this really so amazing? The blossom nodded. Yeah, of course it is. I still can't believe how this happened. 2 weeks ago. I've found you, kid. Sakura and Naruto, who were walking home, turned and saw a white-haired man dashing towards them. Who is this? His hair is really long and spiky. Sakura muttered to herself. The man grinned cheekily. I'm the boss of the Raise Impact magazine, Jiraiya. Sakura nearly fainted, but luckily, Naruto caught her. What is the big deal, Sakura-chan? This guy looks like a perv. Naruto! Raise Impact is a top idol magazine that sells like crazy. This magazine foretells if you can become a star or not. Jiraiya gave a kicked puppy look at Naruto. Naruto-kun, you have already forgotten me? Naruto squinted his eyes and tilted his head sideways. You look familiar. Ah, you are the perv from last time. Will you stop calling me that? Anyways, last time, one of my workers pointed you out from one of my street photos. Apparently, you caught a lot of readers' attention. Sakura gasped as Jiraiya flipped last month's magazine open and waved the photo in their faces. The photo is so small, but they saw Naruto? Yes. You have potential. Would you like to join us? Come to my office. Jiraiya screamed as he pulled the pair into his car and drove away. HHH, we're being kidnapped by a perv. Naruto! This is your chance. Sakura-chan. The car pulled to a halt in front of an enormous building that radiated all forms of shining aura. All the front desk attendants were all ridiculously voluptuous, and they all greeted Jiraiya with flirtatious glances. Jiraiya waved back with a suggestive wink and led the pair down a hallway. In the middle of the hall stood two people, one with silvery blue hair, and the other with long red locks. Pervert. Boss. Ah, you two are here, let me introduce you two. Jiraiya grinned as he led Sakura and Naruto over to the pair. Please, we are famous. He sneered his sharp canine. We don't need introductions. She flipped her hair. Who are they? Seriously? We are Hibi Suigetsu and Karen, the rising top rock group. More hair flip. Must be country bumpkins. Well, if you want to try to be cool, weirdos. Jiraiya sighed as the pair walked away. Someday, the fame will get into their head. Their teeth were super sharp and their hair was so strange, right, Sakura-chan? Naruto whispered, but cowered when he saw the black gloom surround his best friend's back. Sakura-chan? Sakura bristled as inner Sakura swarmed around her head. What is up with their stuck-up attitude? Naruto, you are going to be famous. You won't be stepped on by those people. You will kick their butt. Hell yeah! Naruto smiled at Sakura's fiery spirit. Fun. Jiraiya grinned. Guess you are willing to try to be in a photo shoot for my magazine? Now? Yes, now. What? And so, Naruto shined like a star as we expected as he dazzled the whole set with his sunshine smile. Back to the present. After the release of the magazine, Konoha High was in an uproar. All the girls were fainting or screaming their hearts out. Oh my god! Naruto is in Raise Impact. There is a poll on whether he should stay? That's stupid, of course he should stay. He is our son, our son! Did you hear that, Naruto? Jiraiya-san is not only the boss of the magazine, but also the boss of the idol agency NS. If we can promote you to the top, he may sign you as a talent. Yes, I will show the world that I will be the next big thing. Sasuke sighed as he watched the enthusiastic pair dance around their little secret spot, the school's rooftop. That stupid danger group will get it. Sakura grinned to herself. But you guys are. What, you jealous I'm cooler than you now, team? Promoting your best friend. If I were you too, I would keep my friend all to myself. Really, team? Sasuke-kun, your possessiveness makes you kind of cool. Sakura's eyes were gleaming as she stared at the raven-hair boy. Really? Sasuke smirked as he watched the growling Naruto from the corner of his eyes. Later that day. Naruto, this is going great. We have to keep this up. Jiraiya called me, saying that he wants you to go to another shoot. At this rate, you will be a star in no time. Naruto smiled weakly at Sakura. Are you happy, Sakura-chan? I love that you are doing so well, Naruto. Sakura nodded. Sakura-chan, if this keeps going, I will be everyone's soon. If that happens, I will feel like I have raised you well. Naruto grabbed Sakura's wrists and slammed her against the wall. His face was mere inches from her. His blue eyes turned dark and stormy as he glanced into confused green ones. Sakura shook as she felt his warm breath brushed against her cheeks. Naruto sighed as he released her hands and lifted his fingers to brush her bangs aside. His finger threaded through the soft pink tresses as he slowly put them behind her ear. Sakura-chan. Sakura shuddered. What is wrong, Naruto? The blonde gave her a big smile and released her. Nothing, Sakura-chan. The day of the photo shoot. Wow, the photo shoot is at such a beautiful indoor pool. I never knew these type of places existed. Everyone is so dazzling and blinding. Sakura whispered to herself, and as she strolled through the set, proudly wearing her staff personnel's pass. I don't get why he is here. A familiar voice growled. Calm down, Suigetsu, you are here for the summer theme section for Ray's Impact. It's just a coincidence that that guy is also here. I mean, Kisame-senpai was here earlier too. Another, but much calmer voice spoke. Jugo, you just haven't met him, I hate that guy. Sakura peeked through a door and saw the same silver brunette and a much taller, orange-haired man by his side. Is that Danger? That taller one. I think he is the drummer. That idiot is shooting now. Can't wait for the trap to snap. You did what I asked, right? The orange-haired man, who Sakura now knew as Jugo, sighed. Suigetsu, this isn't right. Suigetsu growled. But you did it right? Jugo nodded. See, no problem. He will panic and make himself more foolish in front of everyone. Sakura couldn't take it anymore and burst into the room. What did you do? Jugo was surprised by the sudden intrusion of the pink-haired girl, whereas Suigetsu just laughed. Nothing, I'm just playing a game with him, that's all. Rotten bastards! Sakura thought as she ran out, in search of her blonde friend. Uzumaki-kun, we will begin shooting soon. Got it, Naruto replied as he tried to make himself more comfortable. These dark-colored clothes are so uncomfortable, how do people do this? Sakura screamed as she tried to push past the surrounding crew to warn Naruto. The cameraman was about to start. Oh! One of the makeup artists screamed. Naruto! Jiraiya turned. Huh! A cute orange frog leaped onto Naruto's head. Frog! Most of the crew members panicked and backed away as far as possible. Suigetsu and Jugo came running after they heard the noise. Jugo brought that with him. Come on, scream! Naruto ignored them as he picked up the poor frightened creature. Hey, what's up? Jiraiya watched in amazement as Naruto brought the orange frog near his face and smiled. Amazing, you like frogs? The blonde turned to face him. Yeah, they're my favorite, right, Sakura-chan? Huh! Sakura was confused. Yeah, they are his favorite. Just then, the creature leaped from Naruto's hold and dashed toward Sakura. Why? There was no time to call for help as the frog took Sakura with it into the pool. Sakura's pink hair spread like a halo among the water and Naruto dove in, reaching for her hands. He caught her within his embrace and lifted her into the air. Sakura-chan! Are you okay? Jiraiya stared. He waved to the nearest cameraman. Take a picture. Sakura's hair stuck to her pale cheeks from the moisture, and her emerald eyes were enlarged from shock. Yeah, I'm fine, Naruto. A day later. The white-haired man was resting his head atop of his hands as he thought deeply. He looked at the photo, the exquisite treasure he got yesterday. He traced his fingers along the long pink lines and rested his fingers on the green eyes. Jiraiya pocketed the picture carefully as he stood from his desk and walked out of his office. His head had been spinning ever since he saw those beautiful eyes, that gorgeous face, and unique hair. Jiraiya didn't know what to think as he strolled down the hallway. Jiraiya-san. A velvet voice called from behind. The man turned at his name and smiled at the approaching figure. Itachi-kun, what do you need? I heard that Kisame was at a pool photo shoot yesterday. I just wanted to apologize if he overreacted and caused trouble. That man has some infatuation with water. Jiraiya laughed. No worries, he was as good as a fish. He went silent when Itachi didn't laugh at his joke. You worry too much, Itachi-kun. You have to cut others and yourself some slack. It is my nature, I became like this when I got a little brother. Yes. Little Sasuke-kun that keep denying joining my company because he wants to be a good little cop. Jiraiya-san, please, he is my brother. The man sighed at the young man's seriousness. He roughly shoved his hands into his pocket, accidentally knocking the photo out. Itachi reached out and caught the picture in mid-air. He narrowed his eyes as he examined the photo. Gorgeous, isn't she? Quite. Itachi replied as he headed the photo back. She seems familiar. Jiraiya jumped and grabbed Itachi's shoulder. What, you know who she is? I called Naruto-kun since she is the girl that he is always with, but he wouldn't pick up my calls. Tell me who she is. Itachi gently removed the older man's hands from his body. I saw her and Naruto-kun together with my brother before. I believe they attend the same school. Really? Jiraiya-san. Didn't you recruit Naruto-kun personally and called this girl several times before? How can you not know who she is? Jiraiya blinked, laughed, and slapped Itachi hard on his back. Itachi-kun, Itachi-kun. You know I only see beautiful faces and gorgeous bodies. How can I know who she is when her hair covers her face like that? I think her name was Haruka or something like that. Jiraiya-san, this is why Tsunade-san hasn't accepted any proposal to dinner yet. As an author of your works, you should understand that you shouldn't judge a woman by her outer appearances. Itachi-kun, save your lectures for your little brother. Jiraiya sang as he waltzed away, leaving a stoic Itachi. Once again, Konoha High was in an uproar as the girls rushed back and forth, in search of a certain rising star that filled 2 whole pages in the recent Raisin Pact. Sakura-chan, you are proud now? Naruto whispered. I'm the world's. The pinkette stared at Naruto's solemn face. Naruto! There are you too! Sasuke interrupted as he stood between the pair. I was spending my alone time with Sakura-chan, bastard! What, to talk about your childish problems, dobe? As the 2 boys argued, Sakura stepped aside. Of course I'm proud of Naruto. I have raised him well. Ino. Naruto promotion 4. Ino. Jiraiya was desperate to find the pink-haired girl and was pissed that Naruto kept avoiding his questions about her and stopped bringing her to photo shoots. He had recently signed Naruto as a NS talent and tried to order him to tell him more about the girl as his boss, but Naruto just ignored him. The man had tried to ask Itachi to help him, but Itachi was currently busy with Akatsuki and had no time to be a detective. Jiraiya tried to beg Sasuke, when he came to drop something off for his brother, to tell him, but the boy terrified him with his cold dark eyes. Jiraiya sighed for the nth time that day as he sat down on one of the comfortable chairs in the main lobby. Naruto-kun is going to tell me, whether he likes it or not. With this mind made up, Jiraiya drove to the newest set where Naruto's shoot was taking place. At the first sight of the man, Naruto tried to back away. Naruto-kun, tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me! The blonde sighed as he pushed the man away from his private space. Pervy boss, I'm not going to tell you. You're a pervert that will take advantage of her once I tell you. She is good just being my best friend. Naruto! We need you on set now! One of the crew members called over. See you later, perv. Naruto waved as he ran off. Jiraiya watched as the boy left, and screamed out in frustration. Somewhere else. Sakura-chan, you were great help today, thanks. Kakashi nodded to the sweet girl that had recently become his assistant. This all began when Naruto dragged the girl to his messy office and asked if he needed help with anything. For some reason, Naruto didn't want to bring the girl on set and always left her in his office when he came to work. Sakura, for some reason, didn't complain and worked diligently in his office. Kakashi-san, I will get you some drinks. I will be right back, Sakura said as she walked out of the office. Such a smart girl. She knows this is the People Relations Department, and that she would be able to get some connections here. Well, she is a good kid and everyone seems to really love her, despite her strange appearance. Kakashi laughed at the irony. I'm one to judge, when I hide my face with a mask. Sakura smiled as she looked at the vending machine. Kakashi-san likes the unsweetened green tea. Just as she turned around, she nearly bumped into another person. I'm sorry. Sakura looked up and staggered back in surprise. Data. The person in front of Sakura sighed and pointed to her chest. Female, obviously. I'm sorry, you look a lot like Deidara-sama. Sakura quickly bowed her head. Yeah, that is what they all say. I'm Ino Yamanaka. I'm actually that show-off's cousin, unfortunately. The girl introduced herself. Sakura looked up and was surprised by the beautiful face. This person had platinum blonde hair and icy blue eyes. Her face was pale and delicate. Long lashes surrounded her large round eyes and there was a confident aura around her. She was a star, no doubt about it. You're very pretty. The words slipped out of Sakura's mouth. Ah, thanks. And you are? Ino didn't know what to say to the girl, whose face she couldn't even see, but she had to admit that her pink hair looked surprisingly nice and soft. She is so strange, and she called that idiot Daidara-sama, must be a fan or something. Why are you covering your face like that? Ino asked as she reached out and lifted Sakura's bangs above her forehead. Ino was silent as she stared. Bashful emerald eyes stared back. Their owner's face was milky white, with a hint of an embarrassed blush. Finally, someone who can stand next to me. I have a big forehead, that's why I try to cover it. Ino was very surprised by the girl's lack of self-confidence. You serious? That forehead is pretty big, but it works on you. Really? Yeah, what is your name? Sakura Haruno, nice to meet you. Sakura smiled brightly, completely forgetting that Ino's hand is still on her head. I see. You seem like an interesting person, hang out with me. Sakura blushed again. But I have to get back to Kakashi-san's office with this. She held up the can of green tea. Ino looked at the can. Kakashi-san? I was just going there to bug him about his stupid mask. I will walk with you. Sakura nodded and the pair began walking down the empty hall together. Sakura, I didn't know you worked there. I don't really. My friend is a new talent here, he kind of dropped me off there so I won't get in the way. Besides, it is the people relation department. I am learning quite a lot. I see. When Kakashi saw the girls entered, he tried to hide from Ino. Kakashi-san, I found someone more fun than you, so I will be stealing Sakura for a while. Ino grinned as she bent over to smile at Kakashi, who was curled up under his table. Yeah, just leave me be. Sakura had never seen Kakashi act in this fashion, but she had no time to voice her opinion as Ino dragged her away. They spent several hours at the company's cafe talking and both found each other's company really enjoyable. The girls just clicked and Ino loved Sakura's awkwardness and shyness, whereas Sakura felt that she could learn from Ino's flooding confidence. I didn't know that new talent. Naruto Uzumaki. Yeah, him, had a friend like you. How are you two friends? We've been together since childhood. We came from a very rural village and we were the only kids with the same age, so we spend every day together. That must be so boring, putting up with the same person every day. Not really. Naruto and I are very close friends. I guess so. Still, I can't believe you. How are you a fan of my idiot cousin? Daidara-sama is wonderful, Ino. Please, Sasori-sama is much better. More mature, quiet, and smart. Deidara is an idiot. I don't know about that, but I like him as an idol, not a person. I just love his style and voice. So you just like him when he is working? I guess you can say that. Ha, I like you. You aren't one of those crazy stalker fangirls. Thanks, I like you a lot too, Ino. Their laughter soon attracted a man that had been troubled ever since he lost sight of a certain girl. Ino-chan, who is that she is with? Wait, pink hair. Jiraiya dashed toward the table and his mouth dropped at the sight. Ino-chan, this is? The blonde turned to see her boss. Jiraiya pervert. This is Sakura Haruno. My new best friend. Sakura blushed at the title and greeted the white-haired man. Long time no see, Jiraiya-san. Ino looked at Sakura. Oh yeah, you must have met this pervert with Naruto before. Don't worry, he is a pervert that only remembers pretty faces and good bodies. I guess he couldn't see your face so he didn't remember. Sakura looked at Ino, unsure what to think of that comment. It was kind of sad that the man didn't remember her, but she was used to being a shadow anyway. Sakura-chan, that is not it. I was just busy with Naruto-kun, that is all. Please don't listen to her. Jiraiya was rumbling on and on, trying to defend his honor. Ino sighed. What do you want, pervert? Ino-chan, I'm still your boss. Fine, perverted boss. Jiraiya ignored her and grabbed Sakura's hands. I have been searching for you. I want you to join NS. What? Sakura nearly fainted. Really? That is great. I'm an idol in training, Sakura, you should join us. Be a talent in NS. We can be together a lot. Sakura shook her head like crazy. No, that's not possible. I'm not star material. Sakura. Jiraiya sighed. Yes, I understand, but Sakura-chan, please consider the offer. You would be a great addition to the NS family. Naruto-kun would be very happy, you know? Please don't be another Sasuke. Take my offer. Alright, I will think about this. Jiraiya smiled and looked at Ino and winked. Ino's eyes narrowed and she tried to hold her barf in. She understood what Jiraiya was trying to say, but why did he has to do it in such a gross manner? Hey Sakura, why don't you come with and see what training idols do? There are acting, singing, modeling, and all kinds of talent you can do. I'm currently training my voice. Yours seem really great too. You should hang out with me in the studio. That seems wonderful, Ino, but it is getting late today. Don't worry, come tomorrow. Promise? Okay. Sakura smiled at the enthusiastic girl. Somewhere in the person relation department, a silver-haired man had a chill. I feel like I just lost someone very important. Of course, he found out what it was when he lost a pair of helping hands the next day. At the apartment, Naruto sighed in exhaustion as he leaned against their comfortable sofa. Thank Kami that tomorrow is a Sunday, I am so tired. Sakura smiled as she sat down beside her friend. How did it go today? Naruto pouted as he moved and rested his head on Sakura's lap. Fine. But it sucks that you weren't there. Hey, you are the one who dropped me at Kakashi-san's office. Sakura replied softly as she brushed Naruto's messy tresses. Your hair is getting long. You're starting to look like Minato-san. Oh, well, your hair is so long, you look like my mom. If only. Kushina-san is so beautiful. It would be wonderful to look just a bit like her. Naruto sighed as Sakura gently rubbed his scalp. Sakura-chan. Several days later, a blonde burst into the person relation department, shocking every worker except one. Kakashi-san, I'm here to get Sakura-chan. Kakashi opened one eye from his nap. Ah, Naruto. Your sweet Sakura-chan hadn't been here for nearly a week now. Wait, what? She never told me anything. She is probably with Ino. Ino? Yeah, she is a trainee. You can probably find them at the studio upstairs. Sakura didn't tell me that she is hanging out with a trainee. Naruto thought quietly as he dashed to his destination. Ino clapped happily when Sakura walked out of the recording box. Sakura, your voice is really wonderful. Not nearly as nice as yours, Ino. The pinkette smiled bashfully. We are both Gria. T. Ino grinned as she hugged her friend. Thank you, Ino. What for? You're the first female friend I have. Really? You're mine too. Maybe because I'm so perfect, other girls don't like me. The pair laughed as the other sound crew watched, dazzled by the pair's amazing aura. Just then, another blonde came running in. Sakura-chan, there you are. Naruto? Hey, it's the new talent. Naruto looked at the girl holding his Sakura-chan. Who are you? Ino Yamanaka, Sakura's best friend. The boy bristled at how the girl addressed herself. Sakura-chan, we are going home. Naruto, I have to finish up here with Ino first. Can you wait for me in the lobby? Since Sakura asked so nicely, Naruto had no choice but to say yes. Still, he was irritated at how Ino stuck her tongue out at him secretly. Sakura fast walked to the lobby where an irritated Naruto was waiting. He hushed the girl's apology as they walked out of the building and started heading home. I didn't know you made a new friend, Sakura-chan. Oh, I met her last week while you were out at a shoot. Ino is very nice to me and we get along. I'm super happy, Naruto. Naruto smiled weakly. That's great. She is also Deidara-sama's cousin. Sakura smiled brightly. Oh, that's interesting. Naruto nodded. He heard that the blonde has a pretty annoying character, but he didn't want to burst Sakura's bubble. Sakura nodded. Thank goodness he didn't ask why I was at the studio. I shouldn't tell him that Jiraiya-san wants to sign me as an S too. Naruto is going to be crazy. Sakura-chan? Yeah. Sakura nearly froze. Let's have ramen today. Okay, anything you want. Fight. Naruto Promotion 5. Fight. Naruto tapped his foot anxiously as he looked around the room. He was beyond pissed. Today was extremely hot, it being summer in Konoha, and he had planned to have a date with Sakura. They were going to visit an ice cream shop and hang out together, but Jiraiya had to ruin everything by dragging the two of them to his office. Naruto knew his plans were wrecked when he saw Izumo-san waiting outside Konoha High in his fancy car. He had tried to sneak away, but the combination of his sunny hair and Sakura's pink tresses made them stood out like sore thumbs. Sakura told Naruto that ice cream can wait since any work that Naruto can get meant that he was one step closer to stardom. In truth, Sakura really wanted to see Ino, But luckily Naruto didn't figure that out. Just as Naruto was about to get up and storm out of the office, Jiraiya came back in, waving a poster of some sorts. Naruto-kun, you will be in the Mississippi Konoha contest this year. Naruto looked at the man. Well, I have always wanted to try wearing a dress. Jiraiya stared at the boy and couldn't help but imagine the blonde in a frilly dress and a long blonde wig. As much as I would like to abuse my male idols and dress them up as females. Because we all knew how it went down when Deidara and Itachi nearly killed their makeup artists and terrified their designers from looking at dresses ever again. I don't mean you will enter as a contestant. You're entering as a prize. Naruto gaped at Jiraiya as if the man had grown another head. No thanks. Jiraiya sighed and handed him the poster. Naruto, this will help boost your popularity. All you have to do is kiss the winner's cheek and take a picture together, and there is no doubt that the winner will be one pretty girl. Naruto skimmed the paper, grimaced at words he couldn't read, crumpled the paper and tossed it back to Jiraiya. Nope. Naruto. Jiraiya punched the poor boy on the head. With this, we can test your popularity and raise it even more. Naruto still looked unconvinced. Naruto, just think how happy Sakura-chan would be. The boy sighed. Fine. I'll do it. One more thing, Naruto. What is it? I'm getting you ready for a transfer to the Academy of NBU. What? Later that day. See you later, Ino. Sakura waved to her girl best friend as she walked toward the main lobby. Someone had called the studio and told her that Naruto had finished speaking with Jiraiya and was waiting for her. Sakura jogged to find him since she didn't want him to wait too long. When she arrived, she noticed that Naruto looked kind of upset. Sakura tapped his shoulder gently and the boy jerked in surprise. Naruto, you okay? Yeah. The perv just told me something. His voice was much softer than usual. What is it? Sakura was curious. I'm going to be transferring to the Academy of NBU. Academy of NBU? The girl's scream echoed in the room and all the occupants of the space stared at them. Sakura quickly bowed and apologized before facing Naruto again. Have you heard of it, Sakura-chan? Naruto was shocked by Sakura's reaction, but he was even more surprised that instead of looking sad, Sakura looked ecstatic. NBU is the school for rising celebrities. It is an academy filled with all types of idols and celebrities. It is famous for its schedules that fit all their students' needs, while satisfying education requirements. It also has a specific department for current idols. Nearly most young stars graduated from NBU. Sakura was out of breath as she imagined the wonderful school. Naruto patted her back. Yeah. The perv is going to get me in that school to make my life easier. His hand rested near her neck. If I go, our promotion will have to end. He leaned in and whispered against her ear. But if you don't want me to leave. Naruto pulled back and smiled at Sakura. Just say it and I won't go. Sakura stared at Naruto blankly and socked him in the face, knocking him onto the ground. Baka. She turned and ran out of the office while Naruto struggled to get back on his feet. That idiot. Idiot Naruto. How can you smile when you tell me that we would be separated soon? Baka. Baka. Sakura kept running, not watching where she was going. Then she heard the voices of young children and noticed she had ended up at a small park. She wiped the few tears that leaked down her eyes and sat down at one of the vacant swings. The pinkette grasped the chains tightly and tried to calm her breathing. Baka. Suddenly, she felt someone push her from behind and the swing moved forward. Sakura quickly turned around and stared into the dark eyes that had captured her attention at first glance. Sasuke-kun? He gave her another gentle push. Her eyes are beautiful, but why do they look so sad? Sakura tried to face him, but the moving swing stopped her from doing so. She looked down and noticed that several grocery bags were lying down beside the swing. Were you grocery shopping? Her voice was weak. Sasuke ignored her completely. So even you two fight? Sakura didn't reply. Sakura. We had never fought before. It was always just Naruto and I. He was the one who came to me, and we were lost in our own little world. Sasuke stopped pushing her and placed his arms on her shoulders. I don't know why you two are doing this stupid promotion, but I do know that you rely on the dobe too much. Sakura tried to look up, but she couldn't see Sasuke's face. Isn't it natural for him to leave you behind? The raven-haired boy finally looked down and his eyes locked with Sakura's. At that moment, Sakura realized that he was right. She had been relying on Sasuke, Ino, and Naruto too much. They were all really far away from her and could leave her behind at any moment. Sakura couldn't stop the images that flooded her head, images of Naruto waving goodbye and walking away into a sea of people and leaving her in the dust. Her eyes got moist, and she felt Sasuke's rough fingers wiped unseen tears away. The boy leaned down and kissed the crown of her head gently, and Sakura balled up her fists. I'm not a crybaby anymore. She looked at Sasuke with determination. I chose to do this, and I will see his promotion through to the end. Sasuke was stumped by her sudden fighting spirit and couldn't help but let out a rare chuckle. While they looked at each other with a sincere smile, several girls were walking by the park and gossiping about a magazine. Naruto-kun is so cool. Yeah, his brightness shows me a world of dreams. I just love him so much. Sakura watched as the girls passed by them and couldn't stop the smile from forming on her mouth. I know what I have to do now. Thanks, Sasuke-kun. HN. Sasuke waved goodbye with a gentle smirk as Sakura ran out the park and headed home. Sakura dashed through the dimming streets and sprinted the last few blocks to Naruto's and her apartment. The curtains were closed, but the bright lights peeked through the colorful fabrics. She dug through her pockets and unlocked the door faster than one could blink. As soon as she entered, she called, Naruto. The boy was dressed in his orange pajama, holding a cup of instant ramen. When he saw Sakura, the ramen was forgotten as he set it down and took Sakura into his arms. Where were you? I was worried sick. Smiling, Sakura looked up at Naruto through her curtain of hair. I'm sorry, I don't know why I got so angry. She stepped out of his embrace. I will support you no matter what, so do your best. Go to ANBU. Naruto isn't just mine anymore. People are happy because of his sun-like aura. I can't be selfish anymore. Naruto's arms fell to his side. His blue eyes turned dark and his normal cheeky expression turned into a frown. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Sakura-chan, are you serious? Sakura nodded happily. Naruto had always been with me since our childhood. I can't hold him back anymore. He deserves to be loved by everyone. I can't be selfish. Naruto didn't know what to say as he watched Sakura walk away from him and entered her room. He clenched his fingers and let out a long hiss when he heard her shut the door. Sakura-chan. The blonde looked at his forgot and ramen with a solemn face. He had just lost all his appetite. Naruto stared at the door with the bright Sakura's room sign and shook his head. He couldn't believe that she was willing to let him go with a smile on her face. He couldn't believe anything anymore. As soon as the door shut close, Sakura slumped to the ground and wrapped her arms around herself in a protective embrace. Her hair stuck to her face due to the tears leaking from her eyes. She sniffed and buried her face into her knees. I thought I could do this. I thought it would be fine letting him go. I wanted him to be loved. I wanted this. I can't be selfish anymore. Sasuke looked at his cell as he swung back and forth on the swing. His brother had called earlier and told him that he would be home late and he shouldn't wait. Sasuke sighed as he looked at the bag of fresh dangos that he got. Must be cold by now, but I don't like sweets. He sighed and stared at his phone again. The boy jumped when it suddenly vibrated. Hello? Sasuke-kun? Sakura. Are you busy right now? No. Do you want to hang out with me? Naruto? He just got called out by Jiraiya and Izumo picked him up. You know where my house is, right? Are you sure that the dobe won't kill me for coming to you guys' house? He won't. So see you in a bit? Wait. Yes? Do you like sweets? Dangos? Yeah, why? They're cold, but if you just microwave them. Itachi-sama has work tonight? Akatsuki fan sites. They have everything. See you in a moment? HN. Sasuke rubbed his temples as he stood from the swing. He picked up all his grocery bags and started walking toward the girl's house. I sure hope Sakura can cook. An hour later, he found out she could cook better than anyone he knew and hated the dobe even more. Makeover. Naruto Promotion 6. Makeover. Naruto opened the front door with a weary sigh. He had just returned from the agency after Jiraiya debriefed him about his role as the prize of the Mississippi Konoha contest. Jiraiya went on and on about how many girls have been signing up once they realized he would be the prize of the contest. He told the blonde that all he had to do was wear a suit and give a big kiss on the cheek of the winner, which Naruto really didn't want to do. Of course, Jiraiya knew this and once again, used Sakura's name to bribe him. The boy looked at the clock and moaned. It was almost midnight. Sakura-chan must be asleep by now. Naruto walked toward his room in the darkness, not noticing the empty dango boxes and extra dishes resting by the sink. Contrarily, Sakura was far from being asleep. The dim light of her cell phone enveloped her room in a gentle blue glow as Sakura chatted with Ino over the line. Sakura had hidden her phone when she felt Naruto entered the house and only dared to bring it back out when she heard him enter his room. Ino, sorry about that, he just came home. Yeah, about time. I saw him left like 20 minutes ago. What are you doing that late at the office? Nothing. Just trying to convince you to join the Mississippi Konoha contest. Sakura sighed. Ino, I told you. I am not pretty enough or talented enough to enter. Besides, the contest is in 3 days. It is too late to register now. Ino smirked, knowing that Sakura can't see her face. Oh please. Are you questioning my eyesight and hearing? Last time I checked, you are one gorgeous girl and have a voice that goes well with mine, and mine isn't that easily challenged by other singers. Thanks, Ino, but it is too late. Are you saying that being late is your only concern? Sakura shivered at the sudden change in her best friend's tone. Ino? No worries. The blonde's voice raised an octave. I already signed you up. Sakura nearly dropped her phone, narrowly escaping from waking Naruto up. What? The sign-up ended a month ago. Yeah, about that, I knew you would accept, so I just went ahead and registered you. Sakura, if you win this, you will become famous. Konoha is a big city, the capital of Fire Region. All types of agency will want to make a contract with you. But dash. No, listen to me. If you win, you will join NS, okay? I already talked with Jiraiya and he is more than willing to make you a NS talent. Sakura kept silent because she knew better than to interrupt the blonde when she is having her moment. Just think how proud Naruto would be. You will be a NS, equal to him in status, and we can get you into ANBU as well. You can be with me and him all the time. Ino really didn't want to include Naruto in her blackmailing scheme, but she knew that he would make the difference between Sakura's acceptance or rejection. So what do you say? I guess. Sakura was still uncertain, but when she noticed a picture of Naruto and her from the old days, a surge of confidence overwhelmed her. I will do it. Great. Ino made a small fist bump. See you tomorrow. We have work to do. Sakura smiled to herself. I'm so lucky to have such a great friend. As she reached out to return her phone back onto her table, Sakura felt a sudden change in the atmosphere. Still huddled within her blanket, the girl slowly turned toward her door and noticed a pair of gleaming blue eyes watching her. She would have screamed if the bearer of the eyes didn't approach her bed gently, while maintaining eye contact. Sakura-chan, who are you talking to, this late? Naruto looked at Sakura's glowing clock that read 12:23. Sakura kept a tight grip on her blanket. Just Ino. You shouldn't stay up so late. I'm sorry anyways, what did Jiraiya-san want? Sakura asked softly as Naruto log-rolled her closer against the wall and occupied the now empty side of the bed. Just something about the Mississippi Konoha contest. Oh, that. You're the prize, right? Naruto turned to face Sakura, his blue eyes piercing sharp. Yeah. He was waiting for a reaction. I have to kiss the winner's cheek. Sakura froze. Oh, Kami! I can't tell him that Ino registered me for the contest. He will definitely make me quit. The boy misunderstood her sudden pause and smiled gently as he placed a warm hand on top of Sakura's blanket-covered back. If this bothers you, I can just get sick and not do it. Finally recovered from her surprise, Sakura looked at him. What? Why would it bother me? You will gain popularity, you should do it. Naruto's smile faded, but Sakura couldn't see the new frown in the dark. His entire body tensed, but Sakura didn't notice. You should go sleep now, Naruto. Sakura wiggled about in her cocoon as she tried to untangle herself. Okay, Sakura-chan. Naruto grinned widely as he wrapped both arms around Sakura, effectively keeping her in the blanket bundle. He faked a large snore and Sakura yelled. Hey! I didn't mean here! Get off me, you idiot! Naruto squeezed her tighter. Sure, Sakura-chan. I'm sleeping here. No, you're not! Sakura wiggled even more, but Naruto wouldn't budge. Sakura huffed in defeat and stopped struggling, she knew that whenever she could overpower was only because he had let her. This time, he wasn't willing to budge and she was in no position to fight. She could only sigh. Good night, Naruto. Sweet dreams, Sakura-chan. She didn't notice how he didn't loosen his hold during the night. The next day, a pink-haired girl, dressed in a loose sweater, white shorts, black leggings and thin white flats was standing outside the exit of a train station. She looked at the paper, filled with graceful writing and numerous arrows, and wondered if she had arrived to the wrong place. She titled her head sideways and noted that this was indeed the east exit of the Mayuko stop. This is one of the richer districts in Konoha. Just look at how the people are dressed. Sakura! Someone calling her name jolted the girl out of her thoughts. Its owner was dressed in a purple dress and black boots. It was a wonder how she could run in those things. Ino! Sakura greeted with a warm smile. Sorry, I was running a bit late. Ino flipped her hair away from her eyes. Should we go now? The blonde turned, gesturing for Sakura to follow her. The pair weaved through the crowded streets, and Sakura awed at all the amazing shops that filled every corner. Ino laughed. You don't go out much, do you? Sakura nodded her head as she watched several girls walk out of a shop, carrying numerous bags. Ino followed her eyes and linked her arm around Sakura's. Don't worry, we will be doing that in a bit. We're going shopping? Sakura asked dumbfounded. She only had a few bills with her, and that would definitely not cover anything in these fancy shops. Yeah, what did you think? You are with Ino Yamanaka in one of the best shopping districts in Konoha. But I thought we were going to your house. Ino nodded. Yeah, so I can grab something real fast. We have to load our bullets before going out for the kill. Sakura didn't know how to reply as Ino dragged her to a sparkling white building with a security guard watching the clear glass entrance. The man nodded politely as Ino pulled her in and pressed the floor number of their destination in the elevator. With a small ding, the doors opened into a beautiful hall, covered with gleaming tiles and fancy wall decors. Ino had to drag Sakura along since the pinkette couldn't stop looking at every bit of detail. The pair finally stopped in front of a fancy door with the number 10 etched in the wood, and Ino unlocked the door with grace. Here we are! An open-spaced living room welcomed Sakura with a happy, comforting aura. A large plasma TV was against the wall, and the room was littered with all types of matching furniture. Most of all, large windows lined the wall facing the girls, and the view was gorgeous. Ino took off her shoes and told Sakura to hurry up as she walked into the room. Sakura stepped out of her flats and followed her friend. Quickly. Your house is amazing, Ino! There is truth in every word. Yeah, after that idiot made it big, Mom has been spending a lot of time with the house. Yeah, the idiot that also paid for half your expensive clothes, yeah. A deep, cocky voice caught both girls' attention as a man with long golden hair walked out from another door. Sakura, let me introduce to you my idiotic cousin Dash, Ino began. Daidora-sama. Sakura nearly fell if Ino hadn't caught her by the arm. A fan, yeah? Deidara smirked as he looked Sakura up and down. A friend, Ino growled as she helped Sakura stand up straight again. Off limits. Deidara flipped his hair. Not if she wants me, yeah? Ino gave a small gag in the back of her throat. What are you doing here anyways? Don't you have work? Nope, today is my off day. Sasori, Dana and Itachi are recording their solos today. Everyone has the day off. Deidara looked away from Ino and smiled at Sakura. What is your name, yeah? Her strange hair color and style sure is strange, yeah. But she has a nice shape, and if she is friends with my ego-inflated cousin, she must be cute. Sakura was surprised that Deidara, the Deidara, was talking to her. Sakura. Haruno Sakura. Cute, yeah. Deidara grinned. Sakura felt her cheek heat up. I love your voice and your style. It is an honor to meet you. The blonde laughed. That is what they all say, and then they will ask for something, yeah? As expected, Sakura continued. Please keep up the good work. Deidara grew silent. He didn't expect that of all things. Ino, noticing her cousin's sudden pause, sneered. Ha! She is immune. Immune, I tell you. He glared at her, but winked at Sakura. Guess I need a stronger virus, right, Blossom? Sakura didn't know what else to say. She knew that Deidara was very cocky, but she didn't expect him to be a flirt as well. Guess everyone was right. His character is kind of different from the image he gives off. He seems more approachable than he appears. Since Sakura didn't reply, Ino stepped in front of her friend. Anyways, give it. What, you want my wallet again? Deidara growled at Ino's extended hand. Well, I was just going to take some money from your hidden stash anyways, but since you're here, just give me your whole wallet now. Do you even hear yourself, yeah? He muttered. Of course I can, and I'm sure you've heard me too. She flexed her fingers. Give it. Deidara sighed as he dug into his jeans pocket and fished out a sleek black wallet. He looked at Sakura from the corner of his eyes and smirked. Guess if some money goes to that girl there, then whatever, yeah? He dropped it lightly into Ino's waiting palm. You know the deal. Yeah, Ino replied as she stuffed the wallet into her bag. Then she turned to face Sakura, who was stunned by the exchange between the two loud blondes. Ino waved a hand in front of her face. Sakura? You here? We can go now. Sakura could only nod numbly as she followed her friend out the door. See ya, idiot. Nice meeting you, Deidara-sama. Deidara grinned cheekily as he waved them off and shut the door lightly. Ino stretched her arms and checked her phone. That was faster than I thought. I gave myself 20 minutes extra to find his money, but since he gave it to me with no trouble, we have time to spare. Sakura wasn't really listening. Ino, what is the deal between you two? Ino was still looking at her phone. Oh, it is no biggie. After I shop like crazy, I take a gorgeous picture of myself and let him have it. Apparently, Kakuzu of Akatsuki pays that idiot a lot of money for my pictures. Kakuzu is a crazy investor. He says I'm going to be a hit when I debut and he is saving those pictures for when I get famous. That sounds kind of creepy. Nah, it is no big deal. Ino smiled. When you become famous, people try to dig up old pictures. Might as well have nice pictures, right? Sakura still didn't understand the logic of stardom, but she nodded anyways. When the elevator dinged, the pair stepped out and headed to another part of the district. Several fancy salons lined the street, and Ino pulled Sakura into a quite crowded one. She stepped right up to the counter, where a man with a pinecone hairstyle greeted them. Hey Ino, got an appointment? His eyes rested on Sakura, who was wondering why he had such a bored look on his face. Yeah, this is Sakura. The blonde pushed said girl forward. Work your magic. Wait, what? Sakura stepped back. We're cutting my hair? Ino nodded. Yeah, Shikamaru is the best. We have to get your hair done first, then clothes, and then makeup. There is an order on how we exploit the idiot's money. But I can't. Why not? I need my bangs to cover my large forehead. So troublesome, what? Shikamaru analyzed Sakura from the corner of his eyes. Ino sighed. Didn't I tell you that your forehead worked on you? We have to get rid of this hairstyle. Your eyes and face in general is a selling point. You can't hide it with your hair like that. Shikamaru stepped forward and brushed Sakura's hair aside and stilled. The boy was silent as he turned away. Ino, get her settled in a chair. This will be one of my best work yet. Ino cheered while Sakura shook with fear. About 20 minutes later, Sakura stared at her reflection, unrestricted by long bangs. She reached out and grabbed the tips of her pink hair. Shikamaru really did a magical job. He had parted her hair in the middle and layered her long tresses. Some hair framed her heart-shaped face while the rest flowed down her back like silk. Ino grinned. Now we can see that gorgeous face and beautiful green eyes. Shikamaru was still combing some of the pinkette's hair. If I didn't see her with my own eyes, I thought you had lied when you said her hair was very unique. Right. Ino squealed as she put her own hair beside Sakura's. This soft pink and my platinum gold is a match made in heaven. Sakura blushed at her comment. Ino fished out a few bills as Shikamaru untied the apron that protected Sakura's clothes from getting dirted. However, the stylist waved her off when Sakura got up from her chair. It was actually fun working on her hair. My treat this time. The blonde grinned as she smacked her childhood friend's back. Ha, thanks. Sakura nodded behind Ino. Thank you, you're really talented. Shikamaru shooed them both out of his shop. No problem, now stop making my customer feel jealous. Ino laughed whereas Sakura finally noticed how many girls were staring at them with envy or surprise. She touched her hair and ignored the glances as she followed Ino away. If I want to win, I must desire attention. Even if the attention stems from envy. I can't hide anymore. Sakura, you coming? Ino extended her arm, hooking her own around the offered one. Yeah. The pair wandered around the streets throughout the district, and Ino brought numerous amounts of clothes for the both of them. Sakura had felt guilty at first for spending Deidara's money, but Ino had assured her that Deidara was more than happy to spend money on Sakura as long as they take some nice pictures later. Of course, Ino didn't tell her that Deidara was actually interested in Sakura and wouldn't mind buying her presents. As the pair strolled into another shop, Sakura realized some boys were watching them. She tightened her hold around Ino's arm, surprising the blonde. "What is the matter? Those guys over there are looking at us." Ino turned to look at the guys and one of them winked. "Don't worry, they're just checking us out," Ino whispered as she led Sakura into the shop. "Checking us out?" Sakura had never heard that term before. "Yeah, that means they were looking at us all over because we are cute." "Cute?" "Yeah. As long as they don't try anything, looking isn't a big deal. Besides, it is only evidence of how pretty we're," Ino explained as she took Sakura toward the cosmetic department. "Pretty?" Sakura blushed. "Seriously, if you keep doubting yourself, I am either going to get mad that you're being too humble or take you to a mental hospital because you need some help," Ino stated calmly as she looked around for the colors that she knew would suit Sakura's pale face. Sakura stopped asking questions as Ino covered her face with Kami knows what and dragged her to more shops, buying the last things on their "spend Deidara's money" list. Ino grinned in contentment as they slumped against a park bench. "I'm beat. Now that is a great day of shopping." Sakura smiled back in return as looked at the orange sky. "Oh no!" Sakura panicked. "Naruto!" Sensing the sudden tension, Ino looked at Sakura. "What? I didn't know we would stay out so late," Sakura answered. "Naruto told me to call him." Ino rubbed her face. "Sakura, we're on break. Remember that everyone has the week off to celebrate Konoha's founding day? He worries too much. Still, I have to call him." Sakura took out her phone gingerly, but it rung before she pressed any button. "Hello? Sakura-chan. You are half an hour late. You said you will call at 6. It is 6:30, explain yourself." Naruto's voice boomed out of the phone and Ino growled as she snatched the device from Sakura. "This is Ino speaking. Sakura is hanging out with me and she will sleep over at my house for the rest of the break. You have 2 hands, I'm sure you can feed yourself. Goodbye." Ino hung up and gave the phone back to a shocked Sakura. "Sleepover? Duh, I got all the stuff you would need, too." Ino grinned. "We can't let him see you until the contest." Sakura nodded. "Anyways, we should get going." Ino stood up. "What do you want for dinner? Are we eating out?" "Yeah, and we are getting takeout for that idiot. Since my parents are on a trip, we usually eat out or get takeouts." Sakura grinned as an idea came to her. "Ino! Let's go to the market, I can cook dinner as thank you." Later at the house. Ino thought that Sakura was joking when she said cook, but she wasn't sure anymore as she stared at the table of alluring food lying on her oversized dinner table. It was a traditional Japanese meal, but she couldn't stop the water attempting to leave her mouth. Deidara, on the other hand, wasn't holding back. His mouth was wide open as he also stared. He was already shocked when he saw Sakura's face, and now he couldn't believe any of his senses anymore. Kami was playing a cruel joke on him. They presented the woman of his dreams in the form of Harino Sakura, but they had to make her Ino's best friend, which meant that Ino would kill him if he tried anything. Sakura smiled warmly as she set the final dish down in the middle of the table and told the 2 blondes to sit down. "I hope this is acceptable. This is the first time I was able to get so much fresh ingredients." Ino didn't know what to say. "You have to move in." Deidara swallowed. "Marry me." Ino hissed as she flung a nearby object toward his head and made Sakura sit next to her, away from the idiot. Sakura was still blushing as they dug in. Ino was in heaven and enjoyed every bite while Deidara figuratively vacuumed everything into his stomach. In about an hour, the dishes were sparkling clean. "That was amazing," Ino sighed happily. "But here comes the ugly part." Sakura patted Ino's shoulder. "Don't worry, I got it." The blondes watched as Sakura carried some dishes into the kitchen and quickly followed her with the rest. "You like doing dishes, yeah?" Deidara asked as Sakura instructed them to set the dishes down and just help her with drying and putting them away. "Yeah, chores are must-know skills if you live with someone like Naruto." "Naruto? That blonde new talent?" Ino elbowed him. "Yeah, they are childhood friends." "Childhood friends, Deidara smirked. That means you aren't taken, right? Marry me! Sakura nearly dropped her dish and Ino stepped on her cousin. Out! Get out of the kitchen! Ino, you're so mean, yeah! You bring this amazing girl home and won't let me flirt. This is cruel torture. Hey! This is exactly why I can't let you get near. Sakura is mine! Mine, I tell you! Deidara grinned as he snaked an arm around Sakura. Not for long, yeah! Sakura did the one thing she could, scream. Yet, this didn't change anything. Deidara laughed as his hold tightened and Ino whacked him with a nearby towel. Please let me finish cleaning. Contest. Hey, thanks so much for reading Naruto promotion. I know that a recent Narahina moment has occurred, so thank you to everyone that still roots for Narusaku. I actually don't mind either as long as everyone finds a love will be good, right? Anyways, if you can, please review? Just saying hi would be nice because reviews actually encourage me to work faster. Thanks, La. Naruto Promotion 7. Contest. A blonde was happily slurping a cup of ramen while his brunette friend watched with disgust. Sasuke poked his untouched cup with his chopsticks and growled. How does this dobe eat this without throwing up? Naruto drank the last drops of his soup with a smile, but frowned when he noticed that Sasuke hadn't even opened his cup yet. Team, it's going to get cold if you don't eat it. HN. Sasuke pushed the cup toward Naruto. What? You don't want it? Sasuke pushed it even closer. Seriously don't want it. Sasuke hissed and nearly shoved the lukewarm cup into Naruto's face. Finally getting the hint, the blonde took the cup and finished it. Like a starved man. While Naruto cleaned up his mess, Sasuke looked around the room and noticed an absence of pink. Sakura isn't home? Naruto returned with 2 cans of soda and tossed one to Sasuke. That evil Ino kidnapped her. I tried calling her again after Ino hung up the phone, but the calls went to voicemail right away. That best friend stealer is going to corrupt my Sakura-chan. Sasuke took a sip of his soda calmly. She is going to be okay. How do you know? Naruto screamed into the poor boy's face. Ino will corrupt her. She is going to teach Sakura-chan bad things. Then Sakura-chan won't want to come home, and she will elope with someone. You're exaggerating. From what Sakura told me about this Ino, I think all they're going to do is shop and have girl talks. But, Sakura-chan is supposed to be here with me, not somewhere else with her. The dark-haired boy watched the blonde from the corner of his eyes and sighed. Just admit it, Dobe. You're lonely. This is the only reason you called me over. No, I'm not. You and Sakura are so alike, when the other is gone, you both call me over. Sasuke set his soda down gently. The only difference is that she actually treats me to a nice meal for hanging out with her, whereas you stuff cup ramen into my face. If you are going to call me over, you should at least stock up on tomatoes. Tomatoes? Naruto gave a long pause. What? You came over to hang out with Sakura-chan? How come I didn't know about that? What did you two do? What did you do to my Sakura-chan? Sasuke shoved Naruto away from his face. We just talked, Dobe. You'd better, Naruto replied as he finally sat down. Can we please watch the movie in peace now? Sasuke muttered. Naruto nodded and turned back to the neglected television. Somewhere else in Konoha Ino's house. Deidara's face was stuck next to his little cousin's bedroom door as he tried to eavesdrop on the girls' conversation. He could only hear little snippets, so he tried to open the door slightly. But before he could turn the knob, Ino swung the door wide open. Her icy eyes glared at him. If you're going to eavesdrop, might as well just knock and come in. He gave her a sheepish grin. Why so nice all of a sudden, yeah? Ino growled as he walked in and shut the door. Even if I kick you, you will come back anyways. Deidara laughed as he entered the room and Sakura greeted him politely since she has finally gotten over meeting her favorite idol. The blonde couldn't stop looking at her face until Ino knocked him over with her foot. Ino sat next to Sakura and stacked several barriers between her friend and cousin as protective measure. So what were you two talking about, yeah? Sakura smiled. Ino and I were discussing about what I should do for the talent portion of the contest. Ino nodded. We got the clothes and stuff, but we have to settle on a talent soon. We only have 2 days left now. I was thinking we could do a song. Idiot, you're a singer, have any advice? I knew it, yeah? She would only let me in if she wanted something from me. Deidara flipped his hair. There is this one song that Rin-senpai sung before. It was a big hit. Ino also flipped her hair. Yura? Wavering. Deidara nodded. Yeah, I think I have the disc somewhere in the house. The blonde dashed out and made a huge ruckus in the living room. He came running back with a disc in hand and handed it to Ino. Play it! The blonde nodded and dropped it into her sound system, and the music blared loud and clearly into the room. All three bobbed their head to the music as Sakura tried to sing along. After hearing the song a few times, Sakura was almost done memorizing the lyrics. Wow, you can learn lyrics so quickly, yeah? Deidara was truly surprised. Unlike you who take days to stare at score sheets, Sakura is actually smart and can remember things easily. Ino jabbed at him, not missing a chance to insult him. Can't you see how mean she is to me? Deidara gave a puppy look to Sakura. And I feed her, yeah? Sakura laughed softly as the pair continued to bicker, but she stopped when she felt her cell phone vibrate. It was a message from Naruto telling her to go to bed early and that he will call in the morning. Looking at the clock, Sakura realized it was indeed quite late. She looked at Ino and Deidara and waved her hand about for their attention. Yes, Sakura-chan? What is it? Sakura. Sakura showed them the time. I think we should sleep soon. Deidara grinned. Okay. He ducked and scooped Sakura into his arms. However, before he could make his escape, Ino grabbed fistfuls of his hair. Ow! Ino didn't release her hold. You have 5 seconds to set her down gently or kiss your hair goodbye. Deidara laughed. Fine, yeah? He turned around, set Sakura down gently, held his arms up, and dashed out of the room. Sakura's face was burning red and she felt weak as she fell onto the floor. Ino rushed to her aid. Are you okay? I think so, she reassured her friend. But I need a break from all this craziness. Day of the contest. Naruto was pacing back and forth in Jiraiya's office and kept checking on his cell phone to see if Sakura had called him. The girl did call him when she was with Ino, but that was 1.5 days ago and he was growing impatient. He wanted to save Sakura a seat at the contest hall, but Jiraiya told him that he had everything set up for her already. Therefore, he had given the extra ticket to Sasuke, who took it reluctantly. Unknown to Naruto, Sasuke's annoying cousin Shirsu had also gotten a ticket from Itachi and would be there to pester him. Naruto, you are going to make a dent on my floor if you keep walking around like that. Jiraiya sighed as he fixed his suffocating tie and asked one of his secretaries to put some powder on his face. Naruto ignored him as he continued pacing since he was all set to go. He had arrived 2 hours ago and all the assistants had attacked him with a white suit, hair gels and a thin layer of makeup. Still, he had to admit that he looked cool. However, the person he wanted to impress was nowhere in sight. Where is Ino, perv? Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a questionable gaze. He didn't figure out that Ino is preparing Sakura for the contest, did he? Why are you asking? Sakura-chan was with her the last time she called me. Naruto replied, completely oblivious to Jiraiya's mini panic attack. I was wondering if they're going to see the contest. They will be there, alright. I don't know. Jiraiya smiled. We should head out soon. The white-haired man took Naruto's cell phone and put it into his own pocket. I will hold on to it until the contest is over. The boy grumbled but didn't fight the man as they got into the company car that would take them to Konoha Stadium, the grandest athletic center in all of Konoha and the Fire region. 2 girls were sitting in one of the special rooms that were prepared for all the contestants. There are many girls entering the contest this year, so several people have to share a room together. Of course, in order to lessen tension and jealousy, curtains cut the rooms into smaller private sections for each contestant. Ino was busy with the final touches of Sakura's makeup and Sakura said obediently while trying to keep her dress clean and neat. The blonde smiled in triumph as she finished with dolling Sakura up. The pinkette whispered quietly. Ino, why didn't you enter? You would win easily. The blonde looked at her friend and laughed. Oh please. I know that already. Besides, when I signed the contract with the pervert, I also agree that I won't enter any contest that would expose my identity until I debut. You, on the other hand, didn't sign such a contract. Sakura nodded. I see. Anyways, how are you feeling? Ino handed Sakura a small cup of water. Your voice is doing okay? Better than ever. Sakura set the now empty cup down. Great, now go check you out at the mirror. See how amazing I'm. Ino pushed her gently toward a mirror and Sakura gasped in surprise. She flung her arms around Ino as she fought her tears, because she didn't want to ruin the wondrous makeup on her face. I never expected I would look this wonderful. Sakura sniffed. Thank you, Ino. The blonde patted her friend's back softly and pushed her back. Don't you dare cry now. You can cry and ruin your makeup after you win. After you win, understand? Sakura bobbed her head up and down. Alright, make sure you don't move about too much, okay? I have to go to my seat now. She gave Sakura a gentle pat on the head. Be confident and think of how proud he would be. Not just Naruto, Ino. Sakura smiled back. For you, Deidara-sama, and everyone else. Ino grinned and waved goodbye as she slipped out of the curtains and ran to the special sitting area where Jiraiya was waiting for her. The man grinned like crazy when the blonde approached. How did it go? Ino gave him a, what do you think? Look, just get your contract already. Naruto jerked when he heard the blonde's voice and ran over the pair. Ino, where is Sakura-chan? Is she here yet? Knowing exactly what to do, she replied. Don't worry, she is here. You will see her soon. What do you mean, Dash? But before Naruto could finish his sentence, an enthusiastic voice boomed from the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 26th annual Miss Konoha contest. Today, in celebration of the founding of our lovable Konoha, we will search for a beautiful and talented girl that will bring happiness to us all. A pair of hands shoved Naruto near a podium. Wait here, Naruto-kun. The blonde nodded and put on a bright big smile. Today, all the media is covering this regional event, and as we all know, this year has the most number of contestants in counting. Why is that? That is because of Naruto Kyuan, the first prize. A blinding light shone down at Naruto, who waved at the screaming audience. Look at that sunlight aura. That golden hair and blue eyes. Who will be the lucky girl to receive his kiss? We'll see. Naruto kept the smile on his face until the light faded. A small sigh escaped his lips as he stepped down the podium and returned to his seat between Ino and Jiraiya. He looked side to side, but he still couldn't see his friend. He looked at one of the screens that filmed the audience and gave a small amused chuckle when he saw Sasuke being bothered by the shursu that he told him about the night before. At least Teen showed up. Ino looked at Naruto out of the corner of her eyes. Just a kiss on the cheek won't kill you, you know? The boy returned her gaze. No, it won't. But it will burn my tongue for weeks, and nothing but Sakura-chan's cooking can cure my illness. Jiraiya held down a chuckle whereas Ino shivered from the cheesiness. Just wait until you see. As the contest progressed, Naruto was growing more bored by the second. He wasn't even looking after the 14th contestant. He seriously had no idea that Konoha was such a big city. He tried to yawn, but Ino had covered his mouth, saying that it was rude. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yet she was the one who criticized every single contestant, but she did make some good points though. Naruto pulled on Jiraiya's long mane. Hey perv, how many contestants are there? The man was too busy staring at some unmentionable parts of the contestants. 60 in total this year. There were never this many in the past, and we had to put a limit at 60. I mean, there is no age limit as long as you are not married and above the age of 16. We had to turn many sad spirits away. He sighed as he returned his attention to the stage. Currently, a young girl was singing and he admitted that her voice wasn't bad, but he was getting really tired. Where is Sakura-chan? Naruto had tried to sneak his phone back earlier, but Jiraiya had caught him and gave the phone to his assistant. Several moments passed and Naruto realized that they had been there for at least 3 hours. He moaned into his hands and had decided to take a nap when he was suddenly jerked awake by the blonde next to him. You have to watch this. What? Naruto looked onto the audience stage to see a girl with brown hair and brown eyes. She was trying to sing, but her nerves seemed to have ruined her chances of winning. So? Not her, just wait. Ino was bubbling up with excitement now. It's the last contestant. Naruto was a bit scared by how Ino was starting to shake, so he focused his eyes on the stage. The voice boomed. Our last contestant. Please welcome 17 years old Haruno Sakura, who will be singing Yura Yura by Rin. Naruto's jaw dropped as the curtains parted and the unmistaken pink tresses peeked out. The audience was silent as Sakura strolled out of the curtains shyly, yet confidently. Her uniquely colored hair was twisted into a fashionable, loose top knot that was covered with gleaming sparkles, while some were left down to frame her heart-shaped face. Her porcelain skin was flawless and smooth, with light dashes of pastel makeup on her face. bright emerald eyes reflected the stage light and her pink full lips were slightly open as she took in a light breath. Her dress was a beautiful shade of red. It had two thin straps on both sides and ruffles that ran down the lower part of the dress. The front was opened, exposing her long legs, while the back was long and trailed behind elegantly. Strapped to her feet were black, laced-up flats since she had protested against high heels. The boy couldn't drag his eyes away and he instantly felt a burst of anger as he imagined how the numerous guys in the audience were probably doing the same thing as him. Sakura's presence demanded attention and Naruto couldn't breathe. Even the girls backstage couldn't tear their eyes away, only a few were stable enough to grumble and gossip. Sasuke, from his seat near the front, gave Sakura a smirk when she saw him and their eyes met. He pointed to the area where Naruto and Ino were sitting, but Sakura didn't dare to look at Naruto. She shut her eyes for a quick second and walked toward the mic waiting for her at the stage. Shirsu, who was also awestruck, could only watch the quick silent exchange between his little cousin and the beautiful girl on the stage with an open mouth. Sakura, after watching the 59 girls before her, took the mic into her hands and spoke into her softly. "Hi, I'm number 60, Harino Sakura. Nice to meet you all, please listen to Yura Yura." "Thank you." The audience, those that recovered, clapped as Sakura squeezed the mic tightly with both hands. She was remembering how Deidara and Ino had helped her during the last 2 days. She was surprised by how fast she improved and only had Ino to thank, since the blonde had dragged her to the studio for the past month and literally forced her to practice singing, before telling her that she had signed her up for the contest, of course. Regardless, Deidara told Sakura that she was a natural singer and there would be plenty of time to practice after she wins and joins NS. Naruto growled when Sakura didn't even try to look for him. He saw her exchange with Sasuke and was furious that she turned toward the stage right after she was done smiling at that team. Ino and Jiraiya had to keep their hands on his shoulders to keep him from running on stage and kidnapping Sakura then and there. Sakura sucked in a breath. "I can do this. I will make them proud," and began singing. "Through the wavering sky, I will spread my wings and fly, searching near and far until I can find you. I know you're close by, and I won't rest till I'm by your side. For I know our love is true. You've been by my side right from the start. So your brief goodbye left a hole in my heart. I've waited for you, but staying here has been so lonely. Please, won't you come back for me? If you're crying and lost inside unfamiliar places, if I can't be there by your side, I know my smile will surely make it. Through the wavering sky, I will spread my wings and fly, searching near and far until I can find you. I know you're close by, and I won't rest till I'm by your side. For I know our love is true." The whole stadium went silent when Sakura finished and returned the mic to the stand. Then a loud uproar echoed in the stadium as people screamed and clapped. Sakura, blushing furiously, bowed several times before escaping back into the curtains. Some girls patted her back encouragingly and told her that she will definitely win. Others tried to sneer, but Sakura's loving aura stopped them from doing so. A girl with jet black hair touched Sakura's loose tresses. "Your hair is real, right?" Sakura nodded. "Yeah. This is amazing." Some girls chorused as they crowded around the blossom. Noticing the mob, several staffs came over to shoo the girls back to the inner part of the backstage area. "The judges are discussing the points and the audiences are entering their votes. Please be patient." Naruto was fighting against Sasuke, who came over from his seat, and Ino, who wouldn't let him find his precious Sakura-chan. "She is backstage. I have to talk to her." "Stop it, Dobe. You're only going to cause uproar." "Yeah, you will see her soon enough." Ino screamed for Jiraiya's assistant to help them restrict Naruto since the man himself had went to the judges' table to discuss with the other honored guests. The voice boomed once more when Ino and Sasuke finally knocked some sense into Naruto and forced him to stay without trying to escape. "Contestants 2, 5, 15, 23, 35, 39, 46, 50, 56, 60, please come onto the stage." Ino bit her lips, Naruto hissed, and Sasuke focused his gaze as Sakura came out onto the stage last, fear and anxiousness clear on her face. "These are our top 10 contestants, but only 3 will remain. The 7 numbers I call now will receive a generous prize. 2, 15, 35, 39, 46, 50, 56, please step forward. Our sponsor, Jiraiya-sama, the CEO of the NS agency, will present your prizes." As the pervert he was, Jiraiya winked at each girl as he placed a flower hoop around their necks and handed them a small box of prizes. None of the girls complained as Jiraiya shook hands with them, since he was such a famous person. When Jiraiya was done, he stepped off the stage and returned to his seat. Only 3 girls were left on the stage, and they were all beautiful. Number 5 was tall and had short purple hair. Her talent was dancing to a danger song. Number 23 was average height with blonde hair and piercing green eyes. She did a traditional dance that amazed the audience since she looked very young. Last but not least, Sakura stood shyly next to the others. Sakura smiled warmly at the other 2. She had talked to them before they all stepped out onto the stage. She found out that number 5's name was Ayumi, and she was a big fan of Danger. She squealed when Sakura said she may be able to get her autograph since Danger sort of befriended her when she served them some homemade tempura. Sakura also learned number 23's name, Kuromi, who was actually much older than she appeared. She was very friendly and told the pair that the main reason she entered was to see how many people could actually figure out her real age. So far, no one had even come close to the right number. All 3 had agreed that there would be no hard feelings regardless of the result. The voice boomed. Ladies and gentlemen, in 3rd place, we have number 5, Ayumi Mitoshi. The audience clapped and cheered as Tsunade, the mayor of Konoha, stepped onto stage and gave Ayumi a red flower hoop and placed a small copper-colored tiara onto her head. Congratulations. Thanks. Sakura was scared now, but she calmed down when she felt Kuromi squeezed her hand encouragingly. She smiled at the shorter woman. From far away, her 3 friends were tense. Although this day has been fun and we have met so many wonderful girls and women alike, it must come to an end and we must choose the 26th Mississippi Konoha. A dramatic pause that made the whole stadium sweats even more. In 1st place, with an overwhelming amount of audience votes, we have the beautiful and talented Haruno Sakura. Congratulations! A deafening scream soared across the audience, and Sakura's eyes widened. Ino screamed in the audience booth, forcing Sasuke to cover his ears as he smirked at the expected victory. Naruto was speechless. Tsunade smiled warmly as she finished greeting Kuromi, and then stood in front of Sakura. She placed a white loop around Sakura's neck and a golden tiara atop of her head. Congratulations, go show the audience what you got! Sakura nodded with a small blush adoring her cheeks. She received a bouquet from Tsunade's assistant, and the woman instructed her to walk around the stage. Ayumi and Kuromi flanked Sakura's sides as the 3 of them walked around the stage 3 times, basking in the cheer and shouts. Finally, Sakura returned to center stage alone. The voice boomed. Now we'll have that kiss! Naruto-kun, please enter! Sakura froze while the entire audience screamed. Some people were eager to see the kiss while some girls were screaming no with all their might. Earlier, while Sakura was circling the stage, Naruto had dashed backstage with Ino and Sasuke trailing behind him. It was time for Naruto to get on stage and present the winner with a kiss, but the boy didn't know what to think. I'm angry that Sakura-chan hid this from me. But I'm happy that she won. I'm even happier knowing that I will be kissing her cheek. I'm so confused. Why do you do this to me, Sakura-chan? The blonde, dressed in his neat white suit, walked onto the stage and the light flashed onto him. His hair gleamed and several girls in the front row nearly fainted. A big smile was on his face and people cheered, but Sakura saw some of the remaining anger in his eyes and panicked. Congratulations, Sakura-chan, Naruto whispered. Thank you, Naruto. A man with a camera told the pair to stand closer. When you're ready. Naruto nodded and swooped in for the kill, his lips pressed onto Sakura's soft cheek and he couldn't help but be intoxicated by the floral smell that surrounded her. A quick flash followed, but Naruto didn't move back for a few extra seconds. Sakura's face was red and Naruto laughed, and he tried to hug the girl, but she was steered away quickly by Ino, who had ran onto the stage. The contest ended just like that, with everyone wondering who Haruno Sakura was and where they could find her. Here. Ino dropped something into Sakura's hands. It was the photo of Naruto kissing her cheek. Blushing furiously, Sakura stuffed it in her planner and put it into her bag. Ino grinned at Sakura's protective measure of not wrinkling the photo as she helped the girl remove her makeup and change back into her regular clothes. The blonde was cleaning up the cosmetics when Sakura's phone suddenly rang. Sakura looked at the caller ID and nearly screamed. My parents! Who is it? My mom and dad. They probably just watched the contest. I didn't tell them about it. Ino laughed. They didn't even know their daughter entered and now she calls them about it after she won. Ha, funny. Ino. The blonde tried to hold back her giggles. Okay, do what you have to do. Sakura picked up the call gingerly and her mom's voice boomed out of the phone. Haruno Sakura, explain yourself right now. Now, don't be so harsh on her. She just wants to surprise us, right Sakura? It was her father's much calmer voice. Yeah, surprise? It was a weak reply. Sakura, I sent you to Konoha to study, not to enter Mississippi Konoha. Mom, I'm studying. Yeah, our daughter is smart. Besides, she won, darling, isn't that wonderful? Mabuki punched her husband far away. Sakura, you should have told us you were entering, instead of trying to give me a heart attack while watching television. Sorry, Mom. Sakura fidgeted. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. Well, as long as you understand. Mabuki's voice softened. You were great, darling. You have to sing more to us when you come home, okay? And great job. I can't believe my sweetheart is Mississippi Konoha. Sakura flushed at her mom's compliment. I will, thanks, Mom. Well, your dad gives you his compliments too. I guess I should let you off the hook and take care of business? Thanks, Mom, call you later. Sakura hung up happily and Ino grinned. Went well? The pinkette nodded as she stood up from her chair. We have to hurry, Sakura. Sasuke won't be able to hold Naruto for long. Where are we going? To that pervert's house. We have a lot of things to discuss. Hope you won't mind missing school tomorrow. Sakura didn't even have time to reply as Ino dragged her out the special rooms, avoided all the reporters, and tossed her into Izumo's car. Jiraiya was already waiting for them and the car drove off before anyone could question where and who Haruno Sakura was. The next morning, Naruto was beyond irritated. He had planned to forgive Sakura after they talked about her reasons for joining the contest and keeping it a secret from him, but he didn't have a chance to see her after Ino took her away. He tried calling, but her line was busy and reporters won't stop asking him about his opinions about the mysterious pink-haired girl. Currently, he was sitting at his desk at school and brooding. He was torn between being angry or worried. Sakura didn't even come home last night, and he felt like a lost puppy. The people around him had to make things worse with their gossip. Who was that girl? Who was that girl that won Mississippi Konoha? Why hasn't the media released anything? All the headlines just say Mississippi 26th Konoha disappeared from stadium. There wasn't even an interview? Oh gosh, she was so pretty, did someone kidnap her? Naruto hissed, those weren't even the worst comments. What he really couldn't endure anymore were the people that pestered him. Hey Naruto, didn't that girl who hung out with you had pink hair? Wasn't her name Sakura something? Mississippi Konoha was her, right? Hey. Naruto. Tell us what she likes. The blonde couldn't take it anymore and slammed his hands down onto the table. I finally know how Sakura-chan feels. Naruto, you okay? He smiled. Just peachy. He whipped out his cell phone as he went onto the rooftop to call Sasuke. The boys stared as Naruto disappeared. His smile was kind of scary. I wonder what is up with him. He got to kiss the girl, didn't he? I'm coming with you. Naruto Promotion 8. I'm coming with you. Jiraiya grinned like a madman as he stared at the contract that Sakura had just signed. For a CEO of such a famous agency, finding two amazing young talents within 1 year is like winning the lottery for a gambler. Now that this is done, welcome to NS, Sakura. Sakura bowed politely and Ino smacked her hard on her back. Lucky that we sneaked you away before any reporters or agencies could get to you. Have you read the headlines yet? They're all wondering how the pink-haired Mississippi Konoha had sneaked away without anyone noticing. People are dying to know more about you. This is so going to boost our popularity. The pinkette looked at her friend with a confused expression. Our popularity? Are we debuting as a group? Jiraiya laughed. Yes, you two have great chemistry. I have big plans, big plans. Sakura smiled happily at Ino. I'm so glad that I would be working with Ino, this won't be so bad. Ino sighed. It is just so much trouble to hide you from the press. They're desperate for any type of information. This is the first time that Mississippi Konoha had vanished from the stadium without a word, you know. Is this bad? Sakura was worried that she had made some form of mistake. No. The mystery will prompt people to figure more out. It is good to put people on cliffs, you know? Ino grinned. The debut of stardom. is one of the most important. Either make it really awful and get better from there or start out great and become unforgettable. I guess we are going for the unforgettable method? Sakura smiled. No doubt about it. The white-haired man had finally filed the papers away and he looked at Sakura. By the way, Sakura, I got your transfer papers done too. You will be going to ANBU on the same day as Naruto after next week, for the new semester. Sakura stilled. Really? Her eyes were gleaming with excitement. He may be a pervert, but he is a pervert with connections. The blonde laughed as she pulled Sakura out of the man's office and dashed into the hallways. She just loved messing with people, just like that time that scared Kakashi away from her for 2 entire weeks. The fear in his one visible eye gave her amusement for so long that she couldn't help herself but scare that man even more. Still, Sakura had told her that Kakashi was a nice person and Ino should try to be nice. Try being the keyword, of course. I am really excited that you are entering ANBU. Ino smiled. I hope we will be in the same class. Sakura agreed. It would be so much fun. By the way, have you told Naruto about this yet? She froze in mid-step. Oh no. My phone died last night, and I didn't tell Naruto that I wouldn't be at school today. He must be worried sick. Suddenly, a menacing gust of wind whipped toward the girls from the opposite end of the hall. It was warm, almost scorching. Ino, sensing what was about to happen, patted Sakura's back encouragingly and ran off into the opposite direction. Just remember about the party. Ino. Sakura tried to follow, but a deep Sakura-chan kept her feet rooted to the ground. The blossom smiled weakly when she turned around. Hey Naruto. How was school today? Those were obviously the wrong words to utter since Naruto's eyes narrowed. Of course you wouldn't know, you weren't there. Well, Jiraiya-san doesn't want me to get unwanted attention. Sakura took 1 step back. Seeing her move, Naruto took 2 steps forward. Right, because you entered and won Mississippi Konoha. Sakura swallowed hard as Naruto backed her further down the hall and her back smacked into a wall. Naruto rubbed some of her hair between his fingers. You cut your hair. His voice was lower than what she was used to and Sakura felt a strong longing for her old bangs that used to protect her in situations like this. Right now, her expressions and eyes were bare against Naruto. Yeah, it looks better now, right? Naruto, you mind backing up a bit, I need space. Sakura's eyes darted side to side. The boy only leaned closer. Why did you join? Sakura was starting to panic. Naruto has been acting stranger by the day. Ino and Jiraiya-san thought it would boost my popularity. Your popularity? For what? Naruto didn't even have to ask. Sakura gulped. I just signed a contract to become a NS talent. His entire body stilled and Sakura tried to duck underneath his arms to escape, but he recovered before she could move away. With white and blue eyes, Naruto screamed. You what? The loud scream echoed through every hall within the NS building. Jiraiya laughed as he sorted his papers. Ino ducked underneath the table next to Kakashi. Rin took off her headphones and wondered whose voice it was. Itachi almost dropped his dango. Sasori was looking around. Deidara grinned cheekily. Kisame grabbed onto Haiden, who cussed and pushed him off. Kakuza looked at them calmly. The agency is so cheap. We don't even have soundproof walls. Naruto shut his eyes tightly. What did you say? I'm sure I heard you wrong, Sakura-chan. Sakura rubbed her fingers nervously. You didn't hear me wrong. I joined NS Naruto. I will be working with Ino as a dual group. So you decided to be a singer now, huh? Naruto sounded hurt as he finally backed away from Sakura's private space. Suddenly missing his closeness, Sakura grabbed onto the front of his orange shirt. I did this so I can go to ANBU with you. Tears brimmed her eyes. I didn't want to part with you. Sakura pulled Naruto closer as she whimpered against his chest. Dumbstruck, the blonde didn't know what to do. When things finally clicked in his mind, he wrapped his arms tightly around Sakura. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere, Sakura-chan. We'll always be together. They stayed in an embrace for a few more minutes until Sakura pushed Naruto away abruptly. Naruto gave her a puppy look and laughed. Thank goodness he is back to his own self, he was so scary just now. Naruto held out his hand to Sakura. Let's go home now. The blossom nodded happily as she linked her fingers with Naruto, but she jerked back when she suddenly remembered something very important. Wait, not yet, Naruto. Taken aback by the loss of contact, Naruto scowled. What now, Sakura-chan? You haven't been home for days. Even team had been at the house more than you have. Sakura laughed. There is a celebration party in the back assembly room. I did win Mississippi Konoha, you know. Wait, isn't the celebration supposed to be held at the city hall? Why are you doing it here? Jiraiya-san wanted to keep my identity under wraps until the press conference in a few days. Ino and I will be debuting as a group. Sakura explained as she led Naruto toward the assembly room. Naruto scratched his head. This sure is fast. I thought singers needed a long time to train. I thought of the same thing, but apparently I did train for a while with Ino and Jiraiya thinks I'm ready. Naruto nodded. Remember how wonderful Sakura's voice was? He does have a good eye for stars. I suppose he is right. He held back a sigh. Of course he has a good eye, which is why I was trying so hard to hide you away from him. But you had to sneak out when I'm not looking and let the world see how great you're. The pair arrived at a huge closed door, but they could hear the loud music booming from inside and voices talking. When Sakura pushed the door open, all the people within turned and greeted her with big smiles and words of congratulations. Sakura was surprised at the amount of people and the familiar faces that she had seen in magazines and billboards. Ino walked to her side and pointed at Naruto as she whispered softly. All done? Sakura smiled. Yeah. Sakura-chan, yeah. Another blonde ran over and enveloped the shocked girl in a big hug. I knew you would win. Let go of her. Ino punched Deidara hard on the head and Naruto's eyes twitched when he realized that the other blonde wasn't planning on letting go. Deidara. A smooth voice called out. Let her go. He grinned as he set Sakura down nicely. Dana, this is Sakura-chan. Sakura-chan, this is Sasori Dana. A redhead, slightly shorter than Deidara, approached and gave Sakura a small smile. Congratulations on your win, Sakura-san. Your voice was beautiful. The blossom blushed and thanked him as she shook his hand. Behind Sasori came several more Akatsuki members, Kisame, Itachi, and Zetsu. The tallest one with blue hair's pointy toothy smile was scary, but he was very friendly as he patted Sakura's head approvingly. Zetsu looked her up and down and confessed that she did deserve the victory. Itachi kissed her hand. Congratulations and thank you for caring for my foolish brother. Your foolish brother is right here. Sasuke growled as he appeared from somewhere in the crowd. Good job, Sakura. Sakura gave him a quick hug and thanked him. After Sasuke was done, some more people came over to speak with Sakura. Suigetsu, Jugo, and Karen came over to say hi. I hate to admit it, but your voice was nice, Karen said with a huff. Sakura blushed. Suigetsu elbowed the glasses girl. You're just jealous that she is cute, has a good voice, and can cook. Karen's eyebrow twitched as she sucker-punched the toothy singer into the wall. Fearing for the pinkette, some other staffs took Sakura away from danger and congratulated her quietly. Hearing the noises and seeing the pink head, Rinwa laked over the group. Some people opened a path for her, and she thanked them with a small smile. She tapped Sakura's shoulder softly and the girl gasped at the brown-haired woman smiling at her. Rin-sama! Rin laughed. Rin-senpai will do. No need for that much formality. Yes, Rin-senpai! Sakura couldn't believe she was talking to one of the best singer of her lifetime. You sung my song really well. Rin grinned. Glad you used my song to win. Yes, thank you so much for creating such a wonderful song. Sakura bowed politely, making Rin laugh even more. Keep working hard, you hear me? Sakura nodded happily as Rin walked away to talk to someone else in the crowd. Kakashi-san? Are they friends? She was still wondering about the pair conversing when she heard Jiraiya's voice boom over the speakers. Thank you all for coming to the celebration and welcome party of our newest family member, Haruno Sakura-chan. Please welcome her onto the stage for a few words. People near Sakura immediately moved to the side and Deidara popped out of nowhere to lead her toward the stage. They all laughed at Deidara's efforts and Sakura's red face. The blonde released his hold on her hand when they reached the edge of the stage and Sakura walked toward the microphone as she desperately thought of something to say. She took in a deep breath and looked at all the people waiting for her to speak. At this moment, Sakura realized that she had just joined one of the most famous talent agency, and many famous and popular people will be teaching and guiding her in this dog-eat-dog world. She smiled. Thank you everyone! Without Ino, Deidara-sama, and Jiraiya-san, I wouldn't have entered Mississippi Konoha and received the honor of being the winner. Today I will be joining this family and I hope that we can all work together happily. Since I'm the newest addition, I have much to learn, so please be kind to me. Sakura bowed politely and people were beginning to clap when she remembered something very important. She jerked her head back up, surprising everyone. Also, Naruto is also a new addition to the NS family. He is my childhood friend that helped me get to this place, so please take care of both of us. She bowed once again and the people broke out in laughter. You're so cute, Sakura! Someone called from the audience. Don't worry, we got you two covered. It was another voice. Blushing, Sakura bowed again and walked off the stage quickly. Deidara, who was laughing hard, was waiting for her. Since you won such an amazing title, yeah, I will sing for you. I'm your favorite out of Akatsuki, right? Sakura didn't want to tell him that she liked them all equally, and she favors him because he resembles Naruto with his blonde hair and blue eyes, so she nodded. Which song do you want to hear, yeah? Sakura tried to think through the blaring music and smiled. Believe in Heaven! Deidara was surprised. Never thought you were a fan of rock music. Is that bad? Sakura asked softly. Nope, makes me want to attack you even more. Deidara screamed as he tried to jump her, but two pairs of hands pulled him away just in time. Itachi and Sasori tossed the blonde toward Kisame, who was waiting on the stage. Haiden was warming up on the drums and Kakuzu was putting his bass's strap around his neck. After dropping Deidara near the microphone, Kisame joined Zetsu on the side with the guitar. Itachi and Sasori helped Sakura maneuver through the crowd and returned her to Ino's side. They were also main singers of Akatsuki, so they don't have any role in Deidara's solo. The blonde smirked as he got into his professional mode and swung the mic toward him. Ready? The audience cheered with the exception of Ino, who growled, and some of the guys who remained indifferent. Kisame and Zetsu started the music with an amazing guitar solo, and Deidara winked at Sakura before he opened his mouth. On the road bathed in the moonlight that split the deep mist. Everyone is lost, wandering towards tomorrow. In the city of loneliness, even the handed-down legends begin to pass through the oppressive darkness. We are on a journey, crossing the endless sky even if we are hurt. We will surely make it, so I want to keep praying. Believe in heaven. In the days when sadness swirls about, even angels would shed tears. If you awaken the feelings that were sleeping in the sea of memories, you will hear the voice of God. Beyond the distant sea, we continue to swim, seeking the answer. I won't forget the promise that has been shining in my heart since that day. Believe in heaven. Guitar solo. Even the stardust that keeps falling into night's abyss finds the answer and shines, right? We are on a journey, crossing the endless sky, even if we are hurt. We will surely make it, so I want to keep praying. Beyond the distant sea, we continue to swim, seeking the answer. I won't forget the promise that has been shining in my heart since that day. Believe in heaven. The audience cheered as Deidara grinned cheekily at Sakura, who was amazed by the live performance. Deidara was a real singer that didn't rely on auto-tunes. He spoke into the mic. How was the song, Sakura-chan? Sakura clapped furiously in amazement. Amazing! He grinned and hopped off the stage. He ran toward the girls and was about to tackle Sakura when Sasori and Itachi intercepted him again. You guys are no fun, yeah? Yamanaka-san, please take Haruno-san somewhere safe while we restrain him. Itachi spoke politely as Ino pulled Sakura away. The crowd laughed at Deidara's dejected expression. When the pair finally had gotten far away from the Akatsuki, Sakura noticed that some other people were starting to occupy the stage and singing more songs to liven up the mood. Even Rin was singing one of her singles to congratulate Sakura's win. The Blossom couldn't stop the surge of happy feelings as she talked with every person in the room. Ino was dragging her from person in person for hours. However, happy times always have to come to an end. Many people had already left since it was getting late. Some of the staffs with cleaning duties were already starting their work, so Sakura walked over to Jiraiya. Is it alright for me to leave now? Sakura asked softly. However, she realized that Jiraiya was drunk as he muttered. Yeah, do whatever you want. Ha! Ino pulled Sakura aside and whispered. I have to go, too. That idiot has work tomorrow, so we will be leaving now. Sakura waved goodbye as she watched Ino drag her cousin away. She looked around but couldn't find the pair of familiar blue eyes. She had wanted to speak with Naruto, But Ino kept taking her from person to person, and Sakura was too kind to stop talking with people that only wanted to congratulate her. The Blossom noticed Sasuke watching her from a corner and walked to his side quickly. Sasuke. The dobe left early. Sasuke cut her off. I'll see you home. Sakura remained quiet as the raven-haired boy led her out of the building and into the night. Sakura and Naruto's house was a close 20 minutes walk from the agency. The girl looked at the boy, her question caught in her throat. Knowing what she was thinking, Sasuke spoke. It's not your fault. Huh? He was just jealous. Jealous? Yes. What? Why? Sasuke looked at Sakura from the corner of his eyes. He does things without thinking, but won't tell her his feelings. She is too smart for her own good, but she can't even see his feelings for her. What the beep is wrong with these two? Sasuke-kun, you didn't answer my question. He just is. Sasuke didn't want to say any more since they had arrived at the apartment. Sakura thanked him and invited him inside, but Sasuke waved her off and left without a word. She was slightly confused by his words, but entered the house regardless. The first thing that Sakura noticed when she entered the house was that it was eerily silent and dark. She flipped the lights on and gasped when she saw Naruto staring at her from the couch. The same scary aura that surrounded him earlier this evening had returned full force. Sakura-chan. Naruto. Sakura walked toward him. Are you alright? Why did you leave early? I wasn't having fun, Sakura-chan. But you think everything is fun? Not when everyone was snatching you away. Naruto turned his head so Sakura couldn't look him in the eyes. Remembering what Sasuke had just told her, Sakura asked softly. Were you jealous? Naruto turned rigid and Sakura knew she had hit the mark. Why? You should know why. I don't. Whoa! Naruto leaned forward and pulled Sakura into his arms. He squeezed her tightly against him as his head rested against her shoulder. All those people were talking with you, touching your hands, singing for you, making you laugh. You didn't even remember me in the beginning of your little speech. Sakura, for some reasons unknown to herself, laughed. She wrapped both arms around Naruto's head and rubbed her cheek against his soft blonde hair. Ah, you're so cute, Naruto. Naruto pulled back. This isn't a laughing matter, Sakura-chan. I'm sorry, but you are so cute when you talk like that. Don't worry, Naruto. We'll always be together. I will be going to ANBU with you, remember? Don't be jealous anymore, okay? He could only sigh to himself as Sakura untangled herself from him and walked into her room. Naruto rubbed his hair like crazy as he thought. Argh. When that stupid team acted all possessive, she called him cool. When I act like that, she calls me cute. Where is the justice? Dazzle. Naruto Promotion 9. Dazzle. A raven-haired boy sighed in boredom as he walked down the halls of the photo shoot building. Many staffs were watching him without discreet and whispering little comments that he could hear clearly. Sasuke huffed as he slipped both hands into his jean pockets. Ugh, these people don't have in it. Hang better to do they? Just as he was about to turn a corner, he nearly bumped into another dark-haired and pale boy. His eyes were black and expressionless, and Sasuke narrowed his eyes when he noticed the fake smile plastered onto the guy's face. Sigh. Sasuke stated calmly as the other smiled at him. Uchiha's brother, what are you doing here? His voice was cold. Sasuke pointed to the staff pass hanging around his neck. Here with someone. Rapid footsteps jolted the both of them out of the tension. Yo, team. There you are. Sai looked behind Sasuke and noticed the blonde running towards them. He smiled again. I see you're here with the newbie. I guess I will see you later. He narrowly missed bumping shoulders with Sasuke as he left. Sasuke only glared at his back. Who was that? Naruto pointed toward the direction that the stranger had disappeared to. Just some model. Sasuke replied. If he wasn't irritated earlier, he definitely was now. He had disliked Sai when he first met that cocky, an ego-inflated guy at one of his brother's photo shoots. Sasuke growled. Why did I listen to Sakura and let her convince me into coming here to watch over the dobe? Ah. Team? Naruto was a bit concerned by Sasuke's sudden colder-than-usual demeanor. Sasuke looked at Naruto tiredly. Go get dressed for your shoot already. The faster we finish up here, the faster we can rush over to Sakura's press conference. Naruto grinned. You bet. And ran off somewhere down the halls. He was ushered into a dressing booth by an assistant, and Naruto gagged at the clothes that he would have to wear. With reluctance, he slipped on a tight dark jean, a loose white shirt, and a dark leather jacket. He hated such dull colors and instantly missed his orange pajamas back home. When he stepped out, he tried to smile as some makeup artists squealed at how cool he looked. Naruto held in his complaints as they covered his face and hair with products unknown to him. Once the people deemed he was ready for the camera, someone came and took him the set. Naruto looked around and noticed Sasuke standing by the side with one of his law and justice textbooks in hand. He couldn't wait to tease him about his Sasuke-ness, but all his amusing thoughts flew out the window when he saw the pale guy from earlier enter the room. He was dressed in a similar fashion as Naruto, but the atmosphere surrounding him was different. Naruto shivered at the coldness that the guy radiated off. Seeing the blonde from the corner of his eyes, Sai walked in front of Naruto and greeted him with a fake smile. "I'm Sai, you must be Naruto. We'll be working together today." Naruto nodded. "Yeah, sure." An assistant came over and directed the pair toward the set where the cameraman was waiting. "Just think, fall." He cooed. "And be natural." The cameras began to flash and Naruto was trying his best to pose as naturally as possible, but the fake smiles of the guy next to him made him hesitate. Noticing the lack of excitement from Naruto, the cameraman stopped his work. "Naruto-kun, please be natural and give me some of that sun-like aura you always have." Naruto was startled and he noticed how most of the crew was looking at him with worried expressions. Some were whispering and one stepped up to ask if he needed a break. He nodded and walked away from the lights, ignoring the cold black eyes that were staring into his back. Naruto slumped into a nearby chair and Sasuke waved a bottle of water in his face. "Thanks, team." Sasuke sat down in a nearby chair. "That guy has been modeling for a long time. I heard that he used to be very lively, but something happened a few years ago and turned him into that. No one knows what happened, but as long as that didn't affect his work, no one really cared." "Affect this work?" Naruto nearly choked. "He is like a walking ice cube that is threatening to kill everyone in his way. He is even colder than you." Sasuke held himself back from punching Naruto for insulting him. "Well, if you're a girl, just looking at a poster or watching TV, you won't know. Besides, some people like his coldness." Naruto hissed. "I won't lose to someone like him." He stood up and flung his half-empty bottle to Sasuke. "I'm here to make people happy, not to scare them like that guy." The brunette smirked. "Don't forget that Sakura's press conference is in 2 hours." Naruto grinned and ran back onto set, fully charged with power. The cameraman sighed in relief when he saw how pumped up the boy was and began calling out random poses as he snapped more pictures. Sai, watching Naruto from the corner of his eyes, was curious about how the newbie could recover so fast. With the help of Naruto's sudden burst of energy, the shoot ended quickly and successfully. The blonde literally ran into his changing room, shrugged off the constricting clothes, splashed off the makeup in a hurry, and dashed back out to meet Sasuke in less than 10 minutes. Some of the crew members laughed at the boy's speed while others lectured him and told him to be more careful when he runs around in the halls recklessly. Sai, still dressed in his photo shoot clothes, continued to observe silently from the side. "Let's go, team." Naruto was smiling crazily. "Izumo is waiting outside." The pair said goodbye to the cameraman and a few more staffs before they exited the room. Confused by the blonde's excitement and the pair's eagerness to leave, Sai asked a nearby assistant, "Does Naruto have another schedule?" The shorter woman shook her head. "I don't know, Sai, but there is no more shoot going on in this building." Another woman who heard Sai's question came over. "I heard that there is a really big conference being held by NS's Jiraiya-san. Naruto is a NS talent, he may be attending that conference." The previous woman nodded. "That must be it. I heard that this conference has something to do with the mysterious Mississippi Konoha. Oh gosh. I must hurry home. I heard that the conference is going to be live." Sai watched as the pair left his side and rubbed his chin in curiosity. Mississippi Konoha and NS? Interesting. A crowd of people had gathered outside the main entrance of the NS building. Some were flashing cameras and others were trying to snag an interview with anyone that seemed to know something about the conference. Securities hissed as they tried to force the people back. "Please. We will let more people in once we make more room in the conference room. Patience." As if they didn't hear any of the guards, more people tried to push through. Knowing that there was no possible way for Naruto and Sasuke to enter through the front, Izumo drove the car to the back of the building. There waiting for them was Kotetsu. He greeted the boys and led them into the building as his best friend drove away. Kotetsu, you should have seen the front, Naruto exclaimed as they got closer to their destination. Please, Naruto. You should see the room first. More reporters than we expected showed up and we had to make more space. He whispered as he led the pair to a waiting room with a flat-screen television that was showing the live press conference. Hey, why can't we go in there? Naruto asked as Kotetsu closed the room's doors. Dobe, it is crowded in there, Sasuke replied. And you will get unwanted attention. Kotetsu nodded. Naruto, you joined NS a few months ago, and your popularity skyrocketed. If you are there, things will become chaotic. The blonde sighed and sat down without objection because he knew that the two of them were right. His appearance would only make Sakura more nervous, and Ino had warned him that once Sakura debuts, he had to be careful with their public interaction. I hate this. Somewhere else in the building, a pink-haired girl was staring at her reflection in the mirror and fighting her nerves. She was nervous and excited at the same time. A gentle finger traced the outline of her face on the glass as she breathed in and out. Another pale finger reached out and wrapped itself around the moving finger. Sakura turned and stared into Ino's ice blue eyes. The blonde gave her a stern, yet comforting, smile. It will be fine. Sakura nodded as Ino released her hand. Is he here yet? Jiraiya said they are watching from another room right now. The pinkette swallowed hard as her friend patted her shoulder encouragingly. You stood on that stage with confidence by yourself. This time, I'm by your side. Don't be scared. Just answer what you can and leave the rest to us. Sakura nodded once more as one of Jiraiya's assistants entered the room and told them it was about time to go. The pair nodded as they followed him out. Out in the conference room was a huge mass of reporters and other media-related personnel. They were talking among themselves and trying to find the best angles to take pictures. It was simply loud and heated in the room and people were growing restless. Finally, the lights dimmed and everyone settled down in their chairs. White lights brightened the stage, where a long, decorated table and chairs were waiting. A man with a mane of white, bushy hair stepped onto stage and people began snapping pictures. He sat down calmly on the far right of the table and lifted up the microphone in front of him. He cleared his throat. Welcome. Welcome. This is Jiraiya, CEO of NS, as you all know. People clapped loudly and he waited patiently. Today we are having a press conference to discuss about the newest addition to the NS family. Someone blurted out. Is this about Mississippi Konoha? Did NS recruit her? It was another voice. Jiraiya hid his irritation with a big smile. Questions will be taken later. Once the crowd went silent again, Jiraiya continued. People have been curious about the identity of Mississippi Hirono Sakura, the winner of the 26th annual Mississippi Konoha contest, but be curious no longer. NS Pre. Sent to you the newest dual idol group, Dazzle. Dazzle will debut under NS next month, so be prepared. My girls, Ino and Sakura will attract the world's attention like no one else. Please welcome them. The crowd waited anxiously as a figure stepped up onto the stage. Long platinum gold hair swayed from side to side and glistened under the bright light. She was wearing a short dark purple dress and black flats. Long legs guided her to the chair next to Jiraiya and the reporters snapped many photos when she finally turned to see everyone. Piercing light blue eyes stopped many people's breaths. She was beautiful and elegant, like a goddess. She smiled and several people in the front row felt their legs go weak. I'm Yamanaka Ino. She spoke clearly into the microphone and people instantly knew that Dazzle would be a real singing group that relies on raw talent. Watching Ino from below the stage, Sakura suddenly felt scared. She doesn't want to mess up or disappoint anyone, but the proud look that Jiraiya gave her from the stage was reassuring. I won't mess up. I'm Mississippi Konoha. With a sudden surge of confidence, the Blossom stepped onto the stage in the same manner as Ino. However, her movement was more similar to a fairy's grace than a goddess' elegance. The crowd, once again, went into a photo-snapping frenzy. Her soft pink hair was left loose around her shoulder and back and people couldn't stop staring at its unique color. Sakura was dressed in a similar manner, but instead of violet and black, she was wearing red and white. She walked gracefully and turned when she reached Ino's side. Light makeup illuminated her milky white face and bright green eyes. Her eyes were much softer than Ino's that radiated off power. She smiled and most of the male reporters blushed like high school girls. The blossom was just as beautiful and the pair made a deadly duel. Ino handed her mic to Sakura, who took it with a small thank you. I'm Haruno Sakura. Her voice rung out and people were completely certain that she was indeed the singer that won their hearts during the contest. Sakura and Ino counted to 3 in their heads and bowed in unison before they sat down side by side next to Jiraiya. Some reporters finally recovered from shock and returned to taking more pictures. Jiraiya waited for a minute and began speaking. As I have mentioned, the pair of ladies next to me will soon debut as Dazzle. Ino-chan and Sakura-chan will surely win your hearts if they haven't already. Also, Sakura-chan here is indeed the 26th Mississippi Konoha. A man from the front quickly spoke up when Jiraiya quieted down. Haruno-san, did you already sign a contract with NS before entering the contest? I signed the contract with NS after I won. Be calm, be honest, be calm. Why NS? Was it your dream to become a singer? I'm best friend with Ino, and she encouraged to join NS and sing with her. Sakura was trying to direct some attention to the blonde that was waiting patiently for once in her life. A reporter called out. What prompted you to enter Mississippi Konoha? Sakura turned to Ino, who answered. Sakura wasn't sure about joining NS in the beginning because she is too humble. We decided that joining Mississippi Konoha would help build her confidence, and I knew that she would win without problems. Haruno-san. Haruno-san. Yamanaka-san. The questions went on, but both Ino and Sakura answered them flawlessly. They teased and complimented each other continuously, and the reporters couldn't stop themselves from taking notes on their close bond. Sakura was having a lot of fun with the blonde and vice versa. Their answers were honest and direct, and Jiraiya could only smile to himself at how well they were doing. Everything was fine and the conference was about to end when a voice asked. Haruno-san. As the winner of the Mississippi Konoha contest, you received a kiss on the cheek from Naruto-kun, who is also a NS talent. How was the kiss? How does it feel to be working with him now? Naruto had been smiling like a fool during the whole conference, but he grew anxious and worried when he heard that question. He didn't know what Sakura would say and was squeezing his legs tightly. Sasuke smacked him hard on the back and continued watching without breaking a sweat. Ino stilled. Oh no! We didn't prepare for a question like that. Jiraiya also stilled for a second and was about to answer for her, but Sakura beat him to it. Naruto? He is a good friend. Sakura smiled warmly and the person who asked the question blushed. We attend the same high school and knew each other before he joined NS. I actually met Jiraiya-san and Ino when I came to visit him at work. You could say that he helped me become the Sakura you see right here. I'm very happy to be working with him. Jiraiya sighed in relief. Smart girl. She ignored the kiss part and included the part about going to school together. There is no doubt that people would dig up old stuff, but now that she had stated the truth so clearly, people can't use that to make scandal. Sakura set her mic down and smiled at Ino as the blonde calmed down. Sasuke smirked at the answer, but Naruto was brooding. Dobe, that is an honest answer. He was taunting his friend. I know. Naruto hissed. Which is why I'm not happy. Jiraiya wrapped up the conference after the reporters asked the girls a few more questions. The pair got up and stood in front of the crowd to get their photos taken as they posed together. Ino had teased Sakura about being a natural when they practiced the night before, and Sakura replied seriously that she learned everything from magazines. They tried to hold back their laughter as they remembered their practice moments as cameras continued to flash in their faces. After several minutes, Jiraiya asked them to leave the stage as he addressed the reporters with a few final words. Instead of feeling relief that their work was over, the mob was actually disappointed about leaving because they had wanted to bathe in Ino and Sakura's warm aura for a bit longer. As soon as they got off the stage, Ino and Sakura headed back to their changing room. Ino grinned. We did it. That wasn't so bad. Sakura nodded in agreement. When they arrived at their door, Sakura immediately noticed the gold and raven-haired boys. She ran over and wrapped one arm around each of her friends. They both returned her embrace and Naruto laughed. You were great, Sakura-chan. Thank you, Naruto. She released them both, but only Sasuke backed away. Ino gave Naruto a look as she literally took Sakura from his arms and dragged her into the changing room. Naruto hissed when he realized he couldn't follow them, and Sasuke thanked the gods that Naruto actually had some common sense. After what seemed like hours to the blonde, the pair finally exited the room. Most of their makeup was gone and they were dressed in their regular clothes, but they were still dazzling. Ino gave Sakura a quick hug as she took off in another direction with an evil grin on her face. As Sakura watched her go, she thought, "Per Kakashi-san, he had better found a safer hiding place." Naruto took Sakura's hand when he noticed she wasn't looking at them. "Let's go home." Sakura stared at his blue eyes and Naruto finally admitted that Ino did the right thing when she cut Sakura's bangs. He loved Sakura's innocent emerald orbs, but he didn't want to forcefully cut her bangs in the past. "I guess I'll let this one slide, Ino." "Yeah, let's go home." Sakura smiled as she held both boys' hands and led them away. ANBU. Naruto Promotion 10. ANBU. Naruto yawned and released a tired groan. He was dressed in his new, much more expensive, school uniform, but he couldn't care less about whether he wrinkled it or not. On the other hand, Sakura was busy straightening out her skirt and finger-combing some of Naruto's stray hair. As she fussed over his attire and appearance, Naruto sighed. "Sakura-chan, I already don't like this school. It is so much further than Konoha High from our house and the uniform is so complicated. I wanted to sleep." Sakura immediately gasped. "How can you say that, Naruto? NBU is a great school. It is a good change for us. Just look at it." The boy sighed and opened his tired eyes a bit wider. Sakura smiled as she admired the front of the school in all its glory. A large gate surrounded the school and protected it from any intruders. The walls are tall and sparkling clean. Beyond the walls was the school building itself. It stood tall and proud and any passerby can feel the air of stars and celebrities that radiated out. When Sakura's eyes finally returned to the gate, she noticed a blonde waving at her. "I was wondering when you two would show up." Ino greeted as she gave Sakura a big warm hug. "Ino, thanks for waiting for us." Sakura smiled happily as she released her girl best friend. Naruto watched the exchange with a slight twitch in his eyes, but he had gotten much better at handling Inosaka moments. He knew that they're best friends and that best friends can act clingy all they want. However, when he attempted to be clingy with Sasuke, the raven-haired boy had shoved him head first onto the ground. Naruto shuddered at the painful memory. "You nervous?" Ino asked. He looked at her. "No. Why would I be?" "Good," Ino replied as she looped an arm around Sakura's. "Follow me, the pervert told me to take you two to the office as soon as you two arrive." The pair listened quietly as Ino continued. "Our school is pretty big, so if you two ever need help, you guys can call me. Everyone else all have something stuck up their nose and butt and whatever, so they'll probably not help you." "Okay, fine, maybe someone will help you guys. There are a lot rich kids in the school, you know, special family influences and stuff. Anyways, NBU is actually separated into different sectors. There is the current idle sector, which we're in, and the entitled sector, and so on. Within each sector, there are different classes for each person's need." She smiled at Sakura. "We'll probably be together a lot since we are both singers." "What about me?" Naruto really didn't want to be separated from Sakura. "You'll probably study with other models. I heard that the pervert signed you up for some acting classes. Who knows, maybe you will be an actor in the future." Ino shrugged her shoulders carelessly. Wadash. Ino interrupted him when she saw the white door that opened into a huge office. She pushed it open and the pair behind her was shocked at what they saw. Inside the room were desks and mini cubicles that separated each person's workspace, but it was nothing like the old office back at Konoha High. Photos of all types of celebrities, flowers, cards, and other personal objects littered the room. Some of the staffs that had already arrived for work were either talking with each other or decorating their desks with new presents that students gave them. Each of them was outstanding in their own way. It was as if they were stars themselves. Naruto had his mouth hanging open, while Sakura was staring more discreetly. Oblivious to the pair's reaction, Ino brought them to another door within the office. She knocked softly and a loud voice called, "Come in." With a grin, Ino pushed the door open and Sakura and Naruto stepped in curiously. "Mr. B, I brought Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto." "Ah, the transfer students." A big dark man with blonde hair and sunglasses grinned at the pair. "Welcome to ANBU. What a flashy dude." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "He looks interesting." Sakura was excited. "My two newest students. The sun-like model Naruto-kun and young Mississippi Konoha Sakura-chan." His voice boomed like a DJ's. "That Jiraiya sure know how to pick them. One with bright yellow hair and the other with unique pink." "Haha, The man laughed like crazy, stopped, and became extremely serious. I'm Killer B. He paused and glared at the pair that stood before him without any reaction. He coughed and Ino leaned sideways and whispered into Sakura's ear. That was your cue to cheer and say he was the best rapper ever. Sakura racked her brain, trying to remember if there was any rapper by that name. Naruto, who was starting to hate the creepy look that the man was harboring, clapped his hands. Is it really Killer B? The best rapper ever? Following his cues, Sakura cheered. You are the best. The Bee glowered at the pair. Thanks for trying. Naruto and Sakura's sweat dropped and Ino spoke up. They were living in the countryside before they went to Konoha High earlier this year. It is only natural that they don't know who you are. The man's gloomy face suddenly turned bright again. You two must have lived in a cave or something, right? Naruto growled. We were living in nice big houses and had a lot of fun. My parents sung to us when we wanted to listen to music. Oh, really? Oh, really? Naruto had stepped forward and the Bee had stood up. They were having a staring contest. Noticing that they weren't getting anywhere, Ino stepped in between them and hissed. Principal B, can we get on with it? We don't have all day. He turned his gaze away from the blonde's blue eyes and returned to his chair. All right. I'm Killer B, a famous rapper dash. Retired? Ino added as a side note. He glared at Ino, who grinned. And the principal of this wonderful, spectacular school. From what I understood from my good old buddy, you two will be entering the idol sector. However, due to the popularity of ANBU, I couldn't fit both of you in the same class. Naruto gave a big groan while Sakura frowned slightly. Sakura-chan will be in class S2 with Ino-chan and Naruto-kun will be right next door in class S3. Ino-chan, can you take them to their classrooms? Ino nodded and opened the door. Sakura bowed her goodbye politely whereas Naruto just stomped out of the room. Killer B just smirked as they all exited and Ino closed the door firmly. Such nice kids. I can't wait to see what they will do. As the three of them walked down the corridor, Naruto asked, why can't he just move someone and let Sakura-chan and I be in the same room? Sakura whacked him. Naruto. That is really selfish of you. He rubbed his head. But Sakura-chan, the whole reason you joined NS was to be with me, right? This isn't fair. Ino tried to elbow him and hissed when Naruto dodged. She also came to be with me. You will see her later anyways, you clingy leech. What did you just call me? Sakura was trying to push the pair apart when a door opened abruptly. Many heads were trying to peek outside and a woman with spiky, tied-up purple hair walked out. She grinned at them evilly. First of all, you three were late. Second, you three are loud and disruptive. Third, if you have already arrived at your class, go in instead of arguing and starting a fight outside. Ino looked her calmly. Sorry, I was asked to take the new students to their classrooms. One of them wasn't cooperating. Naruto grumbled on the side while Sakura apologized. We're terribly sorry. The woman analyzed the new faces through the corner of her eyes. New students? Ino nodded and pulled Sakura closer to herself. Yeah. This is Harino Sakura. At that moment, every student within the room started talking among themselves. Little snippets of pink hair, pretty, fake, and other whatnots flowed out the open door. The woman turned around with a glare, and the whole class quieted down. And him? He is Naruto. He is in the next class. The class murmured once again. All right, since you three have arrived. Go to class. Naruto, being his rebellious self, wanted to make a witty comeback, but the purple-haired woman had already pulled Sakura and Ino into her room and slammed the door in his face. With no other choice, Naruto signed and looked around for his class. He noticed a S3 sign down the hall and walked toward it while wondering when lunch was. Sakura stood in front of the class and swallowed heavily. Ino had gone to her seat near the back and Sakura was by herself. The pinkette felt both positive and negative gazes directed at her, and was fighting a mini panic attack. I'm Anko Midarashi. The woman stated. I'm S2's instructor, and I like dangos and snakes. I am a dance composer. Introduce yourself. Sakura nodded and looked at the class with all the confidence she had. Hi, I'm Harino Sakura. I'm a new student here and hope that we can get along. She bowed and gave everyone a beautiful smile. Some hearts immediately melted and most envious souls calmed. A dark-haired boy from the back screamed, Can I have your number, Mississippi Konoha? He had a toothy grin and other boys cheered at his bold question. Sakura was surprised and didn't know how to reply. What is your sign, Mississippi Konoha? It was a different boy who looked even cheekier than the previous. The boys roared and Anko smacked her desk loudly. A girl with twin brown buns in her hair grinned. What is your favorite food? Sakura saw the genuine kindness in the girl's eyes and returned the smile. I like sweets and fruits. And Mitsu is my favorite food. Ino smirked to herself when she noticed some of the guys quickly scribbled down Sakura's answer. Alright, Haruno-san, please take a seat at the empty desk next to. Anko sighed. Yamanaka-san, did you force someone to trade seats with you again? Ino faked her innocence as Sakura sat down beside her with a happy expression. What are you talking about, sensei? I have always sat here. The woman sighed and returned to teaching her class. Let's, once again, begin at the time when... Lunchtime. Ino purred happily as she stretched out all the kinks in her limbs. She looked over at Sakura, who was busy digging around her bag. Icy blue eyes looked past the pink hair and narrowed at the sight of several boys crowding together in the corner. One of them, no doubt the leader of their little group, looked at them and mumbled something to the rest of his followers. Ino hissed as they stood up and walked behind the unsuspecting Sakura. The blonde's hair bristled when the boy's hand touched Sakura's shoulder. The girl turned around and the dark-haired boy immediately blushed as the round emerald eyes looked at him with curiosity. Can I help you? Sakura asked softly and a few of the boys felt their hearts race at the sound of her voice. I'm Kidamaru of Sound. His voice was unpleasantly cocky. Let's eat lunch together, my treat. Ino jerked up from her chair, but before she could say anything, Sakura spoke. Thank you, Kidamaru-san, but I already made plans and brought my own lunch. Maybe next time. Ino had to bit her lips in order to stop herself from laughing, but the boys behind the embarrassed Kidamaru weren't holding back as they laughed. However, they immediately hushed and backed away when the boy glared. He returned his attention to the blossom. Sakura-chan, you must be very popular if you already made plans. Who are you eating with? Before Sakura could reply, the classroom door was slammed open and the girls near it screamed. Sakura looked over and gasped. Naruto. Said blonde looked at the source that called his name, and a cheeky smile formed on his face. Ignoring all the other pretty female idols that stared at him shamelessly, he strolled right into the room and stopped in front of Sakura. He leaned down and blue eyes met green ones. Sakura-chan, where do you want to eat lunch? After Naruto addressed Sakura in such a familiar fashion, everyone began murmuring for the third time that day. Kidamaru's gang stared with their mouths open while the boy himself narrowed his eyes. Some girls watched the interaction with surprise written on their foreheads. However, none of the pupils reacted. Unbothered the pair of best friends. Sakura took out 3 bento boxes and stood up from her chair. She smiled at Naruto and looked back at Ino. Where should we go? The blonde's eyes focused on the purple bento that lied above the pink and orange bentos. There is a cafeteria in the next wing. She walked toward the door with Sakura and Naruto following behind. I will show you guys around after we eat. After the 3NS idols had left the room, the shocked silence became quiet murmurs and grew into loud ruckus in a minute flat. Girls were gossiping among themselves about the relationship between the 2 new students. A girl with pale green hair shrieked. What was that? He called her Sakura-chan. A brunette next to her nodded. Yeah, and he ignored the rest of us. How could he do that? There must be something going on with them. This one had dull brown hair. Naruto-kun is too cool to hang out with someone like that. I agree. Just as their conversation was heating up, the girl who helped Sakura at the beginning of class spoke up. Calm down, you guys. They're both NS idols and have met during the Mississippi Konoha competition. There is nothing wrong with being friends. Besides, Ino was with them. There is no way that there is something between them. The girls quieted reluctantly. They wanted to argue back and claim that there was something fishy, but the brunette had a good point. Ino was known as Mississippi Vanity, but they all knew that she was a person that never interfered with other people's relationships. The brunette quietly left after she had made her point, but the 3 girls weren't finished yet. They looked at each other and discussed the plan in hushed tone. While the 3 girls were whispering, the boys on the other side of the room were also talking about the surprising incident that just happened. A redhead yelled, What the heck was that? That new guy just waltzed in here and took our Mississippi Konoha away? Another guy added, She is too good for him. She needs someone like one of us. She was carrying 3 bentos too. She must have cooked for him. Everyone in the room continued to bicker since the protagonists of their rumors weren't around. However, in such a large school, what started as small gossips could grow into terrifying rumors and false facts in a matter of days. This time, with two new and popular stars as its leads, the fake story spread like a wildfire on a dried-up mountain. These words were bound to reach the ears of Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto. Within a week, it sneakily slipped by the pinkette in the halls. Sakura was walking down the corridor after her advanced math class, that Ino doesn't have, and couldn't shake the feeling of people staring and watching her. Two girls were talking with each other when Sakura passed by and she heard their hushed words. I heard that there is something going on between her and Naruto-kun. Someone told me they're dating. Yeah, she cooks for him. How can Naruto-kun do this? Just because she is Mississippi Konoha? Sakura was stumped by those words and quickened her pace. When she was about to turn a corner, she noticed Kadamaru and Zaku talking and jumped back behind the wall. The guy that tried to hit on her sneered. That new blonde kid is so annoying. He is always coming in and taking Sakura away with him. Whenever I try to talk to her, either he or Ino comes and whisks her away. The shorter boy replied. It pisses me off. I tried to ask Naruto about her, but he won't tell me anything besides the obvious. I mean, they are friends, right? But he is acting as if he is her dad or something. Sakura's eyes widened as she covered her mouth from gasping in surprise. People are talking behind Naruto's back because of me. I shouldn't hang out with him at school anymore. What is up with the long face? Sakura jumped at the voice and found herself looking right into Naruto's sky-blue eyes. He smiled at her. Sakura-chan, I was looking for you. I heard that you had math just now, so I thought you would be coming down this hallway. A pair of girls walked by behind Naruto and Sakura felt their intense stare. She watched hopelessly as they looked away and started whispering. She looked at Naruto with a stern face. Naruto, let's not hang out while we are at school. Naruto's cheeky grin faded. What? Sakura-chan, are you serious? Sakura nodded. Yes. It is for the best. Why? His voice was quiet and low. Because. Sakura's eyes darted toward the girls that were staring at them, but Naruto only had eyes for the person in front of him. We see each other a lot at home anyways. I want to spend more time with my new friends. Naruto sighed as he backed away from Sakura. Fine. With that one word, he turned away and left Sakura alone in the hallway. Sakura watched him leave with an upset expression and decided that she would cheer him up at home. Later that evening, Sakura sighed as she unlocked her apartment's door and walked in. Ino and she were driven to the NS building as soon as school was over to practice and work on their new song. She had wanted to speak with Naruto, but he had left early to go to a photo shoot at a further district in Konoha. It was already very late, but Sakura had already finished all her homework at school. She quickly took a shower and checked her cell phone to see if Naruto had messaged her. She had loads of messages, but they were all from different people, co-workers and some students that befriended her. Sakura smiled at a smiley text from Deidara, but sighed in defeat when she couldn't find any message from her blonde roommate. She quickly replied to everyone else and left the phone in her room to charge. The Blossom walked into the kitchen and cooked a quick simple meal and covered it with plastic wrap. She set up the dinner table and sat down. It was 10:32. Sakura took out one of her long-neglected medical books and waited, and waited. After being fulfilled by a long chapter about first aid procedures and assessments, Sakura looked at the clock 11:45. She got up and peeked through the peephole, but there was nothing. She went in her room and checked her phone, replied back to Deidara once again, and fell backwards onto her bed. Her eyes struggled to stay open, but drowsiness soon enveloped her being and lured her to dreamland. The first thing that Naruto noticed when he got home was the bright light that seeped through the door. Sakura-chan is still awake? Naruto wasn't happy with that idea as he slipped in the house quietly. He saw the dinner waiting for him at the table, but Sakura was nowhere in sight. The blonde sneaked over to Sakura's room like a ninja and smiled softly at his sleeping best friend. He gently took the phone away from her hands and tucked her into bed with the most grace he could manage. He grumbled to himself when he saw that she was texting Deidara, but couldn't bring himself to get angry when he remembered the meal that she had cooked for him. Naruto walked back into the kitchen and put everything into the fridge. The blonde struggled to get up early the next morning since he only caught a few hours of sleep. He fought to stay awake and not drown in his shower. After he was finished, he went into the living room and noticed that it was eerily silent. Naruto ran into Sakura's room and noticed that she was long gone. He dashed back into the living room and nearly broke the fridge when he jerked the door wide open. All the food he put in there last night was gone. Oh no! Naruto looked in the trash and sighed in relief when he realized that none of the food was in there. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed his bright orange box and a big plate of European-style breakfast were lying side by side on the table. With the speed of light, he opened the bento and noticed that everything she had put in there were different from what he saw last night. Everything was in a sense fancier. Naruto growled in frustration and slammed his fist onto the table. It was then that he realized the food was still warm and the scent of cooking was still in the air. He had missed the pink-haired girl by mere minutes. Sakura-chan! Back at school. Ino looked at Sakura with annoyance. Are you serious? About what? Sakura asked back as she stuffed some vegetables into her mouth. Even though you aren't saying anything out loud, I can already guess the majority of what happened, Ino said as she looked at her bento that was very different from Sakura's. What do you mean what happened? Sakura smiled delightfully at her own cooking. You two aren't talking to each other, and you came to school super early. Ino picked at Sakura's rice. And your food looks like that. While mine looks, I don't know, not cooked late last night and kept in a fridge? Sakura nearly choked. There is nothing wrong, Ino. The blonde ignored her. Sakura, don't listen to those people. You two are friends, right? Some stupid stories shouldn't ruin your friendship. But Ino, I don't want people to dislike him because of me, Sakura exclaimed as her friend rolled her eyes. Sakura, you tame danger. There is no reason why you can't tame A and BU. Are you saying that I should make something for the whole class and clear up the misunderstandings? Sakura asked with a big smile as a plan formulated in her mind. Ino shrugged her shoulder. I think so, but I think it would help if Naruto helps you out too. Sakura beamed. Thanks, Ino. You're right. I shouldn't care about others more than Naruto. I will find him right now and we can take care of this stupid rumor once and for all. Ino laughed as Sakura ran off, her bento completely forgotten. Sakura, you silly girl. I bet Naruto was freaking out this morning when he couldn't find the food that you made for him last night. But hey, why should I help that idiot? Sakura was dashing to the classrooms from THE cafeteria when she nearly collided with a tall, masculine figure. She tried to move around the person but his voice stopped her. Haruno Sakura. Please excuse me, I'm in a hurry. You're friends with Naruto. Sakura finally looked at the boy, who was pale and had dark hair and dark eyes. He was very similar to Sasuke, but his aura was much colder and threatening. His black eyes stared deeply into her confused green ones. Naruto looks depressed. He was cold and ignored everyone. It seems that ANBU isn't the place for him. She tried to argue back, but he continued in his icy voice. Shouldn't you two be somewhere else instead? He looked at his watch and gave her a fake smile. I have to go, but let's talk again soon. Sakura watched him go, and suddenly felt very numb. He is right. I'm the one who started Naruto's promotion and I left him alone because of some rumors. Sai smiled again as he turned the corner and came face to face with a panting Naruto. Sakura is so annoying, right? She becomes like that whenever you are mentioned. What kind of relationship do you two have? Naruto looked at him seriously. Are you asking me to hurt you? The dark-haired boy's expression didn't change. I'm simply curious. When Naruto didn't reply, Sai simply brushed him aside and left. Naruto was about to glare at the retreating figure, but his eyes caught sight of the pinkette who was running into the school building. He quickly chased after her and halted to a stop when he noticed that 3 girls had surrounded Sakura. Their faces were twisted with anger and jealousy. The leader of the group yelled, We were putting up with your and Naruto-kun's lovey-dovey moments, but now you have overstepped the line, newbie. You dared to talk with Sai-sama. Sai-sama is the hottest and most popular model ever since his debut. Stay away from him. Sakura took a step back. That was Sai. The famous model? He is completely different from the images he gives off in posters and other medias. But Naruto ran in front of Sakura before the girl could finish. His blue orbs flashed. All 3 girls screamed and stepped back. Naruto-kun! The blonde smiled as he leaned forward and touched the brunette's long hair. Sai was only speaking with Sakura-chan because he couldn't find any of you beautiful girls. They blushed and gasped. Ray, really? Naruto continued. Moreover, Sakura-chan and I are close because we grew up together. So please stop bothering her, okay? Oh, okay. They were stammering now since Naruto's intensified charm made them blush like crazy. Go spread that around, okay? He kissed the strand of hair, and the girl fainted. Her friends grabbed her and left the scene as quickly as they could. Naruto turned around and looked at Sakura with a soft smile that was only reserved for her. Sakura-chan. We have no reason to not meet anymore, right? Sakura couldn't believe her ears. You knew? Sakura-chan. He placed his hand on top of Sakura's head. We've been together since childhood. You know I can tell when you lie. Naruto. Besides, Sakura-chan. You are my promoter. You can't just leave me. Naruto wailed and tried to hug her. Remembering that they were at school, Sakura ducked just in time and laughed at Naruto's puppy face. That is right. Even though I'm beside him now, my ultimate goal is still about Naruto. I want to make the world love him. Sai smirked as he watched them reconcile. A girl with long dark navy hair walked up behind him. What are you up to now, Sai? Koyuki-senpai. Sai greeted as he continued to watch them. They are the rumored couple? She asked. Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura. He replied. Things are about to get interesting. Hey, I just want to thank you for reading. I was wondering who to pair Ino with, and I would like your opinion. I am usually a Kibino fan for some random reason, but if you don't mind helping me out, please tell me which pairing you support in a review, please. Drama? It's 2013. HHHHH. Naruto Promotion 11. Drama? About a month had passed since our protagonists Sakura and Naruto had entered ANBU, the famous school made for celebrities. The nasty rumors about the pair had faded after Naruto charmed the girls into spreading the actual facts. People finally got out of their tunnels and noticed that Sakura and Naruto were just really close friends who grew up together, which was proven by a childhood photo that Sakura had brought to school. Several students attempted to steal the photo, but it ended up in the hands of one blue-eyed Ino, who put lots of little hearts around Sakura's face. Naruto was a bit bothered by Ino's love for his best friend, but he let it slide since Ino protected Sakura in all the classes that he didn't have. Currently, Naruto was waiting in Jiraiya's office while Dazzle was in the studio working on their songs. The boy grinned happily to himself as he wondered about what to do during the upcoming break. He had yet to know that whatever he was fantasizing about wouldn't come true since Jiraiya had big news for him. Naruto kissed his plans goodbye when the white-haired man entered the room with a wide smile. Naruto! I have big news for you. What is it? I got you a part in the upcoming drama, Hana Sakura. Jiraiya answered as he gave Naruto a fat packet that had the drama's name written on it. This is the overview of the drama. You will get the script at the first meeting. Naruto blanked out for a few seconds and then shouted. What? I'm in a drama? Yes. It is a modern love story. It is about this kind-hearted girl who falls in love with this rich boy. Sounds like a typical love story. What is so great about it? It is great because you got a big role. Jiraiya was getting angry at Naruto's clueless expression. And my role is? The script writers wanted a sunny character to play the girl's best friend who helps her out a lot, but as we all know, never gets the girl. Jiraiya explained. And when they saw the recent Konoha water ad you did, they wanted you to play the role. They called and I told them it is a great opportunity for you. What is so great about not getting the girl? Naruto asked. You see, many people usually root for the person that never wins and they pity him. Hence, people will give you attention, and if you do a great job, more acting jobs will come. Naruto rubbed his hair. Alright, I guess I will see how it goes. Later that night, Sakura stared wide-eyed at Naruto, who was happily munching on the dinner that Sakura prepared. Her chopsticks and bowl were forgotten on the table. Noticing her sudden silence, Naruto asked. Sakura-chan, what is the matter? Eat. If you don't eat, I will eat it all. The blossom shook her head to clear her thoughts and gulped. Naruto, are you serious? You got casted in a drama? Yeah, the cast meeting is tomorrow. I will meet the other people tomorrow. I heard that I got a great role. I'm playing someone named Natsu, I think. He continued eating without a care. Can I see the drama's summary? Sakura asked softly, and Naruto pointed to the stack of paper lying on the coffee table. She smiled as she grabbed it and began flipping through it. Naruto wasn't bothered at all as he took Sakura's bowl and finished her rice too. When he was finished and had put everything in the sink for Sakura to wash, he came back and read the overview over Sakura's shoulder. What do you think? You have a great role, Naruto. Sakura smiled at the blonde happily. I'm so glad that Jiraiya-san got you this job. I will definitely record every episode. Naruto's heart fluttered at the smile directed at him. He hugged Sakura tightly. For you, I will do my best. To say Naruto was surprised was an understatement. He glared at the dark-haired boy who approached him with a fake smile. Sai reached out his hand and Naruto was forced to shake it since there were people watching them. Hope we will have a nice time working together. Naruto gave him a forced smile. Yeah, let's work hard. He later found out that Sai was given the role of the cold, rich main character in Koyuki, who looked really mature and elegant, was going to play the lead. Koyuki seemed very friendly at first glance and Naruto thought they could get along, but when he overheard how she treated her assistants, the blonde was scared for his life. He was going to work with a cold, creepy Sai and a two-faced Koyuki for 2 months. Kami! How can you do this to me? When the blonde returned home, the first place he went to was the sofa. He flipped himself onto it face first, and nearly purred when a hand suddenly stroked his hair. Sakura smiled as she removed her fingers. How did it go? Horrible. He groaned into the cushions. Sakura hummed softly. But I think I can make it a bit better. Naruto perked up and stared at the blossom with anticipating eyes. How? Sakura grinned. Jiraiya-san told me that even though I'm now a part of Dazzle, I still have some of Mississippi Konoha's responsibility. I will be attending a photo shoot somewhere near your first filming studio, so if I finish early, I can drop by to watch you act. The boy propped himself up abruptly. That is great! Sakura-chan! She patted him gently on the head once more and walked into the kitchen. However, when Sakura disappeared from sight, Naruto remembered something crucial. That bastard is going to be there! Naruto tiptoed into the kitchen and was about to convince Sakura into not going when he realized that she was making ramen for him. She was humming a little song and Naruto retreated back into the living room to sulk. Day of the shoot and filming. A small group of crew members couldn't help but stare at the beautiful girl Woho had walked into the studio. Her hair was tied into a bun, and she was dressed in a cute fashionable dress that wasn't too flashy. Some asked if she was lost, and she replied with a no. Some asked if she would be a part of the drama, and she said no once again. Sakura greeted everyone that approached her with a sweet smile and polite words. One of the higher-ranked staff members noticed the crowd and came to disperse the people. He was more than surprised to see Mississippi Konoha standing within his working space. Haruno-chan, do you require assistance? He asked politely. Sakura nodded. Sakura is fine and yes, I do need help. This building is quite big and I don't know where the drama Hana Sakura is being filmed. You see, Naruto is acting for the first time today and I would like to cheer him on as a fellow NS member. And as his friend and promoter, of course. Would you mind telling me where the set is? The man was about to offer to take her there himself, but someone else interrupted. I am going there right now, would you like to come with me? Sakura turned around and stared into the cold dark eyes of Sai. She mentally shivered when he smiled, but returned the gesture nonetheless. Yes, that would be nice. Thank you, Sai-san. Sai is fine, he said as he started walking. She quickly fell into step with him, after waving goodbye to the staffs who were speaking with her earlier. One person commented, They look nice together, walking side by side like that. Another agreed. Yes. Saikuin's dark hair and Sakura-chan's pink hair matches. If Sakura-chan didn't choose to be a singer, I'd like to work on a drama with her as the main actress. Sure, don't say that. Koyuki-chan won't like it. Unfortunately for the gossiping people, the girl in question had heard every word from her hiding place behind the wall. Koyuki narrowed her eyes. Sakura? Sakura stole a glance at Sai, who was about a head taller than her. He is taller than Naruto, but Naruto is still growing. I mean, he used to be shorter than me. No worries, no worries. Mistaking her curious gaze as something else, Sai spoke. I know my face is handsome, but you don't have to stare. His dark eyes met hers. Cocky. Sakura kept the eye contact. Sorry if I gave you that impression. I was just comparing our heights. Sai's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled. I see. Suddenly realizing that worsening the relationship with Sai would only cause more trouble, Sakura tried to ease the tension. Your outfit looks very rich and aristocrat-like. It suits you and your character. The boy watched her closely. What is she trying to pull? Thank you, I intend to act professionally and in character. Sakura smiled back. Sai-san, I don't know why you always smile like that and act so distant and cold, and if I offended you by saying this aloud, then I'm sorry, but you don't have to put up that smile if it is just us. She quickly continued. I'm not trying to pull anything. I sincerely want to be friends with you. I'm sure that Naruto wants the same thing. Sai stared deeply into Sakura's eyes and couldn't find anything but honest sincerity. You are strange. He wasn't smiling. Better than nothing. Sakura grinned happily. The dark-haired boy was holding back a true smile, and he was thankful that Sakura turned away when they reached the set. They were currently filming a scene in which Naruto's character was working at his part-time job and thinking about his best friend/crush. Everyone was smiling at the happy aura that Naruto was emitting as he daydreamed about Koyuki's character. In truth, Naruto was actually thinking about Sakura as he acted, and his honest feeling for the girl was showing through in his acting. Several workers and supporting characters were surprised by Sakura's presence, but she hushed them quietly with a finger to her lip. She didn't want to interrupt any of the people and was trying to stay out of trouble by standing in the back. One of the young male actors had finished his part and was trying to get Sakura's attention, but she politely told him that she was just observing and didn't want to leave her spot. Sakura felt a small ping of guilt when he left with a dejected expression. You sure have a way with guys, a pale girl with light-colored eyes and navy hair said as she stopped in front of Sakura. Sakura looked at her and held in a gasp. She was beautiful and elegant, like a princess. Sakura remembers seeing her face in many movies, dramas, and ads. Kazuhana-san, Sakura greeted with a bow. She looks so amazing in person. She must be playing the lead actress. Naruto is so lucky to be working with her. Koyuki's eyes roamed Sakura from head to toe. Not bad. Koyuki-senpai is fine. Koyuki-senpai. Sakura smiled. What are you doing here? I thought you would be working as a singer. Sakura pointed to Naruto, who was fake crying in a funny manner. I'm actually here to watch Naruto. It is his first day and I thought it would be nice to come support him. Koyuki followed Sakura's fingers and laughed. Ah, Naruto-kun, one of the newbies. I hate working with newbies, they are such amateurs. The blossom became silent. She spoke quietly. Naruto has potential. He isn't like other people. He will try hard and succeed. Oh really? Koyuki sneered. He will try, huh? Sakura spoke louder. Yes, and he will be great. Koyuki began laughing. He is just a newbie, he has nothing on Sai. Seriously, he isn't that good looking. He actually looks like a big idiot. What? Naruto is the handsomest guy when he smiles. His smiles are dash. Koyuki interrupted her. Please, you're only saying that because you are in love with him. Sakura was lost and couldn't argue back. She could only watch numbly as Koyuki walked away from her. The actress's cruel words continued to echo in her head and she didn't notice Naruto running toward her. Sakura-chan! Naruto was even happier since Sakura had kept her promise and came to visit him. Did you see? The director said I did a great job and all those other guys said I'm good for a new actor. Sakura didn't reply. Sakura-chan? Kind and beautiful actress, that is such a lie. She insulted Naruto. He is the best, he is always there. He may be stupid at times, but he will always be there to shine a light on people that need him. Naruto leaned in towards Sakura's face. Sakura-chan, you alright? His face was extremely close to hers and she could feel his warm breath. Sky blue eyes were filled with concern and a small frown was on his face. She could feel the heat radiating off his flushed cheeks and smell the ramen from his mouth. He was too close and Sakura smacked him away. Ow, Sakura-chan! Naruto complained as he rubbed his head. Don't ruin the makeup! They will make me sit there again. It was horrible. She couldn't look him in the eyes. No. Naruto and I are just friends. That is all. He is handsome to a lot of people, not just me. Naruto noticed that Sakura was starting to shake and he quickly pressed a hand to her forehead. Sakura-chan? His voice was full of worry. Sakura finally freed herself from Koyuki's voice, but she kept her eyes on the ground. Yeah, I'm fine, Naruto. Do what you have to do. I just remembered I have something urgent to do. She stepped back and Naruto's hand fell back to his side. Eh? But you just got here. I actually watched you act earlier. I really must go. Sakura spoke rapidly as she pulled back and asked a nearby staff for directions to the nearest exit. Naruto watched in confusion as Sakura dashed away in a hurry. What is up with Sakura-chan? Sakura was trying to leave as quickly as possible, but she had wasted some time greeting every person she saw in the halls. After saying hello and goodbye to nearly 20 persons, Sakura finally made it out of the building alive. She flipped out her new cell phone that Ino forced her to get and called the blonde. Ino speaking. What is up, Sakura? I thought you were watching Naruto's filming. The pinkette heard music in the background and asked. Ino, are you at the studio? Yeah, just working on some lyrics. Ino replied as she turned the music off. I know we got our cover song down, but I'm trying to write the lyrics of a new song. It is a big hit to be a composer and singer at the same time, you know? I'm coming right now. Sakura ran toward the nearest taxi waiting area. Huh? Why do you sound so hurried? You don't have to rush back. You can try writing lyrics another time. Sakura waved her hand at the nearest taxi. I have to talk to you. Tell you when I get there. When the line went died, Ino pulled away from her phone in confusion. What was that? She set down her phone and turned the music on full blast again. She looked at the scribbles she had written earlier and felt a bit of regret for teasing her cousin whenever he was trying to write lyrics. Half an hour soon passed and Ino jerked her head up in surprise when Sakura tapped her on the shoulder. She smiled but quickly frowned when she noticed the look of panic on the girl's face. Ino made Sakura sit down next to her. Hey, you okay? Sakura shook her head. I'm really confused right now. Why? The music was turned off once again. I met Kayuki-senpai today and I defended Naruto when she insulted him. I mean, you think Naruto is good looking too, right? It is not just me, right? The words came out like bullets. Ino held up her hands. Wait. So you were telling someone that Naruto is good looking? Sakura nodded. Well, that part doesn't seem like a big deal. You tell everyone that Naruto is good looking. Ino raised an eyebrow. Did she say something that made you upset? Sakura stilled and Ino sighed. What did she say? She said I'm in love with him. That is ridiculous, right? We're just childhood friends. Sakura began laughing hysterically and Ino had to place both hands on her shoulders. She shouted, Calm down, Sakura. The pinkette complied and Ino rubbed her forehead. This isn't good. I can't have Sakura going crazy like this. Sakura looked at the blonde with a lost expression and Ino patted her cheek softly. I think this only involves you and him. Just give yourself some time and think about this clearly. We will be starting our promotions tomorrow, remember? You can come stay with me for a while. That will give you some time to think. Sakura gripped Ino's hand tightly. Okay. I think that is a good idea. I shouldn't rush to conclusions. I just may be flustered for no reason at all. Ino smiled. All right. I think you should go home now and pack the stuff that you need. Get a good night's rest and I'll see you tomorrow at noon here. Sakura nodded, released her friend's hands and stood up. She told Ino good luck and the blonde growled. Sakura laughed and left the building with a much lighter heart. On her way home, Sakura kept praying that Naruto wouldn't be home yet because she knew it would be very awkward to face him. When she arrived and noticed the lights weren't on, she smiled in relief. She quickly gathered all that she needed and organized them in a bag. Satisfied with her work, Sakura decided to take a calming shower. However, all the tension returned when she walked into the living room after the shower. Standing in the kitchen was none other than Naruto. The blonde was looking around for something and paused when the scent of soap drifted by his nose. He grinned at Sakura, who quickly looked away, pretending to be drying her hair. As oblivious as Naruto was, he didn't notice. Did you take care of what was so urgent? Sakura gulped. Yeah. Naruto walked towards Sakura. Did you cook anything, Sakura-chan? I'm hungry. She avoided meeting his face by walking into the kitchen. I can whip up something right now, okay? The blonde grinned as he followed her like a puppy. Yay databao. Sakura was trying her best to ignore Naruto's stare by focusing on making her stew and Naruto wasn't helping when he said, I love watching you cook, Sakura-chan. What would I do without you? Harmonia. Sorry for this short chapter. Anyways, I was wondering if I should write a chapter about a scandal between Naruto and Sakura. Should I do that or not and just get on with the romance and love and mushiness? Naruto Promotion 12. Harmonia. Two set of dark eyes watched the frustrated blonde in their living room with very different emotions. One was filled with mild amusement, while the other was clearly irritated. The blonde was pacing back and forth as he grumbled, and the dark-eyed boy couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed his shoulders and hissed, "Calm down, Dobe." The oldest of the three removed his younger brother's vice grip and patted Naruto on the head. "Naruto-kun, why don't you sit down and tell us what happened, clearly? Since we can't understand your rumblings." Naruto relaxed slightly at Itachi's soothing voice and sat down on the Uchiha brother's couch with a big huff. He dug into his pockets and took out a wrinkled note for the pair to read. Being closer, Sasuke took it from his hands and unwrinkled it. He held it up for both Itachi and him to read. The pair scanned the words quickly and Sasuke gave it back, after folding it neatly. "What is wrong with this?" Sasuke asked calmly as Itachi left to make tea. Naruto's eyes widened. "What is wrong?" "Sakura-chan eloped with Ino." "I knew it. That girl plotted this all along. She wanted to steal Sakura-chan away and she did it." Sasuke growled as he whacked Naruto's head. "You idiot!" Sakura left the note. All she said was that she would be gone for a few days to do some promotional stuff with Ino and doing some live performances. "You must be really stupid." The blonde grumbled. "But she didn't tell me in person. She just left the note." Sasuke sighed. "I mean, she wasn't there when I woke up this morning. Do you know how terrified I was? You are talking as if you are afraid that she would abandon you or something." When Naruto quieted down, Sasuke knew he had hit the mark. The dejected expression on the boy's face made Sasuke feel that he had probably hit the mark too hard. He patted the blonde's shoulder comfortingly. "Dobe, she will only be gone for a few days." "I know," Naruto replied. "But how will I survive?" Sasuke didn't know whether to remain silent or hurt the blonde who had somehow become his best guy friend. He usually chose silence, but he wasn't so sure anymore when the blonde was obviously asking him to maim him. Luckily, Itachi returned before anything drastic could happen. The older Uchiha set down 3 cups of tea and looked at Naruto. "If you wish to, you can stay with us until Sakura returns." Sasuke's sweat dropped and Naruto's eyes widened in happiness. "Really? Brother, we don't have a place for him." "Sasuke, we have sleeping bags somewhere in the house. Naruto-kun can stay in your room." "Oh beep no. Somewhere else in Konoha." "Sakura-chan, Ino-chan. The stage is ready." One of the staff called to the pair of girls who was waiting nervously in their dressing room. "We are coming," they called back in unison as they stepped out into the hall. They smiled and gave each other an encouraging high five. Sakura and Ino were currently at the Kumo studio, where the popular primetime K-music show was recorded. With his power and connections, Jiraiya had gotten them a spot on tonight's episode, and many staff members were excited to hear the pair's debut song. For some strange reason, Jiraiya wanted Dazzle to perform live before releasing their song the next day. He had been pulling people's curiosity strings by releasing snippets of the song, but now all of Konoha would be able to enjoy the girls' amazing talents. Staff members handed them microphones and a nearby makeup artist double-checked their makeup. Ino whispered softly into Sakura's ear. "Did you tell Naruto about being on this show?" "Yeah. I sent him a message this morning," Sakura replied. "Well, what did he say?" "He said he will be watching it live with Sasuke-kun." Ino huffed. "That's it? No good luck or anything?" Sakura tapped a finger against her chin. I think he said something like do a great job and come home soon." "That leech," Ino sneered. Sakura giggled. "Naruto and I have always been together since childhood. It is only normal for him to worry when we're apart." Ino sighed. "But you two will grow up someday. He can't expect you to be home cooking dinner whenever he returns." The Pinkette was about to reply when the staff that called them earlier interrupted their small talk. He pointed to the stage. "Please get ready." Sakura and Ino nodded and edged toward the line where the darkness of backstage merged with the brightness of the stage. K-music was a very popular show because it was live and had an audience. It was very difficult to get tickets, but people tried very hard to attend and support their favorite groups. Usually, on days when popular groups were singing, the tickets were sold even quicker. Today, the tickets were almost gone instantly since there was a rumor about Dazzle's debut spreading around the city. Loud music from the stage soon faded and a loud cheer echoed in the studio. Sakura could hear the warm thank yous from the band before them and clenched her fist nervously. She looked at the many faces that were shaded from the bright stage lights, and the memories of her first live performance at the Mississippi Konoha Festival resurfaced in her mind. Sasuke's small smirk and thumbs up, Ino's encouragement, and Naruto's kiss swarmed her head. A small blush dusted her cheeks and she quickly shook her head. Ino grabbed her arm and mouthed, "Stop, you will ruin your hair." Sakura nodded. "We got this." Ino grinned. Sakura could only grin back. Back at the Uchiha apartment, Naruto was rummaging through the Uchiha's living room frantically, which caused Sasuke to sigh wearily. "What are you up to now, Doe?" The blonde growled. "Where is the TV remote? I need it. Sakura-chan is about to go on a show." Sasuke was really reconsidering his decision about whacking Naruto, but his brother stopped him once again. Itachi walked next to the flat-screen television and gently pressed the on button. Pictures burst into life and loud music boomed out of the speakers. The older Uchiha smiled softly. "Naruto-kun, sit down." The slightly irritated tone flew over Naruto's head completely. Being the more observant of the two, Sasuke gulped. Brother, are you going to watch with us?" Itachi sat down next to Naruto, who had already gotten himself comfortable in the middle of the big leather couch. "Of course." Sasuke shrugged his shoulders as he sat on Naruto's other side and focused on the screen. Thank you, that was Blue Sea's Happy," announced the fashionably dressed male host. "And next up," his partner, a popular model, smiled, "is the group that everyone had been waiting for. People have been talking about this since the Mississippi Konoha Festival. And after that conference, and little snippets of their song, came music present to you." They spoke in unison as they waved their hands toward where the girls would enter. "Dazzle?" Sakura took in a big breath. Ino grabbed her friend's hand and the pair walked into the bright lights confidently. They smiled at the audience as they walked toward the two hosts. Their cute dresses swayed around their upper thigh and their cute heels clicked against the decorated tiles. They stopped between the hosts and the audience cheered. The lights were burning hot, but Sakura was too busy looking at the crowd to care. She noticed there were some people holding "Dazzle" signs and felt both surprised and happy. However, she would not let herself be distracted. "Nice to meet you, Dazzle," the female host chirped. "It is so exciting to finally hear you two sing." The male nodded. "Yes. Please introduce yours." "These." Ino held up her mic. "Hi everyone. I'm Dazzle's Ino, pleased to be here." Sakura followed suit. "I'm Sakura. I'm pleased to be here, too." The hosts laughed. "Aren't they cute? Well, let's get on with the show." They nodded at Ino and Sakura once more and stepped off the side of the stage. Ino grinned brightly. "Hey everyone. We bring you Harmonia. Please enjoy." Sakura bowed. Naruto shifted around in his seat. "That is my Sakura-chan. Isn't she so cute?" Sasuke agreed. "Yeah." Itachi hushed them both. "Be quiet, they are starting." The back lights dimmed while soft pastel colors spotlighted them both. Music began to play and they opened their mouths. "Can you hear me? The sky is limitless and blue. The sea is endlessly large. You please remain smiling or else I'll cry. Wanting to cry, wanting to run. If you forgot happiness, then sing. Light was born and dark was born, the two is together. Feeling harmonia, telepathy. The cloud is white and drifts aimlessly. The rain isn't black and crying anymore. When you look up, you'll notice that single line. Someday, the heart calls hallelujah. The wren that searches for an unchanging song. Can you see that we're all connected with an unseen thread? Feeling lonely, at the brim of being alone. If you're trapped, close your eyes and sing. Even if we're apart, on that same land. Under that mistletoe. Feeling harmonia, telepathy. Can you hear me? To that dreamer, with love. I will deliver happiness to wherever I sing. If you forgot happiness, then sing. Light was born and dark was born, the two is together. The final harmonia, telepathy. Can you hear me?" The audience was silent, but the quietness didn't last when loud cheers erupted and bubbled onto stage. Sakura and Ino were both smiling as they bowed and thanked the people who cheered. The two hosts were clapping and congratulating the girls as they walked back onto the stage. Naruto's eyes were dried from not blinking for 4 minutes. His mouth was hanging open. Sasuke watched the blonde from the corner of his eyes. Sounds like she was singing to the idiot. Itachi clapped his hands softly. Not bad. Not bad at all. Naruto finally blinked his eyes for a quick second and turned to glare at the older Uchiha. It was a brave deed. How can you say not bad? They were great. She was wonderful. Itachi's eyes met the blonde's evenly. It was a compliment, Naruto-kun. Sasuke sighed. Coming from my brother, that was actually very nice. Naruto moved his head back and forth to stare at both Uchihas and screamed. I don't have time for you two socially troubled creeps. I have to message Sakura-chan. He quickly leaped off the couch and dashed into Sasuke's room, where he left his bag and cell. See brother, you invited that thing to stay. I will be in my room. Sasuke remained silent as Itachi stood up, ruffled his hair like the loving brother he was, and stalked into his room. I saw that evil smirk, Itachi. After he was done glaring at his brother's back, Sasuke turned off the TV and went into his room. He nearly walked into Naruto, who was lying on the ground with his phone in hand. He was typing into it rapidly. Dobe, at least get out of the doorway. Sasuke grumbled as he shuffled onto his bed. Naruto mumbled a quick sorry as he finished the smiley-filled text to his precious Sakura-chan. After he clicked send, Naruto kept staring at his phone as he waited for Sakura's reply. 1 minute passed. Then 2, then 5. Noticing Naruto's awkward silence as he looked at the phone with a hopeful expression, Sasuke sighed. Dobe, she is busy. Just go to bed already, she may reply to you tomorrow. Naruto sighed, knowing that Sasuke was right. He plugged his phone in the charger and crawled into his bedroll. Night, team. Sasuke turned his desk lamp off. Night. Back with the girls. Ino yawned and stretched her arms above her head. She was currently dressed in her pajamas and sitting on her comfortable hotel bed. Sakura walked in from the attached bathroom, smiled at Ino, and picked up her cell phone. Did Naruto message you? Ino asked as she finger-brushed her hair. Sakura flipped her phone open and smiled at all the congratulatory messages she got from friends and colleagues. Naruto's smiley message caught her attention and her heart seemed to have skipped a beat. Sakura shook her head rapidly. She couldn't explain the clenching feeling in her chest. Its pleasantness made her uncomfortable. She sent him back a quick message and then dialed her parents' number. The pinkette had a short conversation with her parents, and it ended with her mother telling her to get some rest. Sakura obeyed and she gave a small laugh when she noticed that Ino was already curled up on her side in her own bed. After she set her phone aside, the blossom tugged her friend in her blanket and retired to her side of her room. A few days later, a crowd was gathering near the arrival section near Konoha's airport. The people were whispering among themselves and staring at the white-haired, raven-haired, and hat-covered male standing by idly. Naruto hissed, Perv, I thought you said we need to disguise ourselves. Jiraiya waved a finger at Naruto, who had covered his hair with a bandana and a hat. I said you had to disguise yourself if you wanted to come. I never said anything about me. The blonde grumbled. Naruto, by all means, you can take off your disguise. But if people start crowding us and ask for your autograph, then it will be your fault. You do realize that you are a rising actor, now that you are filming Hana Sakura and preparing for a new drama. Naruto pointed to the raven-haired boy next to him. He is the one causing the commotion. A dark brow twitched, but its owner focused his gaze towards the arrival's exit. A small smirk found its way on his mouth when he saw a familiar pink shade. When Emerald Eyes caught sight of him, he waved. Sakura was surprised to see Sasuke pick Ino and her up at the airport, but when she noticed the spiky-haired people behind him, she turned rigid. Ino, who was walking beside her, noticed her friend's sudden change. She tapped Sakura's shoulder gently and whispered, You got this? Yeah. Sakura replied softly. Koyuki-senpai was wrong. I am not in love with Naruto. There is a difference between in love and love. I love him like I love you, Sasuke and everyone else. Ino nodded. Alrighty then. She looked away from Sakura. Poor idiot. Naruto finally stopped bickering with Jiraiya and noticed that Sasuke was looking elsewhere. He followed his sight and smiled. Sakura-chan. He waved frantically and felt his heart beat faster when Sakura waved back. However, that scream turned out to be a mistake. Many people immediately turned their heads and rushed toward the girls. They were trying to take photos and get autographs. Sakura and Ino were feeling crowded, but they greeted the people as politely as possible. In the end, Jiraiya had to call security to help escort the NS idols out of the airport. That was surprising. Sakura whispered in disbelief, after everyone had gotten into the car safely. Hinata'S. That was expected. After all, we worked really hard and did great jobs at all the promotion events and live performances. Then she scooted closer to the front. Hey, perverted boss, how are we doing? Selling like crazy. Jiraiya replied as he remembered how quickly Dazzle's first CD was being brought in the stores and on the internet. It was an amazing, but expected feat. He knew these girls had something in themselves and that together, they would make history. Naruto turned around in his seat and smiled at Sakura. You were great, Sakura-chan. Thanks, Naruto. She smiled back with comfort, since she was no longer confused by Koyuki's words. But tell me that you are leaving in person next time. I was worried. He scolded her playfully. Don't worry, I will. A comfortable silence filled in between the two, but Ino thought the moment was too mushy. She cleared her throat and asked, Anyways, where are we going? NS office, of course. Jiraiya chirped. We got work to do. What? The two loud blondes immediately protested, while the pinkette laughed and the brunette sighed. Competition. Naruto Promotion 13. Competition. Ino, game on. You're going down. Naruto, oh yeah? Don't cry to Sakura-chan when I defeat you. Sakura, Ino. Naruto, you two are on the same team. Ino/Naruto, what? Deidara, haha, you are so screwed, Sasori, you're on their team too, you do realize? Deidara, what? Ino/Naruto, we're so screwed. Sakura, let's get on with the story. Note, this is going to be a filler chapter. Naruto, what? No relationship building at all? Ino, there'll be plenty of relationship building, alright? Just not for you and Sakura. Muwahaha. Deidara, do you see what I have to live with, Dana? Sasori, all of you be quiet. The NS meeting room was usually used for large-scaled meetings or extremely important conferences. This was why all the idols and stars who had gathered here were gossiping among themselves. Jiraiya had given everyone the emergency call and made them rush back as soon as possible. Rin was speaking with Haku softly in the corner. Danger had a late night and was snoozing on the table. Some members of Akatsuki were quietly doing their own thing while Haiden was yelling profanities. When the door to the room was slammed open, everyone's head snapped up. Their eyes focused on the cheeky grin of their boss, who stormed in with the younger NS models following behind. Jiraiya made his way towards the front of the room and grabbed the microphone that was waiting for him. He cleared his throat and boomed. Thank you for gathering so quickly, all my precious NS talents. I have something important to discuss with you all today. Deidara, whose eyes brightened at the sight of the pinkette, waved happily at Sakura and Ino. He pointed at the empty chairs next to him and grinned. Sakura smiled back politely and walked toward him with Ino and Naruto. Naruto slumped into a chair grumpily, his mood ruined since he couldn't hang out with Sakura. Ino elbowed him. Geez, you'll have the whole night just to be with her, you idiot. Sakura wasn't listening to them since Deidara was occupying her attention. So how did it go, yeah? I saw a few of your lives, they were great, When do I get a signature on my disc? She blushed. Thanks, Deidara-sama. I'll sign it with Ino later. K. Deidara grinned happily, being completely unaware of the sudden silence. Jiraiya cleared his throat. Now, if you are finished. The long-haired male immediately zipped his mouth shut. As I was saying, NS is a great company thanks to all the fans that support all my precious talents. Therefore, for this holiday season, I have planned a grand project to show our gratitude to our fans. What is it? Suigetsu called out. Jiraiya flung a nearby pen at the loudmouth. Stop interrupting me! Karen stuffed her fist into her band member's mouth and gave a forced smile at Jiraiya. Now, if any more of you loudmouths. Jiraiya eyed a few of the guys in the room. Keep your peace or be silenced forever. Naruto and Deidara swallowed heavily. From December 1st to Christmas, NS will be holding a loving family holiday competition. I have already paid for a primetime slot on one of Konoha's public channels for the holiday. Lots of fans will be tuning in. I will be splitting our loving family into 3 teams, red, white, and green. Each team will compete against each other in various kinds of activities. Each game will accumulate points, and the team that has the most points by Christmas will receive a grand prize. All the voices started rumbling. Kakuzu cocked his eyebrow. Money? Naruto salivated. Ramen? Karen and Ino's eyes gleamed. Shopping spree? Jiraiya held up his hands for silence. The prize will not be mentioned at this moment, but I assure you that I will give out a generous prize. Suigetsu sneered. A generous gift from you would be a toothpick. Many heads lowered in dejection but snapped back up in laughter when the blend was hit by another pen. Don't worry. I promise you all that I indeed have a prize prepared. Today, I have gathered you all to form teams. The man whipped out a box from under the conference meeting. Inside are balls with different colors. Once you picked one, please write your name under the corresponding colored magnets on the whiteboard. He pointed at the giant board behind him. As you all know, you're working, responsible individuals. I don't want any trading, cheating, whining, complaining, moping, sulking, and anything else you young people do these days. Now, please line up next to me. Most of the younger talents rushed into line, while the less interested people waited in their chairs. Jiraiya laughed when one of the female models sulked at the color she got. Luck requires skill. Naruto was actually very pumped about this event, and had dragged Sakura into line behind him. When he reached the box, he plunged his hand and prayed that he would get the same color as Sakura. His hand soon resurfaced with a white ball. Naruto grinned and went to write his name on the board while Sakura drew a ball. The blonde was scanning the list of names when Sakura came up next to him. Are we on the same team, Sakura-chan? Sakura held up her red ball and began writing her name under the adjacent list. Sorry, Naruto. Ino grumbled when she arrived. She held up her white ball and Naruto hissed. Why am I stuck with you? They growled in unison. Deidara patted them on the shoulders. Now, children. Since you're on the same team, play nice with each other, yeah? Sasori narrowed his eyes. Deidara. Aren't you on the white team as well? The blonde glared at the shorter redhead. What? You won't trade with me? I want to be on Sakura-chan's team. Hearing that the desired red ball was in Sasori's possession, Naruto lunged for the man. Unfortunately, the redhead stepped back gracefully and marked his name neatly beneath the blossoms. If only there is a penalty for breaking the no whining rule. Sakura giggled softly. Don't worry, Ino, Naruto, Deidara-sama. We'll have lots of fun, okay? Jiraiya shooed them back into their chairs and looked at the list himself. Alright, seems like an equal distribution of singers, actors, etc. He smiled evilly at his workers. Now, please pick your team captains. Naruto stared at the white list and signed. His teammates were Ino, Deidara, Jugo, Haku, Moegi, Zetsu, and Suzumi. He met Moegi a while ago and developed a mentor-slash-student bond with the young female actress. Zetsu still gave him the creeps. Suzumi was a popular actor among the college-aged females. Haku, who he had mistaken as a girl, was very nice and a famous actor and model. The blonde pumped his fist. Maybe we can win this. Sakura, who was sitting beside him, was also reading her list. Sasori-san is very kind. Rin-senpai is on my team. That is great. Itachi-san is on my team too. Ah, there is Kisame-san. How cute, Itachi-san and Kisame-san always end up working together. Oh, Konohamaru-kun is also with me. Kito-san is very kind too. Shiranui-san. Hope he doesn't act out. While our protagonists were looking at the names, a shrill voice cried out. Why am I stuck with this idiot? Shut up, Karen. I don't want to be on your team either. Shut the beep up, both of you. Don't you see me? I'm stuck with this money-thirsty creep? Be quiet, Haydn, or be silenced forever. On the green team were these two chaotic pairs and 3 other actors who didn't want to be involved in the crossfire. They were all praying quietly to themselves. Jiraiya, who somehow got a hold of more pens, attacked the 3 whining singers. Excluding the glaring tall, green-eyed man, of course. Teams! Name your captains! Ino leapt off her chair and pointed a finger to her chest. I will lead my team to victory. I will be captain. Naruto and Deidara began whining, but stopped immediately when they noticed the pens that have appeared from nowhere in Jiraiya's hands. Red team? Itachi, everyone said in unison without batting an eyelash. It was a given fact that the uchiha was a genius and had already taken and passed the bar exam in preparation for his next career. Green team? Eureka, a popular actress in her mid-20s, stood up. I'll do it. Jiraiya put a small mark by the captain's names. All right. Tomorrow, I will have the event's agenda up in the main lobby. Be prepared for the first competition in 3 days. With a single wave of his hand, he dismissed the crowd. Sakura shuffled out of the room and walked toward Itachi, who was conversing softly with Kisame. At your service, Captain! She smiled brightly with a fake salute. Itachi gave her a smile, but Sakura didn't see it since Shirani had leapt onto her back. Sakura! I'm so happy that we're on the same team! Kisame laughed heartily. Genma, you are being a pedophile! Tisk tisk! Genma shook his fingers. Don't you know that show business girls mature early? Itachi placed his hands on top of Genma's lychee arms and removed the man in one fluid motion. Sakura gave him a small thank you and dashed off to find Naruto, who was currently arguing with the long-haired blondes. Genma grumbled. You're no fun, Captain! Leave the girl alone, Genma. Rin ordered softly as she stood next to him. Then she turned to face Itachi. Captain, we must win, understood? That way, I can show Kakashi and Obito how great I'm. Yes. Good. Genma shivered as Rin walked away. Women are scary, says the man who has an unhealthy obsession, Kisame replied. In the following weeks. Day 1 soccer competition. A narrow win by the white team. The last unlikely combo between Naruto and Deidara had thrown the cautious Shirani goalie off track. Day 2 basketball competition. In retaliation to the humiliation on the first day, red team fought back strong. Seriously, after Kakuzu and Zetsu, the tallest NS talents were all in the red team. The last dunk by Kisame was brilliant. Day 3 break. Sakura, do you want to go shopping? For what, Hello? Christmas presents. Oh yes. I need to get some more materials. Wait, you're going to make your presents? Yeah, is that too cheap? No, not at all. Do you knit? Yeah. Teach me please. Day 4 swimming competition. It was head-to-head between the red and green team in this watery contest. However, the pupil still has much to learn. Sugietsu slumped in defeat as Kisame finished the race in first place with a sharky flop. Day 5 break. Who are you knitting for, Ino? No one in particular. Don't be shy. Sakura, just help me with this part. Day 6 dance competition. Let's just say that it was a great show, alright? Every team was wonderful, but the victory went to white team's energetic and animated group dance. Day 7 horse riding contest? Jiraiya must be out of his mind to send his talents into the freezing cold to compete in a horse riding contest, considering how most of them had never rode a horse before. In the end, Hikari of Green Team brought home the victory. Lucky for her that one of her dramas was about horses. Day 8 break. Sakura-chan, let's go get ice cream. I'm sorry, Naruto. I promised Sasori-san that I'll go somewhere with him today. What? I will come with you. I don't think you would like to go to the bookstore. Why are you going there with him? He said there was a new medical book that just came in and said I may be interested. Fine, I will hang out with team today. Day 9 cook-off. With a certain pinkhead in the team, the red team victory was Guaran. Teed. Deidara tried to propose once again and was forced to stay at a 5 feet distance from Sakura. Day 10 compose/singing contest. Since most of NS talents were singers, Jiraiya decided that it would be great for the teams to compose and sing live. It was a close battle between all 3 teams and no victory could be decided. Day 11 mini-drama. All 3 teams were given the same script to perform. The victory went to Green Team, which was reasonable since the team was mostly made of actors and actresses. Day 12 mini-drama. Day 2. All 3 teams were only given a theme today and had to make their own script. White Team had a comedy family story that filled the studio with laughter. Red Team had a heart-wrenching love triangle drama that brought tears to everyone's eyes. Green Team had a suspense-filled crime story that brought everyone to their tiptoes. In the end, Jiraiya decided to let fans vote for their favorite, which will add to each team's score accordingly. Day 13 break. Team, I didn't know you like girly necklaces. It's not for me, Dobe. Oh, for your girlfriend? If you're saying that Sakura is my girlfriend, yes. What? Give that to me right now. You can't give Sakura-chan a necklace. Shut up, Dobe. Day 14 photo shoot. Each team was given a camera and a studio and sent off to do a unique photo shoot. Jiraiya posted all photos on the NS website and hosted a fan popularity contest. All are welcome to vote. As many times as you want. Day 15 break. What did you get for Sakura? Why should I tell you, Ino? I'm just curious. Something she'll love, Databeo. Day 16, Children Hospital. Was it ever mentioned that Rin, Kido, Sasori, and Sakura plan to become medical professionals after their NS careers? Well, now you know. Yup, red team for the win. Day 17 break. Sakura-san, thank you for the books you lend me. You're welcome, Sasori-san. I'm happy that you liked them as much as I did. By the way, please call me Sakura. Sakura. If you're interested, I can let you meet with Chio. Chio-san? The famous medic who invented uncountable amounts of medicine? Yes, she is my grandmother. I'm sure she would love to meet you. Thank you so much. Sasori-san. Day 18, Senior Home Visit. With Konohamaru and Naruto's combined power of awkward cuteness, the victory was definite. Day 19, Animal Shelter. In the end, it wasn't even a competition anymore. Everyone ended up debating over which animal was the cutest. Naruto was alone and fighting for frogs. Day 20 break. Sasori, she was a good girl. Sakura is very talented and too kind-hearted for her own good. Yes, I don't mind having her as a granddaughter-in-law, you know? Wink wink. Chiyoba. Day 21, Street Community Service. When would you ever get a chance to see famous talents dressed like Santa, elves, and reindeer on the streets? Hardly ever. Santa Naruto brings home the gold with the most amounts of donations. Day 22, Snow Castle Contest. It was head-to-head between Sasori and Deidara. However, who knew that snow could explode? The beautiful firework destroyed both the red and white team's castle, which made green team the victor. Day 23 break. Tsunade, please come to the party? Jiraiya, I'm a busy woman. It's Christmas. You don't like to work anyways. Which is why Shizen is making me finish all my work before she would let me go. Don't worry, I'm sure I can blackmail some people into helping you. Okay. Day 24 fan poll result. Jiraiya had apparently set up the fan poll by each person instead of team. Sakura couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the number 1 next to her name. Ino was in 4th place, but she was more than happy that Sakura won. Naruto hissed at his 5th place, which was after Itachi, 2nd, and Deidara, 3rd. Dead last was, let's not mention it. Day 25, Christmas Party. The hall where Sakura's Mississippi Konoha victory was celebrated was once again crowded with NS talents, loud music, good food, and blinding lights. Every talent was waiting restlessly for the final result of the family competition and wondering what the generous prize would be. When Jiraiya finally appeared on stage with an envelope in hand, all became silent. A single light shone down on the man and reflected off his bright white hair. He cleared his throat and signaled for a drum roll. His fingers grazed the seal of the envelope, and the crowd swallowed heavily. He reached in and everyone's eyes were glued to the white paper that peeked out. Jiraiya lifted the slip slowly, tauntingly, and cleared his throat once more. His mouth opened. Congratulations to the red team! The victory belongs to you. Itachi-kun, please come up and say a few words for your team. Staff members were clapping cheerfully while the competitive members of the white and green team were sulking. Yuka, a good sport from green team, patted Itachi's shoulder with a congratulatory pat when he passed by her. Itachi nodded in greeting and stepped onto the stage. It was an expected victory. Naruto felt his hair bristle. May we have the prize now? Itachi asked with a questionable gaze in his onyx eyes. Jiraiya swallowed in nervously. The young man's dark irises always gave him the chills. Izumo! Said man walked onto stage with a mysterious case in hand. He passed the case to Jiraiya, who opened it gingerly. All participants of the contest held their breath as the man revealed the prize. Out of the box came little scrapbooks. For memory's sake, everyone is a winner! Jiraiya passed one of the dainty book to Itachi and gave the case back to Izumo. The man walked off stage and began passing out the copies. Ha, what do you know? Sugiesta laughed. This is actually kind of cool. Later that night, Ino smiled as she flipped through the scrapbook. She held out a specific page to Sakura and smiled. Remember this? Sakura blushed at the picture of Itachi leaning really close to her. It was taken during the mini-drama competition. It was really embarrassing. The book was suddenly jerked away from the manicured fingers. Naruto glared at the photo angrily, hoping that he could make holes in the Uchiha's head. It was not funny. Oh, you should have seen your face. It was so funny. Ino taunted as she snatched the book back. The pinkette watched the two blondes with a curious gaze. What did Naruto look like? Ino scrunched up her face and acted like she had claws. Like this, but 10 times creepier. Sakura laughed when Naruto made the exact same face as he screamed. No, I did not. You just did it. No, I didn't. To Ino, making fun of Naruto was just as fun as teasing her idiotic cousin. However, fun times always had to end. She looked at her watch and stood up. It's getting late, I should probably go home soon. She reached into her bag and took out 2 wrapped boxes and tossed one each to the owners of the house. Merry Christmas, you two! Naruto was genuinely surprised by Ino's friendly gesture towards him. He didn't plan on receiving a present from the blonde at all, so he suddenly felt very awkward for not preparing a present. However, with Sakura by his side, there was no worry. The pinkette shouted wait and ran into her room. She came back with a small box of her own and placed it softly into Ino's hands. From the both of us, Sakura smiled. Thank you. Ino squealed happily, since this was the first time she had received a handmade Christmas present from a friend. After tucking the box safely into her bag, Ino waved goodbye to the pair and left with a bright smile. Naruto looked at Sakura with a curious gaze and she smiled in return. I made her a phone strap. Some of the materials were brought with the first paycheck you earned as a model. The Blossom took out another box from her pocket and gave it to Naruto. He took it with a bright grin and flung the cover off in excitement. Inside was another phone strap with the letter N and a swirly Naruto, the white thin slice of fish with a pink swirl, decoration. Naruto lunged for Sakura and wrapped her tightly in his arms. Thank you, Sakura-chan! She blushed and returned the hug. Naruto was reluctant about releasing the girl of his dreams, but he did so anyways. He reached into his jeans pockets and fished out a small box. He handed it to Sakura. I was carrying this all day. Merry Christmas, Sakura-chan! She gasped at the Sakura-shaped pendant. The coldness of the material made it clear that the pendant was an expensive crystal. Naruto, you shouldn't have. This must have costed a fortune. The blonde only smiled as he lifted the necklace out of the box and gestured for Sakura to turn around. Completely awed by the blonde's thoughtful gift, Sakura did as he asked. She gingerly shifted until her back was facing Naruto. She lifted her flowing hair and waited patiently as he clasped the necklace around her pale, long neck. After making sure that the chain was secure, Naruto wrapped his arms around Sakura once more and kept her from turning around to face him. Sakura dropped her hands in surprise and Naruto took the chance to nuzzle her hair. Do you like it? He asked in a small whisper. She could feel her face warming. Yes. Do you like it more than the necklace that team gave you? Sakura nodded softly. Do you like it more than the disc from Deidara? She nodded again. The books from Sasori? Yes. Everything else you've received? Sakura couldn't turn around to look at Naruto at all, so she settled with staring at the wall in front of them. I like it more than any present I've ever received. I love it, Naruto. Thank you. In all her embarrassment, Sakura wasn't able to see the joyful and flustered expression of her best friend or feel his increasing pulse. Glad you like it, Sakura-chan. Merry Christmas, Naruto. Please take care of me next year. Merry Christmas, Saku. Ra-chan. After remaining in the embrace for a few more moments, Sakura asked Naruto to let go because she needed to use the bathroom. He let go reluctantly and she hurried into the bathroom. When the door was shut, Sakura slid down against it and sat on the ground. She pressed her hands to her warmed face. If Naruto keeps doing this, I won't be able to only see him as a friend. Why must he do this to me and without being aware of it, too? I don't want to lose him. I don't want things to become awkward. I can't let my feelings destroy us. Did you know that idiots don't get sick? Naruto Promotion 14. Did you know that idiots don't get sick? The sky was fading into a dark, violet shade. Lights began to wake and brighten the night. A dark-haired boy looked up at the obnoxious orange curtains that were illuminated by a gentle glow. Several girls blushed when they walked by, but he paid them no attention. Grabbing the handle of his rolling bag and shifting his backpack comfortably, he walked towards the apartment's entrance. When he arrived at the door, he gave it a gentle knock. A loud voice called out, "I got it, Sakura-chan." Naruto slammed the door open and came face to face with the stoic Uchiha Sasuke. "Team? What are you doing here so late?" Naruto asked. Hearing their friend's name, Sakura came up behind the blonde. Sasuke noticed her pink apron and mittens while Sakura noticed his luggage. "Sasuke-kun? Why are you carrying so much stuff?" The boy met her eyes. "Can I stay here?" "What?" Naruto screamed and Sakura had to stuff her mitten into his mouth. After muting the blonde, she moved him aside and invited Sasuke into the house. She made him sit in the living room and offered him a steaming cup of tea. "Tell us what happened." The Uchiha dropped his bags onto the ground and stretched. "Itachi is such a nag." A single simple statement that spoke louder than words. Sakura couldn't help but smile softly at his childishness. "Okay, you can stay in Naruto's room. Naruto, help Sasuke take his bags into your room. I'll get the bedroll from the closet." "Why?" Naruto was trying to whine, but Sakura ignored him. "Team." Sasuke tossed one bag to Naruto. "Roommate." The next morning, "You said that Uchiha Sasuke is hiding at your house?" Ino asked offhandedly, while staring at her newly polished nails. Sakura sighed. "Yeah, apparently he had enough of Itachi-san's motherly affections. Who would have thought that Itachi-san would be too maternal? Isn't it more reasonable to be sick of his cold attitude or something?" The blossom smiled. "Itachi-san is actually very kind and gentle. It's hard to get to know him, but once you do, you will like his company." Ino shrugged her shoulders. "Maybe that is because you're both smart. My idiotic cousin still has some grudge on the Uchiha." Sakura was about to reply when their purple-haired teacher came into the room. There was a small pink blush on her cheeks and everyone immediately settled down. Anko turned to face the class with a toothy smile. "As you all know, Fuji-kun had transferred to a European school, leaving us with an empty seat in the room. Today, we have a new face that will fill the void. Please welcome our new student." "New student?" someone whispered. "Hot guy." It was one of the girls who threatened Sakura. "Why can't it be a cute girl?" growled a nearby boy. "How can you betray Sakura-sama?" another voice squeaked. Anko hissed. "Quiet." As if on cue, everyone sealed their lips. They watched with anticipation as their classroom door slid open and a tall, lean figure walked in. His anti-gravity hair was jet black with a hint of blue and his pale-colored skin was a match made in heaven with the dark onyx orbs. The way he carried himself screamed confidence, but his expression showed clear boredom. He stopped in front of the board. The girls swooned and the boys grumbled. Ino and Sakura were speechless. His bored eyes locked with the surprised emerald orbs. He smirked. "Uchiha Sasuke. I don't like to talk." Every girl tried to push the person occupying their adjacent seat away in an attempt to make room for the Uchiha. Sasuke, who didn't care at all, pointed at the empty seat next to the pinkette. "Is that my seat?" Anko nodded. "Yes." Sasuke ignored all the googly eyes staring at his back as he walked toward his seat. He settled down and nodded at the girls. Ino, Sakura. It took all of Anko's reserved fury to make the class calm down after the Uchiha's unexpected greeting toward the two most envied girls in the room. It seemed like he had just created another reason on the reasons to be envious list. When class was over and Anko left the room, chaos erupted. All the girls tried to corner and attack Dazzle like a herd of crazed predators. Luckily, Naruto, who had heard about the Uchiha rumor, had barged in the room and distracted the girls, giving Dazzle and Sasuke a chance to escape. Ino looked at the dark-haired boy with suspicious eyes. "I heard that you invaded Sakura's house last night. Now you're invading our school?" "I transferred properly." "How?" "This is ANBU. It's not that easy to get in." Sasuke's lid lowered in boredom. "I'm an Uchiha. The Uchiha family is a very powerful and wealthy family in Konoha. Most Uchihas work in the law and law enforcement fields," Sakura explained. Suddenly, Naruto leapt out of nowhere and tackled the raven-haired boy. "Team. Trade class with me." As if the sudden hug was a usual thing, Sasuke casually pushed the blonde away. Sakura smiled at the pair. "I guess you'll be staying with us for a long while, right?" Sasuke nodded. "With your cooking, I don't think I will leave anytime soon." "It's not fair." I want to move in, too. Ino whined as she clung onto Sakura. Just like that, Sasuke Uchiha became a permanent resident of Room 7. Itachi never mentioned a word about Sasuke's disappearance, or the lack of his stuff in their house. He never even questioned Sasuke's whereabouts, but the young Uchiha wasn't bothered at all. Sasuke was happy to get Itachi off his back. Although he would never say it out loud to his brother, he actually prefers Sakura's cooking more than Itachi's. Sakura whimpered softly as Sasuke placed a cool towel on her forehead and checked her temperature. How did this happen? The pinkhead's eyes opened slightly. I was volunteering at the children's hospital yesterday, and I caught the flu. You're hopeless. Sasuke sighed as he ruffled her hair. Naruto bristled at the sight and pulled Sasuke's hand away. He looked at Sakura with concern. I called the perv. He said we didn't have anything major scheduled today, so it is fine for him to delay what was planned. He said your only job today is to get better. Sakura nodded weakly. She looked at the boys sadly. I was going to make a great meal today. I'm sorry. Don't worry about anything, Sakura-chan. I can cook. With that said, Naruto left the room with a fiery spirit. Sasuke looked at his back suspiciously. The dobe can cook? The girl lifted her head slightly. Has Naruto ever cooked? Her eyes were glassy and she fell back onto the bed. Well, there's a first time for everything. Sakura drifted back into dreamland and Sasuke ran into the kitchen. He stopped dead in his track when he saw Naruto holding a bottle of detergent. The blonde was singing happily. Wash the rice, have to wash the rice. Sasuke dashed forward and intercepted Naruto's hand. What are you doing, team? What are you doing, doe? Cooking, what else? He tried to jerk his hand back but Sasuke's grip was too strong. The Uchiha shoved Naruto aside. You're going to kill her. I'll cook. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Are you saying that Sakura-chan would like your food more? I'm saying that I'd rather have Sakura alive than dead, no thanks to you, doe. Naruto narrowed his eyes and glared at Sasuke, who glared back with the same intensity. The blonde huffed and pulled away when he realized that Sasuke was not a normal human that needed to blink continuously. He grabbed his coat and walked toward the door. I'll go buy my own ingredients and medicine for Sakura-chan. Fearing for the worst, Sasuke ran after the blonde. He just may kill her for real if I don't go with him. Sasuke was completely lost when he looked at the clutter of random objects in Naruto's shopping cart. The Uchiha sighed. Your stupidity isn't anything new, but I thought you would have some common sense when it comes to taking care of Sakura. Naruto stopped his frolicking in the market. I'm always serious when it comes to Sakura-chan. The Uchiha breathed heavily when he saw the seriousness reflected in those blue orbs. He snatched the cart away from Naruto and sighed. Follow me. In the end, Sasuke brought the cold medicine and all the ingredients needed to make chicken soup, rice, and simple stir-fry vegetable. He explained everything to Naruto in detail as they walked, completely uncaring about the eyes that followed them everywhere. On their way back home, Naruto sighed in defeat. You're right, team. I'm a disaster in the kitchen. His posture slumped. Can you teach me how to cook? I want to be able to take care of Sakura-chan. Sasuke watched Naruto's genuine expression from the corner of his eyes. I think you're taking care of her in your own way. They grew up together and look out for each other. I sometimes envy them. Did you say something, team? HN. When the boys arrived at the house, they could smell a faint scent of porridge. Naruto jerked the door open and the pair stared blankly at the figure clad in an apron. Ino, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. Said girl lifted up a small tray with a steaming bowl on it and replied. What does it look like? I'm making a meal for Sakura. Naruto ran toward her. What? I was supposed to cook for her. Ino growled when he nearly knocked her tray over. By the time you can make a decent meal and feed her, she would be dead already. She looked at Sasuke. Right? He entered the room and set down the shopping bags. She is right, dobe. Now move! Ino elbowed Naruto out of the way and walked towards Sakura's room carefully. Naruto followed close behind and helped her open the door. The pair stepped in quietly when they noticed that Sakura was sound asleep. A slight pink tint indicated her fever, but her chill and cold sweat had stopped a few hours ago. Ino gave her tray to Naruto and checked Sakura's temperature. She is still a little warm, we should let her sleep for now. Naruto followed Ino out of the room without complaint. They returned to the kitchen and found Sasuke staring at the pot of porridge. Ino grinned with confidence. Shocked that I can cook, right? The uchiha narrowed his eyes. Have you tasted it yet? Ino huffed. Why would I need to taste it? Naruto laughed. Even I know that you have to taste what you cooked. If you don't, the person eating won't feel the love. Sasuke felt sick. Try it. Ino took a spoon and took a large slurp, did a double take, and forced the porridge down. She faked a smile. It's amazing! Noticing her odd expressions, Naruto took the bowl and downed a mouthful. He immediately spit the white substance back out. It's super salty, Ino! It's like sea porridge! Sasuke sighed as he went about cleaning Ino's mess. He made the blonde pair watch and take notes as he prepared a simple meal for the sleeping girl. Sakura, you better thank me when you're feeling better. The next day, Sasuke was coughing his guts out and Naruto was pouring him a glass of water. He glared at the obnoxious blonde. Why are you not sick? I told you, I've never been sick. Naruto answered as he handed the glass over. Sakura-chan is making porridge for you right now. Sasuke became quiet as he remembered the times when he was sick and had Itachi's homemade porridge. He was suddenly sad that he didn't appreciate his brother's love and concern. However, Naruto snapped him out of his memories when he laughed. Ha, you're such a weakling, team! The boy only smirked in retaliation. That's because idiots can't get sick. Sakura sighed when she heard a loud crash from the boy's room. Next time on Naruto Promotion. You could have called us. Natabani. I didn't know what number to call. Databeo. We left a number with Sakura-chan's parents, you could have asked them. Natabani. Hey. Why are you yelling at me? You two were the liars. Databeo. Parents. Naruto Promotion 15. Parents. I'm home, Naruto-chan. A high, but sweet, voice called into the empty, enormous, countryside mansion. Its bearer barged into the room and opened her arms wide, waiting for a hug that never came. A calm blonde man followed after her while carrying their suitcases. He set them down neatly by the doorway and placed a warm hand on his wife's shoulder. Kushina, Naruto is in Konoha, remember? The red-haired woman tilted her head and raised an eyebrow. She lowered her arms and looked at the silent, dusty living room. Her eyes caught sight of the calendar that lingered on a certain day in summer. She rubbed the back of her head and laughed. Ha, I forgot. Minato smiled softly and walked toward the calendar. As he ripped the pages off, he mused. I wonder how Naruto and Sakura are doing right now. Kushina grinned. We should give them a call later. But first. She turned her attention toward their luggage and began pulling out nicely wrapped presents. We should greet Sakura-chan's parents and give them the souvenirs. He nodded and helped his wife carry the presents, and the pair left their house. Their two-story mansion was very spacious, but it did little in occupying the large piece of land at which it sat. The nearest building belonged to the Harunos and it was a mighty giant in its own rights, but still small in sight. It took almost half an hour for the couple to reach their closest neighbor. Being the energetic one, Kushina rushed toward the gate and rung the bell. A woman with short blonde hair came out of the building, gasped, and ran toward the gate. She quickly unlatched the lock and hugged the redhead. Kushina! Welcome back! I've missed you, Mabuki! Hearing the loud commotion, a man with hair shaped like a cherry blossom popped his head out from the open door and gasped. Why? It's Kushina and Minato! The addressed man waved. Long time no see, Kizashi. Kizashi grinned as he walked over. How was missed? That was a long trip. It was great, we got a lot of work done for sure. Minato replied. Thanks for watching our house. No problem, no problem. Mabuki smiled as she ushered the pair into the house. Are you too hungry? I can whip up something really fast. There is no food in your house right now. Both Kushina and Minato's eyes sparkled. Ramen? Kizashi laughed. Yes, ramen. Mabuki dear, are there any? For the Namakazes, we always have a stock. She replied as she went off the kitchen, leaving the other three. Her husband took their guests to the living room where the pair was watching a drama before Kushina rung the bell. The commercials were currently running. Kushina, always the curious one, asked, What are you two watching? Hana Sakura, the drama where na dash. Kizashi tried to reply, but Kushina screamed before he could finish. She pointed an accusing at the screen, at a certain blonde-haired boy with whiskers. That's my baby! What is my baby doing in a drama? Hearing the sudden scream, Mabuki came running back into the living room. Minato was trying to calm Kushina down, but his eyes were also wide in disbelief. Kizashi was also surprised and a bit scared by the scream. I thought Naruto informed you too about being an actor. My baby is an actor? Kushina nearly fell over, but luckily, her husband caught her. When did Naruto become an actor? He asked in a much more civilized manner. Kizashi tapped his chin. Quite a while ago. I remember he was a model first. He didn't tell us anything. Kushina snapped, after having recovered from the mini panic attack. He is so going to get it. She turned to face her husband. Minato, we are going to Konoha. Mabuki held up her hands. Now wait, Kushina. You just got back, you should have some food and rest first. Minato nodded in agreement. I can book tickets right now, but we should eat and rest first. You will need your energy when we see Naruto. The red-haired woman sighed. Fine, fine. Ramen first, hit Naruto later. Minato could only laugh weakly as Kushina fumed. Kizashi elbowed his wife. Should we tell her about Sakura being a singer too? His wife simply whacked him on the head. A good night's rest and a long road trip later. A fuming red demon was storming down the streets of Konoha, and any wise person was smart enough to stay out of the way. Her yellow-haired companion followed behind with a worried gaze. Bystanders stared at the pair with either awe or fear. Minato patted his shoulder bravely. Kushina, calm down please. We don't want people to recognize us. Heeding his warning, Kushina immediately stilled and then pulled down her hat securely. Sorry, I'm just so angry that I forgot. Minato caressed her cheek gently. It's fine, we should hurry to Naruto's apartment. She only nodded in reply, and they scurried down the crowded streets of Konoha. The pair hadn't stepped foot in this wondrous city for more than a decade, and much had changed. Minato noted that there were a few more skyscrapers, flat screens on the sides of buildings, and enormous billboards covered with ads everywhere. His eyes caught sight of an eye-catching board with none other than Naruto. The young blonde, who looked like both of his parents, was holding a bottle of water at a beach. Minato couldn't help but think that Naruto actually looked very handsome in the poster. However, he wasn't brave enough to point the sign out to his raging other half. He continued walking silently, but stopped when Kushina halted to stare at a large screen that was blasting music. His eyes followed hers, and within the short time that they had returned, his pupils widened again. Dancing around in the screen was a similar pinkette that he had watched grow up. She was holding a microphone with another blonde besides her, who was also holding a microphone. He realized that the pair was singing, and singing with very nice voices. Kushina didn't look at him, but he heard her. Is that Sakura-chan? I think so. That Naruto! How can he drag Sakura-chan into the showbiz world with him? Kushina's inner fire was ignited full blast once more, and Minato was very worried for his son's safety. Following the map that Mabuki had kindly made for them, the couple finally arrived at room 7. Kushina wanted to run the door down, but Minato stopped her and rung the bell. The door opened, but the pair didn't meet the expected blue eyes. Instead, a pair of surprised onyx orbs stared back. Who are you? Kushina asked. The boy looked at the pair of strangers standing before him. On the right was the person who addressed him. She was a little bit shorter than him, had long red hair, navy blue eyes, cutely round face, and proportional features. Besides her was a much taller man. His golden hair stopped at his neck, and he was gifted with a sharp face, nice features, and sky-blue eyes. The boy's brain immediately merged the two faces together, and the already missing colors drained from his face. Are you two Naruto's parents? How did you know? Kushina asked in surprise. He looks like you too. Remembering his manners that the blonde lacked, he added, Please come in. They thanked him and entered quietly. Noticing that the drapes were a bright orange color, they knew that they were definitely at the right place. The boy asked them to sit, and then introduced himself. I'm Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura's roommate. They are not home right now, but I can call them for you. Sasuke? Kushina whispered softly. Yes. Is your mother Mikoto by chance? Minato asked. How did you know? Sasuke inquired. The accident that took his parents happened a long time ago, and people hardly asked about them anymore. Minato and Kushina looked at each other. They were actually friends with the head of the Uchiha family and had attended the funeral 12 years ago. Minato noticed the sadness that had crept into the boy's eyes and knew that the death of his parents was still a sensitive subject. He cleared his throat. We were friends. I think we had met before, Sasuke. We're sorry for bringing it up. Kushina nodded. Fate sure has a funny way of bringing people together. I would have never thought that my childhood friend's son would become my son's roommate. Sasuke was surprised and his poker face nearly slipped. He was only 5 when his parents left, and he really wanted to know more about his parents. Still, he was smart enough to know that it was not the time to ask such sentimental questions. He opted, saying, Naruto is a NS talent, he may be at the office right now. It is a large building that is north of here, about 20 minutes walk. Minato nodded. Thank you, Sasuke. Kushina added. After we deal with our son, let's all have dinner, okay? The boy only nodded as the couple went on their way. Kushina's anger was slightly diminished from seeing the grown Sasuke, whereas Minato's mind was thinking of something else. He looked at his wife. Kushina. I think Sasuke said that Naruto is working for NS. Could it be? A light bulb went off in her head. Jiraiya-san! She took off running, but Minato overtook her as they arrived at the NS building's entrance. The building was just as they remembered, except with 2 different women at the front counter. As if fate was truly with them, Kushina's keen eyes caught sight of a familiar white bushel of hair. Jiraiya-san! She screamed at the man who turned at the very nostalgic voice. Kushina? He looked behind her. Minato? What are you two doing here? Kushina ignored him. Why did you recruit my baby to be a star? How can you drag him into the world of show business? What are you talking about? Jiraiya asked in confusion. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You took my baby and turned him into a model and actor. Wait, what? Jiraiya's eyebrows shot up into his hair. Naruto is your son? Minato sighed. Jiraiya-san, long time no see. I didn't expect us to reunite like this. But yes, Naruto is our son. We weren't aware that he became an NS talent, and we are looking for him right now. Wow, like son like parents, Jiraiya mused. This isn't funny, Jiraiya-san. Kushina growled. We have to talk to Naruto. Jiraiya rubbed his hair. He is out right now. Anyways, I thought he would have told his parents about his job. And even if he didn't, shouldn't you guys know from watching TV? Minato replied. We were in Miss for half a year. Jiraiya nodded. I see. Still composing music for other singers? We have to make a living somehow. Minato replied. Kushina grumbled at the 2 men who towered over her. Stop it! We can talk later, we have to find Naruto first. Jiraiya sighed. But he is not here right now, why don't you 2 wait for him in the lobby? Minato nodded. You're right. Kushina looked at her husband. Why don't we wait for him at the apartment? Since Naruto isn't here anyways, I want to spend some time talking with Sasuke. Alright. Minato nodded politely at Jiraiya. We will be going now. After we clear up everything with Naruto, we can talk. Tea? Jiraiya grinned. The younger man nodded and followed after his wife, who had already started walking away. Later that evening, a certain blonde was running down the hallway of the NS building, in search of a certain Pinkette. He had just come back from his outdoor commercial shoot and was eager to kidnap his roommate. However, a certain lit-up, recording, sign dampened his mood. Apparently, Dazzle was still recording songs for their album. Sakura had given him an apologetic look through the glass and a recording staff had invited him to stay, but the boy said he would wait for the album to come out first. Deciding that he would wait for her like a good gentleman, he decided to spend his time bothering their boss. With a happy grin plastered on his cheek, he ran off to Jiraiya's office. He barged in without knocking and caught the man staring at his laptop screen happily. Ha, caught in you the act! Naruto screamed. Jiraiya looked up calmly. Oh, it's you, Naruto. You're back early. The blonde was confused. Why are you so calm? Are you actually not looking at perverted stuff? Jiraiya grumbled. I don't only look at stuff like that. I keep tabs on my talents too. I'm actually looking at something nostalgic. There was a pause as Jiraiya looked at the 2 faces in the photo, and then back at Naruto. By the way, your parents came to look for you earlier today. What? His eyes widened. Mom and Dad were here. When did they come back to Fire Country? I don't know, but they seem pretty angry. What? Why? I don't remember. Jiraiya waved at him. Come here, Naruto. You should see this. Being the curious person he was, Naruto walked around Jiraiya's desk without a second thought. But what he saw gave him one of the biggest shocks in his life. On the computer screen was a photo. In it was a couple standing on a brightly lit stage. The man was holding a guitar and the woman was behind a keyboard. They were both singing into their respective headsets and bright smiles were etched on their faces. They looked relatively young, perhaps just 1 or 2 years older than Naruto himself. The guitarist had neck-length blonde hair, and the pianist had long, flowing red hair. Their faces were so familiar, but Naruto didn't want to believe it. He opted to scream. What is this? You don't know who they're? Jiraiya asked. They look like my parents. They're your parents, Jiraiya smiled. Those were the days. Naruto flung his arms about. What is this? Why are my parents singing on a stage? Why do they look so young in it? How do you know my parents? Jiraiya grabbed the boy's arms, forcing him to calm down. Why are you freaking out, Naruto? Don't you know about this? The blonde struggled to free his arms as he screamed. What was that? My parents told me that they grew up in the countryside. They said they have businesses out of the country, but they never told me about a singing career. Jiraiya grew silent. Oh. So Minato and Kushina even kept this from Naruto. They really must not have wanted him to be interested in show business. Perv! Answer me! Naruto ripped his arms from the man's grip. You have to calm down first. I'm never calm. Jiraiya sighed. Fine. Naruto, your parents were actually a singing group called NU. They were very popular and were a leading group in the pop music scene. Their songs could be heard anywhere, and they were famous. However, 17 years ago, they suddenly came to me and said they wanted to retire. I didn't want them to go, since they were at the peak of their career. Still, no matter how much I told them to rethink their decision, they still left. When they left, many fans were shocked. And you simply disappeared. I suppose many people still remember them due to their fame and untimely retirement. Back then, they didn't tell me why they wanted to leave. I guess I know now. He looked into the boy's eyes deeply. Tears were threatening to leave Naruto's eyes. They did it for me. They said they would be waiting at your apartment. Naruto nodded. Thanks, Perv. I'm going home right now. Tell Sakura-chan that I will see her later. The boy ignored everyone as he ran down the hallways at full speed. His parents often sung to him, but he never knew that they were singers. They only told him that their work requires them to travel out of the country. They didn't want him to know. But the question is, why didn't they? Naruto was out of breath when he arrived at the door. He could feel the people inside and tentatively, he unlocked the door. Having heard the rapid footsteps, Sasuke knew it was time to go back to Itachi's. He had a nice time speaking with Naruto's parents, and had learned a lot about his parents. Listening to Kushina had lifted a lot of weight from his heart. Even though he didn't want to admit it, he was feeling just a bit jealous of the blonde. He stood up from the chair and nodded. I will be spending the night at my old house. The couple nodded. Tell Itachi we said hi and would like to have a meal with him soon. Yes. As soon as the word left his lips, Naruto barged in. Team? I will be going now. It was nice speaking with you, Kushina-san, Minato-san. After Sasuke left the apartment, the air in the room became unbearably dry. Naruto fidgeted slightly whereas Kushina stood up. Why didn't you say anything? They screamed in unison. What? What are you talking about? Once more in unison. You're singing. You're acting. Both sides became silent, while Minato sighed softly. Naruto held up his hands. Hold up. What about me acting? Kushina bristled. You didn't tell us that you were a model and an actor. As your parents, we have the right to know. I was going to tell you when you came home. You two didn't call me or anything. I didn't have a chance to say anything. Databeo. You could have called us. Natabani. I didn't know what number to call. Databeo. We left a number with Sakura-chan's parents. You could have asked them. Natabani. Hey. Why are you yelling at me? You two were the liars. I found out that you two were singers. Databeo. What? Natabani? Minato, who finally decided to step in, asked. What are you talking about, Naruto? The boy narrowed his eyes. Don't play dumb, Dad. You know what I'm talking about. You and Mom were really famous singers, weren't you? Kushina became silent and looked at Minato, who tried to explain. Naru, I am mad that you two hid this big secret from me, but what made it worse was that the reason you two quit at the top of your game was because of me. Naruto screamed. It was my fault, wasn't it? Minato tried to speak up once more, but the apartment door slamming open stopped him once again. In came a Pinkette who was nearly out of breath from rushing back to the scene. Sakura stood beside Naruto and bowed down apologetically. Everyone else looked at her in surprise. I'm sorry, Minato-san, Kushina-san. Jiraiya-san told me what happened. It was my fault. I wanted Naruto to be a model. Kushina was taken aback. What? Naruto roughly grabbed Sakura's shoulders and jerked her back into an upright position. We're not talking about me, right now, Databeo. I am talking about my parents' lie. Huh? Jiraiya-san told me that Kushina-san is angry that you became an idol. No, we're talking about my parents being in a band and not telling me about it. Kushina-san was in a band? No, we're not talking about that. Natabani! All of you be quiet! A loud, deep voice boomed and everyone else became dead silent. Minato huffed, sat down, and gestured for everyone else to do the same. All this yelling is getting us nowhere. Sakura, you start first. What were you saying? Kushina and Naruto tried to protest, but Minato silenced them both with a simple wave of his hand. Feeling the suffocating tension, Sakura cleared her throat and spoke. Jiraiya-san told me that you two came to find Naruto and that you were really angry about him being a NS talent. It is not his fault. It is mine. I'm terribly sorry. I wanted Naruto to be famous and loved by everyone. I was selfish, it was my fault. He only did all this because I asked him to. I apologize. Both Minato and Kushina were listening intently, but their eyes had softened at the girl's words. Naruto, on the other hand, was even angrier than before. He growled. Stop it, Sakura-chan. None of this is your fault. If I didn't want to do it, I wouldn't have. I did it because it was fun. I did it because I like making people laugh and smile. I like making you laugh and smile. The problem here is not about me being a model or actor or whatever. The problem here is that my parents lied to me. They have lied to us since I was born. Naruto! Kushina called when she realized that Naruto was about to storm out of the apartment. The boy looked at her from the corner of his eyes. This was the first time he had yelled at his parents. Even though he had missed them, he was very angry that they had lied to him for his entire life. He knew that he probably should be giving them a chance to explain, but he wasn't happy. Without another word, he slammed the door open much like Sakura did and stormed out. Kushina was silent while Minato sighed. Sakura, on the other hand, was completely confused. She looked at the couple across from her. What was Naruto talking about? Minato returned the soft gaze. I suppose there is no use keeping it a secret anymore. The truth is that Kushina and I used BNS talents under Jiraiya-san as well. We were a singing group. I guess you could say that we were kind of famous. However, when we realized that Kushina was pregnant with Naruto, we decided to quit. We didn't want the media to bother us or Naruto. We wanted him to have a happy childhood, so we moved to the countryside. We met your parents there and they agreed to keep our secret from everyone else. Kushina added quietly. Sakura's eyes widened. Is this why you two gave him Kushina's maiden name? The pair nodded. We didn't want the media or press to bother our son. We want him to have wonderful memories when he remembers his childhood. Sakura was quiet as she took in all the information. Being more understanding than Naruto, she understood why Kushina and Minato did what they did. It was true that many celebrity children grew up without a proper childhood and often end up regretting that loss. She smiled warmly. I understand. I'll go get Naruto and I won't come back until he comes back and talk properly. Kushina smiled back softly. Whenever Naruto threw tantrums, he always listened when Sakura-chan talked to him. Thank you, Sakura-chan. At the Uchiha's. Uchiha Itachi stared down at the two boys who were currently occupying his beloved couch. There were cans of soda all over the coffee table and the television was blasting out random music. How nice of you to come home and visit your brother Sasuke, he stated calmly. HN. What brings you here, Naruto-kun? He asked, addressing the other boy. Don't ask. Itachi narrowed his eyes. He finally had a night off and the two of them had to choose this time to show up. At first, he was happy that Sasuke had come home, but he would die before admitting it. Later, when Naruto came with that scowl on his face, he knew something must have happened. Now, he was patiently waiting for one more. The bell rung. Bingo. A gentle knock followed the bell. "This is Sakura, Itachi-san. Is Naruto here?" Said man opened the door swiftly, whereas Naruto scampered up from the couch and ran into Sasuke's room to hide. He smiled softly at the girl, who was the only one who greeted him before invading his house. "How are you, Itachi-san? Happy that at least one of you have manners," Itachi replied, and she laughed. "I'm here for Naruto." Sakura went straight to the point after her laughter stopped. Itachi backed away for her to enter, and Sasuke pointed toward his bedroom. Nodding her thanks, Sakura made her way toward the plain door. She knocked and a small voice replied, "Naruto isn't here, try next door." "Very funny. Now come outside. We have to go back, your parents are waiting." "No, they lied to me." "You know they lied because they wanted to protect you." "I know, that is why I'm not mad at them. I'm mad at myself. I didn't need them to give up their careers to protect me." "Naruto, they did it because they love you." The boy didn't reply, so Sakura knocked the door with her inhuman strength that many had never experienced. Sasuke, who had witnessed it once, only shivered slightly. Itachi, who had never seen it before, was truly amazed. Sakura was indeed a mystery that needed more exploring. He could only smirk. Naruto freaked out on the other side of the door when his beloved Sakura barged in. She grabbed the collar of his shirt and shook him back and forth. "You idiot! You know I'm right. You know that they chose you over their jobs. They're happy, that's all that matters. You're coming home with me." The blonde's head rolled side to side as he struggled to stay upright against Sakura's insane shaking. He tried to respond, but words couldn't come out. Taking his silence as a yes, Sakura lifted him against her back and stormed out of the room. She stared at the Uchiha brothers and nodded apologetically. "I will pay for the damages, excuse us." Itachi waved her off. "Don't worry about it, Sakura. Please be careful on your way back." Understanding what he meant, she smiled back. "Don't worry, I will put him down before anyone sees us." With one more wave and a scream from Naruto, the pair left the apartment. Itachi stated, "She is strong." "Very. Have you ever been?" There was a slight twitch on Itachi's lips. Sasuke had a symmetric twitch. "No, and I don't plan to be lifted anytime soon." On the other hand, "Sakura-chan, please set me down?" the boy asked softly. Sakura tightened her grip. "If I let you down, you will run. We can't have you running away, right?" Naruto whimpered. "Sakura-chan, I promise I won't run." "Fine, I will let you go if you accept my conditions." She had stopped walking. "Anything." There was a grin on her face that Naruto couldn't see. "You have to go straight home and apologize for running away. Then you must talk to your parents in a calm and civilized manner. Last but not least, you must go to that ramen place with your parents, wearing disguises of course." Naruto grumbled. "That doesn't sound fair." "What will make it fair?" "A kiss on my cheek for encouragement," Naruto joked. However, he didn't know that the phrase had set Sakura's cheeks on fire. "Sorry, I was kidding. Don't hit me. I'll do as you say," Naruto cried out. "Fine." The confused Naruto was slowly set back onto Mother Earth. He shot Sakura a puzzled look, but he couldn't see her expression since she was looking down. Suddenly, she looked up and gave his right cheek a soft, quick peck. She was very thankful that the darkening sky had covered her blush. The boy, who didn't expect Sakura to do as he had asked, was shocked speechless. However, as soon as the embarrassment faded away, she shoved him hard. "Hurry up and go!" Nodding numbly, Naruto ran off. Sakura placed her cold fingers against her burning cheek and shook her head rapidly. "Idiot! You know he was only joking." "Arg!" The running boy was panting softly when he reached the door of the apartment. He touched his cheek softly, smiled, and pushed the door open. The next day, Naruto stretched his arms over his head and yawned. His father was walking beside him, with a small smile on his face. He was surprised that Naruto had matured so much in the last 6 months. He supposed that being a star does make a person grow faster. He reached for his son's hair and ruffled it lightly, earning him a curious gaze. "What is it, Dad?" Naruto asked as he tried to fix his hair. "Can you not do that when Sakura is in the area? She freaks out when my hair is messy." Minato laughed softly, remembering how Kushina scolded him for the same tea. Ing. Are you happy, son? Naruto grinned and gave Minato a thumbs up. Yeah, so you and Mom don't have to worry about me. Databeo. Minato smiled and looked behind him, where his other half and Sakura were. Kushina caught his gaze and returned the sincere expression. She turned to face Sakura, who was pointing out all the interesting stores in Konoha. A soft curve of the lips inditing her joy, Kushina whispered to Sakura. Please take care of my Naruto, Sakura-chan. Blackmail. Naruto Promotion 16. Blackmail. Being the famous actor he was, Sai hardly had the time to do anything for himself. But that didn't stop him from hiring people to do his biddings. The ghost of a smirk grazed his lips as he looked at the photos resting atop of his coffee table. A tall man with diamond-shaped eyes was standing on the other side. I did as you asked? Yes. Sai replied softly as he flung a thin piece of paper across to the man. Here is the check. Remember, this is confidential. I keep all my business private. With that said, the man quietly left the condo. Sai picked up the photo, traced his fingers against the yellow and pink colors, and gave a cold, emotionless laugh. Things were about to get interesting for him. Ino was happily chattering away while Sakura was listening attentively. Even though they were both busy talents, finishing their schooling was still top priority. This was why the pair had come to NBU on this fine day. One was whining while the other was excited. Sakura was replying to Ino when another classmate gently tapped her shoulder. She looked up and saw the girl point toward the doorway, where several others were crowding around their dark-haired senpai. Startled, Sakura stood up and walked over. Sai. The man nodded. I need to speak with you, do you have a moment? There was a hint of a smirk lurking around his lips and, although instincts told Sakura to run, the girl said yes and followed him out. Sai led Sakura to the back of the school, away from prying eyes and ears. From his pockets, he took out a photo and put it directly in Sakura's sight. In this photo were Sakura and Naruto entering their apartment together. If it was someone else, they would have no problem with this photo. However, Sai knew that Sakura was a smart girl and could understand what he meant easily. His assumption was proven correct when she lunged for the photo without a word. Give it to me! She begged while Sai easily lifted the photo into the air. His cold smirk returned. Why should I? I think the press would like it. That will cause a scandal, she hissed softly. Sai put his other hand under his chin, pretending to be thinking. Slowly, his cold eyes met hers and he whispered. I will give you every photo I have, under one condition. It has been a while since our companies last worked together. The senile, wrinkly CEO of Compound chuckled at the eye-twitching, white-haired man across from him. Yes, it has been a while, Jiraiya replied, restraining himself from throwing what he could grab at the man in front of him. It was a known fact that Danzo wasn't a fair businessman, but there was no proof of his underlying methods. No one could lay hands on him, and Tsunade, being the wonderful mayor she was, had spent a lot of effort in trying to catch the man in action. Currently, Uchiha Izuna, the brother of the famous detective Uchiha Madara, was on the case. Danzo took a sip of the alcohol that he had personally brought to Jiraiya's office. I was actually very surprised when Saikun told me that he wanted to work with Sakura-chan. Jiraiya's ears twitched. What? Sai-sen asked for Sakura-chan? Yes. I suppose he does have a good eye for stars. Danzo laughed. Who he works with often become very popular and sought after by other companies. Just look at Koyuki, already preparing for another movie. Jiraiya nodded with strained effort. I will tell Sakura-chan about this partnership when she comes back with Ino. Yes, may this project be successful. Ino stared at Sakura as if she had grown another head. Sakura shivered under the intense gaze. Ino, can you stop looking at me like that? It is weird. I will stop looking at you like this when you tell me why you're working with that guy. From what I heard from the two idiots, Sai is a cold freak. I admit that he is hot and drop-dead gorgeous, but he has some problems here. Ino pointed at her head, earning a sigh from Sakura. The girl pulled her friend's hand away. He is mentally normal, Ino. He is not very friendly, but he won't kill me. Besides, a job is a job. Does Naruto know about this? The blue eyes narrowed. What does this have to do with him? Ino sighed. Sakura, say what you want, but I know what is going on in your brain is not what is going on in your heart. The Blossom's face flushed. Just be careful, alright? I think that guy is dangerous. Don't worry. The commercial is for a clothing brand, it won't be that bad. The brightly colored dressed woman smiled happily as she briefed the pair on the theme of the commercial. Valentine's Day is coming fast. It is only a month away. This commercial's target audience is the younger population of Konoha and Fire Country. You two will play a loving couple going out on a casual date. Of course, the clothes will be changed at each scene. I know it doesn't really make sense in real life, but it will be able to showcase the brand's variety and its flexibility. People can wear it anywhere, anytime. Sakura gulped while Sai-fake smiled. He looked at her through the corner of his eyes. When she caught his glance, she knew. That guy! He knew it all along! After the woman released Sai and Sakura to get dressed, Sakura pulled Sai aside. She hissed softly. When are you going to give me those photos? Sai teased. Is that the proper tone to use when you are asking someone for something? She inwardly growled, but outwardly smiled. Sai, when will you kindly give me back those photos? He smirked. When we're done filming. He left Sakura gawking as he went to get dressed. The poor girl could only hiss once more before she was pulled away by other crew members. It was difficult to tell if Sai was surprised or not, but his poker face did twitch slightly when Sakura was led towards him. She was in a strapless, puffy dress, flats, and there was a pastel-colored bow in her hair. Sakura wasn't very tall, but she wasn't short either. Sai noticed that her forehead was just below his chin, the perfect height. There was light makeup on her face, since the cosmetic person said that her natural blush shouldn't be covered. Sai supposed that she was right. Sakura really was beautiful, but he would take those words to the grave with him if necessary. Sakura looked at Sai through her lashes. Ugh, why must he be so tall? Then she noticed that he was looking at her, assessing her, and it was putting her on edge. It was true that Sai was also dressed very nicely, but Sakura wasn't in the mood to check him out or compliment him. Her one and only plan was to get the commercial done, grab the photos, and get the beep out of there and back to freedom. A nearby cameraman smiled. You two look good together. I hope we have a good shoot today. Sakura nearly belched, but smiled nonetheless. Thank you, I hope so too. She tossed a glance at Sai, who didn't even acknowledge the man. His eyes were on her only, but instead of feeling cherished, she felt annoyed. She elbowed him discreetly. Sai finally turned his gaze away and looked at the man. Please take care of us. And so it began. The first scene of this date was a stroll along one of the shop-filled streets of Konoha. All they had to do was walk hand in hand along, trying to show off the best parts of their clothes to the camera. Sakura listened attentively as the director spoke, and she was glad that Sai was being very professional as well. As the camera began rolling, Sai took Sakura's hands into his and smiled. It was a real one, mind you, but Sakura didn't realize it. She simply tightened the hold and followed Sai as he led her down the streets. As she walked, she stayed mindful of showing off her outfit at the best angles. It wasn't her first clothing-related work, but a commercial was very different from a photo shoot. Sakura sighed in relief when the director stopped the scene, told them that it was nicely done, and asked them to get changed for the next scene. She obliged and was dragged away to change. This time, she was wearing shorts and a nice comfortable t-shirt. Despite the clothes being less feminine, Sakura's natural pheromones were more than enough to make some crew members blush. Sai, on the other hand, remained stoic. In this scene, the pair had to sit next to a fountain and talk as the camera panned around them. It was much easier than the first scene. That was, until a strong gust of wind blew the stray droplets toward the pair. Reacting on instinct, Sai immediately shifted Sakura and protected her from the water. Staff members rushed forward to dab Sai's clothes while Sakura stood to the side in surprise. What should we do? Your clothes are all wet. The director placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Don't worry. We got all the footage we need for this scene. He turned to the other staffs. Get them changed. I want to get the last scene done quickly. The two of them did a very good job. I want to get it all done today. Heeding the top dog's command, people took the pair away once more. Sakura was very confused as she was getting dressed and pampered by her assistants. Why did he protect me? Sai, who was also getting his makeup fixed, was looking at his reflection with a confused expression. He had reflexively moved the pinkette when the wind blew and he didn't care that he got wet. In the past, when similar situations happened, he usually let his partner get soaked. Of course. He wasn't the only one who noticed. The makeup artist, who had worked with Sai before, smiled. That was very sweet of you, Sai. The boy ignored the comment. When he was certain that she was done, he stood quietly from his chair and returned to the director's side. Sakura was already waiting there when he arrived. The bun she had earlier was undone, leaving her hair to cascade down her back like waves. Her new attire was a more formal dress that had ribbons crisscrossing around her neck and down her legs. A rose choker was secured around her neck, and she was currently touching it with venom in her eyes. She gave the director a puppy look. With this choker and these ribbons, I feel like a dog. The director laughed. A very cute dog. He looked at the approaching boy. Ah, Sai. The next scene is very simple. I just need you two to lean against the railings and look at the sunset. When I give the cue, simply turn around. Then, Sai, you lean down and pretend to whisper into Sakura's ear. Then, Sakura, you just blush and smile. Easy enough? Remember, we only have one chance to shoot this before the sun sets completely. As the sky slowly dimmed and a rosy orange color surfaced, Sai and Sakura stood elbow to elbow and leaned against the railings like they were told. Sai tilted his head slightly to look at Sakura, giving off the image of a loving boyfriend who was secretly admiring his lover. Faintly, they heard the sound that was the signal. Sakura turned first, slowly, alluringly. Sai followed, and then he leaned down and whispered, You look like art. Startled, but aware of her role, Sakura blushed accordingly and smiled. The very satisfied director smiled and clapped. Good, very good. Come look at the scene, you two. Sakura quickly ran away from Sai's side and toward the protection of the camera crew. They waited until Sai was nearby, and then they replayed the scene. Everyone said good work to each other, and the director told them that the voiceover would be recorded tomorrow. Sakura nodded and left to change. After she was done and had said goodbye to her assistants, Sai's makeup artist told her that Sai was waiting for her by the railings. Sakura whispered a quick thank you and ran to meet him. She found Sai leaning against the rail, staring down at the city below. He was beautiful in the fading light, but Sakura could care less. She stood defiantly, put one hand against her waist, and stretched the other out. The photos. Sai scoffed as he faced her. We aren't done yet. The voiceover is tomorrow. I won't skip out. Anyways, you said after we film. So keep your words. Sai stuffed his hands in his pockets and stalked toward the girl who didn't flinch or step away. I don't have them with me right now. When will you have them then? She asked as her eyes followed his fingers that slowly reached for her chin. Stop thinking about him. Sai whispered. You shouldn't be so concerned. You don't need him. He was leaning closer and closer to the pinkette. The glow of the sunset enveloped them, and the soothed voice was flowing into her mind. If Sakura was any other girl, she would swoon and melt into goo. However, Sakura was Sakura. She shoved him, without her inhumane strength, of course. Her emerald eyes glistened in the dimming light. I'm always with Naruto. I'll always be concerned about him. You won't be able to make me confused. Then she turned away from him. I'll forgive you this time. Just bring the photos to the recording tomorrow. Sai was surprised and a frown formed on his usually calm face. He reached out, grabbed Sakura's wrist, and spun her around. I'm the most popular actor out there, and I even went out of my way to not be cold towards you. Other girls would be honored and faltered. His dark orbs demanded her attention, and his next words stopped her heartbeat. Do you love him that much? Get your dirty hands off of her. A yellow blur appeared between the pair and pulled Sai's hand away. Sakura looked at the back of Naruto's head in utter surprise. Naruto? Sai noticed the blonde's tightened fist and shaking form. He smirked. It was fun working with you, Sakura. I was hoping that we could have talked a bit more. Sakura panicked when she felt Naruto stiffen up even more. Sai stared at Sakura indiscreetly. I thought we could talk more about this, our little secret. The blossom blushed furiously. He knows. Sai grinned inwardly at Naruto's rigid posture. He backed away. I will see you in the office tomorrow, Sakura. Sakura tightened her own fist. Am I that obvious? How does he know? Naruto looked at Sakura from the corner of his eyes. Sakura-chan? What secret is he talking about? Sakura flinched slightly at Naruto's narrowed, fox-like eyes. They were red in the sunset. It doesn't concern you, Naruto. The fire within the red orbs intensified. He leaned forward and Sakura felt trapped. His face was edging closer, forcing her to shut her eyes and twist her head to the side. Naruto felt her flinch. He clenched his teeth and pulled back, anger and disappointment flooding his chest. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her along as he began walking. "Stop doing things without telling me! I had to find out from Ino that you were filming here." Sakura was surprised at the sudden distance, and she couldn't explain the pounding of her heart. "Team is home right now. If you don't make dinner soon, we're going to starve." Sakura nodded numbly. "I know I'm important to Naruto, but we're just friends. I can't let him know my secret. My feelings, my stupid feelings." Naruto wasn't looking as he stormed away, so he couldn't see it when Sakura mouthed, "I love you." The next day, the final voiceover recording for the commercial was done early, and Sai found himself being followed by a certain pink-haired girl. "Have you no shame?" he asked, without turning to address her. Sakura jumped out from her hiding place, behind a plant. "Ask the person who blackmailed me. I want those photos." "Sai, keep your end of the bargain." The boy looked at her. "I gave them to someone." "What?" "Come with me." He spoke quietly and continued walking. Confused, but desperate, Sakura quickly followed. Sai's first stop was a bookstore. The cashier greeted him as if he was a regular customer. He led Sakura towards the new arrival section and asked her to choose a book. Being a book person herself, Sakura selected a nice book without complaint. As Sai paid, she asked, "Who is it for?" He didn't answer. The next place they went was a flower shop. Once again, he told her to pick something and Sakura chose a neat bouquet of iris. Sai also paid for that and exited the shop without another word. Sakura was getting angry. "Seriously, who are they for?" Sai gave her a sideways glance. "Wouldn't most girls think that this is for them?" "As you know, I'm not most girls," Sakura growled. "Besides, I picked something that a guy like you would like, didn't I?" She pointed to the neatly wrapped book. "Most girls wouldn't want a book of paintings from her boyfriend, unless that is what she likes." "And the flowers?" "Those are iris, Sai. It means friendship. Don't you agree that most girls would want roses or something similar?" He remained silent. "So who are they for?" "You will see." The pair finally arrived at their destination. Sakura looked at the white building in surprise. "What? Konoha Hospital?" Sai nodded and gestured for her to follow. The receptionist at the front desk smiled at Sai. I was expecting you, Sai-kun." She looked at Sakura. "Aren't you Sakura-chan?" Sakura nodded gingerly. "Sai-kun, is Sakura-chan your girlfriend?" He shook his head. "No, she is here with me to see my brother." The woman nodded. She seemed dejected that the pair wasn't a couple. "You should hurry. Visiting hours is almost over." Sai nodded and walked away with Sakura. They soon arrived at a room with Shin on the name tag. Sakura had noticed that this was the hall where they put patients who were waiting for organ transplants. She gave Sai a questionable gaze, but he didn't respond. He pushed the doors open and entered, leaving Sakura to follow by herself. In the room was a single bed. A man, around Idara's age, was sitting on it. His shoulder-length white hair was dull and his peach-color skin seemed faded. A tube connected him to an IV drop and another wire connected him to a monitor. The man smiled at the sight of Sai and it grew wider at the sight of Sakura. "Who is this?" he asked. Sakura noted that his voice was sweet and gentle. "She is a friend," Sakura answered as she took the man's hand and shook it softly. "I'm Haruno Sakura. Mississippi Konoha is visiting me. I feel honored." Sakura blushed lightly. Sai looked at him stoically. "Don't lie to her. Her head is going to blow if it gets any bigger." Sakura hissed, but Sai stopped her from attacking him by tossing the flowers into her arms. She blew a raspberry at him, but did what he implied, changing the old flowers with the new ones. "Don't be so harsh, Sai." He laughed softly. "But the way, I'm Shin. I'm Sai's older brother." Sakura returned to Sai's side. "Nice to meet you. I'm used to his, ugh. Anyways, I didn't know he had an older brother." Shin smiled softly. "We aren't related by blood, we're brother." Sai tried to protest. Shin stopped him. "This is the first person you have ever brought to see me, it's fine telling her." He patted his bed, telling Sakura to sit. "Sai and I were orphans since a young age. I took it upon myself to take care of him, and we are close, just like brothers. I'm the big brother, of course." Sakura smiled and watched as Sai and Shin conversed. She would reply occasionally when Shin addressed her. Half an hour later, Sakura couldn't control her curiosity any longer. Shin and I don't mean to be rude, but… Knowing what she wanted to know, Shin patted her hair lightly. I have a heart condition ever since I was young. Medicine used to be able to help, but it doesn't anymore. I'm here, waiting for a heart transplant. Then he ruffled Sai's hair. This idiot here, despite what I've told him, works hard to pay my hospital bills and visits me whenever he could. Sakura looked at Sai, not knowing what to say. Sai returned the gaze. I don't need your pity. She huffed. I am not pitying you. Shin could only laugh softly. He looked at the clock and patted their shoulders lightly. Visiting hours is over. Up and out you go. I will come back soon, Sai said softly. Shin nodded. Yes. It was nice meeting you today, Sakura-chan. Thanks for the flowers. How did you know it was me? My little brother may be good at art, but he is an idiot when it comes to flowers. Sakura giggled whereas Sai tried to usher her toward the door. Please take care of my little brother. Sakura nodded as Sai dragged her away. After they left the hospital, Sakura insisted that they go get some food at a cafe around the area. Sai tried to deny her offer, but Sakura argued that it was a part of taking care of him. Sai thought it was ridiculous that Sakura would drag him to a cafe in public, where anyone could see and recognize them. He gave an incredulous stare as she ordered a coffee for him and a juice for her. After the waiter left happily with their order, he spoke. There is something very wrong with you. What are you talking about? You freak out about the photos that could put you and Naruto in a scandal, yet you don't mind being seen in public at a cafe with me? At the word photos, Sakura jerked. I completely forgot. Give me those photos, Sai. The dark-haired boy was nearly speechless. Are you serious? Of course, I'm serious. Where are those photos? He could only sigh. They are only in digital format. I shredded the rest that were print. I'll erase the files tonight. Sakura shot him a suspicious stare. However, her eyes softened a moment later. All right. So trusting. The pinkette bit on her lip to keep from lashing out. By the way, Sai, the reason you turned so cold to people was because Shin and I was admitted to the hospital? At that question, the boy stilled. Slowly, he nodded. Does Shin and I know? I think he has some idea. You should stop being cold and open up to people again. He won't be happy with you like this. Sai didn't reply. He was thankful that the drinks interrupted their little conversation. After they were done, Sakura made Sai promise to tell her the next time he visits Shin. He wanted to laugh when she made him pinky swear, but being who he was, he didn't. As he walked to the taxi stop alone, Sai couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with him. He felt really strange when he talked with Sakura. He felt safe when she was nearby and wanted to smile when she did. It was similar to how he feels when he was with Shin. He looked up into the sky and saw a large billboard that stood against the blue. Naruto, you lucky fool! The blonde sneezed and ramen threatened to shoot out of his nose. His best friend groaned. Keep your snots to yourself. Team, I didn't have snots. Someone was talking about me. Sasuke sighed as he returned to looking around the huge cafeteria. Naruto had just finished work and insisted that they wait for Sakura. However, unknown to the both of them, Sakura wasn't even in the building that day. Just then, Sasuke's phone vibrated. Hello? Sasuke-kun? Where are you and Naruto? I'm home right now. Naruto snatched the phone in less than a second. Sakura-chan? Where are you? I'm home right now, where are you too? How can you be home? Aren't you in the studios? I had recording at a different studio today. Oh, I see, where? Hey, since you two are at the office, can you go by the market and buy something for me? I am cooking dinner right now. Sasuke took his phone back. Yeah, what do you need? Naruto grumbled as Sasuke jolted down Sakura's list on a napkin. Naruto whined when Sasuke hung up. I didn't get to say goodbye. You will see her in less than an hour. Dobe. The pair soon left the NS building and went to the market like the good errand boys they were. Sasuke thought it was strange that Naruto didn't speak at all as they gathered what they needed. What is wrong, Dobe? Naruto snapped up. Team, are you worried about me? His eyes became large and round. No, I take that back. Team! Fine, just say it. I think Sakura-chan is hiding something from me. There is nothing wrong with that. What? Everything is wrong with that. Ever since Sakura-chan and I became friends, we told each other everything. Everything. Oh really? Yes. Even when she didn't want to, I made her tell me. Cammy, I don't even want to know what you know about her. I won't tell you anyways. Team, you are missing the point. Sakura-chan is hiding something. We can just ask her later, now stop shouting. Dinner was delicious as usual and Sakura seemed completely normal to Sasuke. However, Naruto kept kicking him under the table and he couldn't stand it any longer. Hey Sakura, where were you today? I was recording for that commercial, she replied as she peeled an orange. That took all day? Sasuke pressed on. You're being talkative, Sasuke-kun. Sakura giggled softly as she separated the wedges. HN. Sasuke finished lamely as he accepted the wedge that was offered to him. Naruto kicked him again and Sasuke shot him a murderous glare, which stopped the assault immediately. I'm going to take a shower now. Sakura smiled as she stood up. Take care of the dishes, okay? As soon as Sakura entered the bathroom and the sound of running water reached their ears, Naruto growled. I told you! She is hiding something. You're right. Get to the bottom of it. What? Why me? Because you are the one who wants to know so badly. Sasuke growled as he also left. Naruto banged his head against the table. I bet that Sai had something to do with this. Slip of the tongue. Naruto Promotion 17. The slip of the tongue. Jiraiya sighed as he watched the quiet pair in front of him. He gave a look to the long-haired blonde on his right, who replied with a gaze that said, Don't ask. He looked at the other blonde, who was harboring a pout on his cheek, and the pinkette, who was looking out the window. Jiraiya cleared his throat. As I was saying, the guest show invited Naruto and Dazzle. It will be filmed live tomorrow night at 8 p.m. I want you three to prep yourself and be ready by then. Dazzle answered in unison. Yes, we got it. Naruto stretched. Can I go now, perv? The man sighed in defeat as he watched the three teenagers leave his office. I hope that they will deal with their problems before the show. Kids these days. Ino looked back and forth at Sakura and Naruto. Her usual job was to pull the leeching blonde off her friend, but today, all she wanted was to make them at least look at each other. She patted Naruto's shoulder. Hey, I heard that your drama is doing really well right now. You got a bunch of other jobs, right? Naruto didn't look at her. Yeah, great. Ino huffed and turned to Sakura. Hey, Sakura, let's all go get some food to eat, okay? Sakura nodded and turned to Naruto. Ramen like always. She was trying her best to smile, but Naruto didn't look her. I'm fine, I'm not hungry, go by yourselves. He mumbled and left the girls. Ino pulled at her hair and glanced at the girl next to her, who had a look of longing in her eyes. What happened? She screamed. Sakura sighed. He always acts like that when things don't go his way. Well, what isn't going his way? Sakura grabbed Ino's hands and pulled the girl back to their own private locker room. Her face turned bright red as she confessed. Sai found out that I like love, Ino corrected. Sai found out that I love Naruto, but he promised it to keep it a secret. Naruto heard Sai and wants to know what the secret is. Ino gave Sakura a blank look. Is that all? The blossom nodded. Are you serious, Sakura? Just tell him about your feelings. I can't. Why not? He will think it's weird and our friendship will be ruined. That is exactly what should happen. You want romance, not friendship. Ino. For someone so smart, you surely are really dumb in other fields. Ino muttered under her breath. Sakura titled her head. Did you say something? Nothing at all. Naruto, I have something to tell you. Sakura smiled brightly as she latched onto Naruto's arm. Her face was flushed and her eyes glittered. Naruto could feel his heart pounding faster and faster. Sakura giggled as if she could feel it. He stuttered. What is it, Sakura-chan? It's a secret. Sakura giggled. Tell me, please tell me. I'm dating Sai now. Sakura laughed and hugged the dark-haired boy who appeared out of nowhere. He is such a great guy. Naruto stilled as he watched his enemy return Sakura's embrace. As they walked away from sight, he screamed. Sakura-chan! Don't leave me! Shut up, dobe! Naruto jerked up and rubbed his eyes. He looked around the dark room. What just happened? You just woke me up with your screaming, Sasuke replied coldly. Naruto grumbled as he threw a pillow towards Sasuke, who caught it with ease. The Uchiha sighed. Instead of screaming, "Don't leave me in your dream," why don't you just go over to Sakura's room and scream, "I love you"? No! I'm still angry at Sakura-chan. Naruto huffed as he caught the pillow that Sasuke threw back. You're really an idiot. Sasuke sighed as he settled back in bed. Keeping secrets is only normal. Team! Naruto whined, hoping that his roommate would continue talking with him. Sasuke grumbled into his pillow. Just shut up! Naruto watched his best friend still back for a moment longer and gave up. He looked at the clock and realized it was 5 in the morning. Since he was terrified that he would have the same dream again, he grudgingly kicked away his blanket and slipped out of the room. When he entered the living room, he realized that the television was on and a figure was sitting in front of it. Sakura-chan? He asked softly. The girl turned immediately and replied with a soft "Hey." What are you doing? He asked as she scooted over to make room for him. Couldn't sleep, she whispered back, looking deeply into his eyes. Naruto felt slightly guilty when he saw the sadness reflected in the emerald pools. She began to stand up. I will go now. Naruto grabbed her wrist in reflex. Wait. Sakura twisted around and he took the chance to pull her into his lap. He quickly wrapped both legs around her, trapping her effectively. Naruto pressed his face against Sakura's shoulder, and she squirmed when his hair tickled her neck. Stop being stubborn, Sakura-chan. His voice was muffled against her body. The blossom didn't respond. I don't give up easily, you know that, especially when it comes to you, Sakura-chan. I will make you tell me. Stupid Naruto. Naruto smiled softly as he nuzzled Sakura's neck, making her squirm even more. She tried to push against him, but she was tightly entangled within his longer limbs. Sakura yelped when he squeezed her even closer. Let go! He laughed. Escape is futile. Databeo. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared and landed on the pair, forcing them both to yell. What the? Sasuke lifted his face from Sakura's other shoulder and gave a bored look at Naruto. His own arms was wrapped around Sakura's arms from the other side and his even longer legs knocked one of Naruto's onto the floor. You are sexually harassing her, Dobe, he stated calmly as Sakura's whole face began burning. She was officially the stuffing inside the Naruto and Sasuke sandwich. What? Team, get off Sakura-chan right now! Naruto screamed as he tried to kick the Uchiha. Sasuke avoided Naruto's kick easily. It's not fair that I get left out, he replied sarcastically. However, Sakura thought that he was serious. She leaned forward, pulled Sasuke into her arms and then wormed further back into Naruto's embrace. There, all better. Sasuke smirked as Naruto sighed. What are we? Room 7 sandwich? Okay, I will make sandwiches for breakfast. Sakura giggled. Sasuke looked at Sakura with his own Uchiha version of the puppy face. With lots of tomatoes. She smiled and ruffled the long dark hair. Naruto grumbled. Later that night, Ino looked over Sakura's shoulder at the smiling Naruto. He was currently playing around with one of the girl's makeup artists. It seemed like he had either said something really funny or stupid since the woman was laughing quite loudly. You told him? Ino asked her partner, who was getting her hair done. No. Ino pointed at Naruto. He looks happy. Sakura smiled. Well, this morning we kind of sorted it out. He says he is going to make me tell him sooner or later. Ino sighed. Sometimes you two's friendship really confuses me. The hairstylist fluffed Sakura's pink tresses one last time and smiled. All done. Off to the interview. Sakura gave the man a soft thank you and followed Ino into the hall, where Naruto was waiting. The boy smiled cheekily and the three of them walked toward the studio where the show would be filmed. A young man, perhaps a little older than the trio, was sitting in the host's chair. He had short, messy brown hair and strange purple makeup. They were told that his name was Kankuro. He was a very entertaining host. One of the cameramen gave him a signal and he became even more excited, clapping his hands with enthusiasm. Today's guests are here. Let's welcome NS's Dazzle, Sakura-chan and Ino-chan, and Naruto-kun. The audience clapped and the trio stepped onto the stage with bright smiles. Ino sat closest to the host table, followed by Sakura and Naruto respectively. Glad to be here. Ino smiled, making Kankuro blush lightly. Alright, let's begin the interview. Kankuro grinned as he flipped through his stack of paper. Okay. This is a question that many fans submitted. Sakura-chan, Ino-chan, which one of you is taller? Dazzle blinked in surprise and Naruto laughed. Sakura raised her hand to her head. We've never thought about it. How tall are you, Ino? Ino did the same. Last time I checked, I'm 167 centimeters. Naruto's eyes widened. You're 1 centimeter taller than Sakura-chan. The audience grew silent, making Ino glare at Naruto. Kankuro cleared his throat. Naruto-kun, you seem to know Sakura-chan quite well. The blonde rubbed the back of his neck and gave the audience a goofy smile. Sakura-chan is my childhood friend, we grew up together. I used to be a lot shorter than her, so I keep track of her height as a competition. His clarification statement made the audience burst out laughing. Kankuro looked at Sakura. Is that true, Sakura-chan? She giggled. Yes. At the peak, I was 5 centimeters taller than him. Naruto butted in. Yeah, but I'm exactly 10 centimeters taller now. And I'm still growing. Ino growled. Are you saying that Sakura isn't growing anymore? The whole studio laughed even louder, even the camera crew had to stifle their laughter. Kankuro clapped. Okay. Let's not make Sakura-chan even more embarrassed. The next popular question, what type of boy or girl do you like or dislike? Ino immediately sat up straighter. I like guys who will make me happy and don't like guys who don't. Laughter began once more. What about you, Sakura-chan? I like a guy who would take care of me. She smiled. And I don't dislike anything in particular. You're such an angel, right? Kankuro turned to the audience who cheered. Yeah. Naruto-kun? I don't like girls who keep secrets from me. Ino shot him a murderous look. But I like a girl who can cook. Sakura was rigid earlier, but now she could feel herself burning up. Thankfully, no one noticed. Did you ladies hear that? Kankuro laughed. I bet cooking classes will be very thankful to Yao's statement, Naruto-kun. I would love to advertise for ramen. Is that your favorite food? Ino interrupted. It's his life source. Kankuro laughed. You two should become a comedy duo. Sakura gave him a pout, earning a loud laugh from the crowd. Don't forget about me. Sorry, Sakura-chan. Let's go on to the next question. Ino pushed the door of their dressing room opened. Hey, I'm going over to the bathroom. However, when she stopped when she felt the door hit something on the other side. Ow, Ino! Watch it! Naruto whined as he opened the door, rubbing his forehead. Ino shrugged her shoulders. Not my problem! She pushed Naruto aside and stepped outside. He grumbled, but when he saw Sakura's sitting form, he immediately smiled. Sakura-chan! Sakura gave him a little wave and the boy strolled to her side happily. He sat down in the chair that Ino had occupied just a moment ago. However, before he could say anything, someone knocked on the door. Curious, Sakura stood up. Please come in. A very familiar, chilling voice resonated through. I was in the area so I decided to drop by. Naruto jumped up in a defensive position as a tall figure stepped in. I heard that you had an interview, Sakura. If Sai was surprised to see Naruto, his dark orbs didn't reveal anything. Ah, Naruto-kun. The blonde pointed an accusing finger at the other. Sai! What are you doing here? I just finished an interview in a different studio. He walked up to Sakura and handed her a flower. It was a fresh purple iris. For you, Sakura. Naruto gritted his teeth as Sakura took the flower with a warm thank you. Are you free on the 24th next week? Sai asked, purposely making Naruto misunderstand. Sakura smiled. Yeah. Naruto grabbed Sakura and shoved her behind him. Cut that crap out, you expressionless freak! Stay away from my Sakura-chan! Hearing those words, Sakura pulled on Naruto's sleeve and jerked him back. Sorry about that, Sai. I have to speak with Naruto alone right now. Sai simply nodded. I have to go anyways, see you soon, Sakura. The blonde hissed as the dark-haired man left the room. He was suddenly pulled toward Sakura and his face was centimeters from hers. Naruto! Don't talk like that. What? You are siding with him. You're supposed to be on my side. Naruto! What are you talking about? Naruto growled as he ripped the flower from Sakura's hands. Why do you think I'm so pissed anyways? Sakura tried to grab the flower back, but Naruto grabbed her hands instead. Tell me, what is that stupid secret? His jaw was clenched tighter. Sakura tried to jerk away, but her inhumane strength was nowhere to be found. Instead, she screamed, It's not a stupid secret. My feelings for you aren't stupid. You shouldn't be concerned. It's not important. Don't you get it? It will only cause trouble if you knew dash. Emerald orbs slowly widen in realization. Naruto's grip on her hands loosened as his own mind registered her words. A pregnant moment of silence passed between them. Sakura's mind was blanking out on her, and she felt faint. Sakura-chan. Sakura's fight or flight instinct took effect and the girl attempted to dash out of the room. However, Naruto was much faster, and he grabbed her hands before she could escape. Say it, Sakura-chan. He whispered softly. I love you, you idiot! Sakura screamed. Don't make me say it again! A stupid grin found its way onto Naruto's cheek and the ocean within his eyes calmed. His hands found her cheeks and he gently lifted her face up. Sakura-chan. He slowly leaned down, closing the distance between them. His lips pressed against her trembling ones softly, sweetly. When he deemed it was enough, he pulled back teasingly. Sakura's face was bright red and Naruto smiled. Sakura-chan, that took you long enough. You're always with other guys and you aren't even aware when I'm jealous. Her eyes were locked onto his. She couldn't breathe. She was drowning in his essence. Taking her silence as acceptance, Naruto leaned in again. However, Sakura finally came back to her senses and screamed. She pushed his face away from hers and blushed furiously. Naruto reached out and pulled her into a hug. He lowered his head and nuzzled her neck affectionately. I love you. I love you so much. Sorry about the late update and slow chapter. I have been really busy with other stuff lately. However, I will have a lot more time after the AP tests, and will be able to update faster. Thank you for following my story and I plan to finish it up by summer. Relationship. Naruto Promotion 18. Relationship. Sakura-chan. The boy smiled brightly as he swiveled the pinkette and pressed his lips gently to hers. He couldn't help but smile at the bright red blush that slowly filled her face. A loud cough interrupted the pair and Naruto groaned as a pair of large, wrinkly hands pulled the object of his affections away. White eyebrows narrowed as the man glared at him. Naruto, we're in the office right now. Although I have agreed to your relationship, I specifically mentioned that it must be kept hidden at all costs. Perv, there is only you and us here. Sakura was still fighting her blush. Naruto, can't you wait until we're home? I feel embarrassed. Naruto shook his head. Sakura-chan, I have waited so long for this. One kiss a day is not enough. Jiraiya looked at the pair wistfully. If only Tsunade and I can be like that, she would rather kiss Sasuke than me. The blonde looked at the man. You said something, perv? No, nothing at all. Naruto smiled happily as he slung an arm over Sakura's shoulder. They had finished their work for the day and were content to be spending a bit of time together. Sakura was still a bit nervous about the change in their relationship, but she couldn't deny the warm feeling she got when she was with Naruto. Sasuke, on the other hand, wasn't very happy with the development. Okay, he was glad that the Dobe and Sakura were finally together instead of filling the room with tension. But he wasn't enjoying the mushy aura that surrounded the house. It was too much, really. Noticing Sasuke's soft glare, Sakura whispered to Naruto. Sasuke-kun doesn't like mushiness, remember? The blonde looked at the ice prince. Nah, he is just jealous, Sakura-chan. I can hear you. Is that Sakura-chan from Dazzle? Wow, and that is Sai. They look so good together. Ah, they're so cute. I have to go shopping for that brand. Me too. Me too. Sakura and Ino were chatting softly as they sat in the waiting room. Earlier last week, they were invited to go on Kurina's show, a program where one got all the latest scoop on the entertainment scene, public and private. Ino brushed Sakura's stray bang behind the girl's ear and whispered. Jiraiya Perv warned us that your commercial with Sai is a hot topic right now. If Kurinai-sen asks anything related to relationships, let me handle it, okay? Sakura nodded. I understand. I just don't get why people are obsessed over the commercial. Ino shrugged. I heard that people were amazed by Sai's gentle and kind appearance, my butt. They said that his acting never seemed so real and sincere. Plus, I heard that someone from the crew said something about how Sai was really kind to you and that you two had a lot of hushed conversations. What? We had hushed conversations because he was blackmailing me. Yeah, you know that and I know that. But other people don't know that. Besides, have you seen the ad? Even though I hate that arrogant jerk, I must agree with those people. Especially that scene when he protected you from the water. Sakura blinked. What water? You haven't seen the ad yet? No, Naruto switches the channel as soon as he sees a short bit of it. Well, there's a scene where the wind blew at the fountain and he protected you from getting wet. What? I thought the camera wasn't rolling. That happened during one of our breaks. Ino had gone a bit quiet. Oh my god! What? Don't scare me. I think that guy. A smiling man with a headset poked his head through the waiting room door. Ino-chan, Sakura-chan, you're on. The girls nodded and stood up. Sakura started waking but Ino tugged on her arm. Wait, Sakura, as I was saying. I know, I will leave those relationship questions to you. No, that's not what I was going to say. Sakura shot her a confused look. Fine, I'll continue later. The pair stopped their conversation when they reached the edge of the stage. They looked onto the bright set where Kurenai was starting to introduce the pair. Now please welcome Dazzle. Loud claps echoed in the studio and the girls walked toward their designated seats with confidence. Ino sat closer to Kurenai as a small attempt to provide a shield for Sakura. The pinkette smiled gratefully as she also sat. Kurenai grinned. Welcome, welcome! Glad to have you two, famous young ladies, on my show! You're too kind, we're barely on the charts. Ino replied charismatically. Not true, not true. I know that your first single hit the top 3 within 2 weeks. That is amazing for a new debut group. We will continue to work hard. Sakura smiled. Kurenai looked at the pinkette. Ah, yes. Speaking of working hard, Sakura-chan, you must have been very busy. Sakura paused but recovered quickly. We have both been very busy, right, Ino? Yes, we have. We are working on our first album and the title song. Yes, we all know that and are very excited. Kurenai gestured to the crowd for emphasis. But what we're really interested in are the scoops. I'll just get to the point. Sakura gulped, and Ino took in a long breath. The clothing commercial that you recently filmed with Saikun is a hot topic right now. Fans are wondering if you two had lit a flame during the shoot. Why would we lit a flame? Sakura replied quickly. Fire is too dangerous. The studio roared in laughter and Ino gave Sakura a brief glance of approval. Kurenai shook her head. I mean the flame of romance, Sakura-chan. There are rumors that you two were very close during the shoot. Ino intercepted. There was no flame, I assure you. Kurenai turned to Ino in surprise. Why not? Sakura likes blondes. The studio roared in laughter once more and Sakura gave Ino a thankful look. Ino-chan, you're very protective, aren't you? Kurenai replied. Yes, I am. Ino answered. You know those really smart and pretty, but really dense type of characters. Here is a prime example. Ino! Sakura blushed. Haha, Kurenai laughed. Well, Ino-chan, why don't you shine a light on us? Which blonde do Sakura-chan like? Not including you, of course. Ino froze and racked her brain in attempt to think of an answer but Sakura beat her to it. Before my debut, I liked Deidara-senpai. Kurenai blinked. Really? Yes. Also, I didn't like him only for his hair color. I liked his voice a lot, too. Ino sighed in relief, but was also a bit disgusted that Sakura still liked her idiotic cousin. But blonde is a plus, right? Kurenai teased. You could say that. Sakura smiled softly. Guess we will be seeing lots of blondes around soon. So, Ino, do you approve of this relationship then? Ino crossed her arms. Sakura said liked past tense. Sakura laughed. I like him as a senpai. Kurenai smirked. That means that there is still a chance for Saikun, right? Dazzle went silent. Ino cleared her throat. There is nothing between Sakura and Saisen at all. I can assure you. Kurenai laughed. If only fans will believe that. Ino huffed as she slumped down next to Sakura, who was gulping down a bottle of iced tea. Kurenai is a smart woman. Ino grumbled. That was dangerous. I'm sorry, Ino. It's fine. We have to do something. I mean, why are people so worked up just because I filmed the commercial with Sai? There are plenty of other idols who film commercials together, and we don't see any gossips. Ino jerked up. That's it, Sakura. What is it? I will get Jiraiya Perv to get me a commercial role with another hot idol and divert the public's attention. I don't want to cause any trouble for you, Ino. Sakura tugged on the blonde's arm, hoping to get rid of the girl's idea. Ino smiled. It's fine. And I've got the perfect boy in mind. Seeing the brown-haired boy and blonde-haired girl, the kind director who Sakura met before smiled. Ah, my new stars. Nice to meet you. The boy shook the director's hand with charisma. Kiba Inuzuka at your service. Ino bowed. Ino Yamanaka. You two look very nice together, Sakura-chan was right. I'm sure that you two's ad would be just as popular. He grinned. Well, off to the changing rooms. Kiba gave Ino a toothy smile as they walked away. I didn't expect you to ask for me as your partner. Your cockiness entertains me. Ino replied with a smirk. Admit it, you love me. You loved me ever since you first saw me in junior high. Ha, in your dreams. Ino swatted his toned arm. You know why I asked you? Yeah, to help Mississippi Konoha Sakura, right? Kiba smiled. And to stop the rumors with our common enemy. Sai is such an beep dash dot. Kiba, for the greater good. For the greater good and all the dog treats you promised to get for Akamaru. Shut up. Sakura was smiling softly to herself as she ran about Ino's kitchen, preparing a large dinner as thank you to Kiba. She had insisted on thanking the boy and Ino had agreed to host a party at her house for their friends. However, Sakura wouldn't let anyone help her. Her exact words were, Please, it is my way of saying thank you. Knowing the Pinkette's special talent, no one denied her wish or tried to force their way into the kitchen that was emitting alluring smells. As our heroine worked, everyone else were hanging out in the living room. Sasori and Deidara were fighting about something related to art. Sasuke was catching up with his brother. Ino was playing with Akamaru. Naruto and Kiba were chatting loudly. To Ino's surprise, the two loud mouths had met during work and became really good friends. Typical of Naruto and his friends' making ability. Everyone, dinner is ready! Sakura announced cheerfully, and everyone immediately crowded into the dining room. The amounts of sparkling Japanese food resting atop of the table brought saliva to everyone's mouth. All the boys jumped at the food, except for the reserved ones, as in Sasori and Itachi. Normally, Sasuke would be on the list as well, but he had learned his lesson when Naruto ate everything before he could sit down. Kiba smiled to the Ly. Sakura, if you ever get bored of Naruto, you can come to me. Naruto bristled, even though he knew it was a joke. All the other boys looked up and Ino explained. Get in line, Kiba. Naruto bristled once more. Later that night, Naruto grumbled into the throw pillows on the couch. He blinked one eye open as Sakura sat down beside him and placed her warm fingers into his hair. I am not happy, Sakura-chan. The food wasn't good. No. I am not happy that people think there is something between you and that guy. Tell me, there is nothing between you two, right? Of course not. She stroked his hair. We're only friends, Naruto. Naruto hissed. Sakura-chan, let's make our relationship public. I want everyone to know that you're mine. I want that guy to know that we're together. Sakura felt her heart race at Naruto's soft, determined voice. We can't, Naruto. Naruto sat up, removing Sakura's gentle hand from his head. Why not? Our popularity will plummet. It isn't fair to you or Ino. Sakura-chan. Naruto grumbled. Seeing his dejected expression, Sakura decided to be brave for once. She leaned forward and gave Naruto a quick peck. Everything will be fine. Naruto was surprised by the kiss, but he wasn't satisfied. I am not happy still. He puckered his lips and leaned toward Sakura. She tried to back away, but Naruto had caught her waist and pulled her towards him. His lips smacked against her, and he deepened the kiss. Sakura's face was flushed as she went numb. His arms brought her closer and squeezed her tight. Sakura gasped and pulled back to catch her breath. Naruto's eyes clouded at her red, flushed face. Not enough. He grumbled and he attacked her once more. The next morning, Sasuke looked at Naruto with a bored expression. What is up with that pout? Sakura-chan wouldn't let me continue last night. Naruto whined. If I was her, I wouldn't let you either. Sasuke smirked. She needs a real man. What did you say, team? Game over. Naruto Promotion 19. Game over. Ino and Sakura were chatting softly as they waited for their spontaneous boss to show up. They had just finished recording their new title song and were prepped about their upcoming music video. All that was left to do was finding the 2 lucky male guests that would be in said video. Ino had suggested using someone from their agency, but Jiraiya seemed to have other plans. This was how the girls found themselves in the almost freezing conference room. I wonder who Jiraiya-san had in mind? Sakura asked. Ino shook her head. I don't know. I have a bad feeling though. Loud footsteps echoed from the halls and the girls turned to see a solemn white-haired man enter. His steps were heavy and the frown on his face deepened his aging features. For some reason, his usually shiny hair was dull. Ino jerked back into her chair and screamed. What happened? Pervy boss looks down. Sakura stood up and reached out to Jiraiya. Are you alright? Sit down. Jiraiya nodded numbly and took a seat on the chair that the Pinkette previously occupied. He sighed and slumped into it, forcing a smile. Good news, girls, I found out who the male leads are. That sounds like bad news instead. Ino muttered. Who are they? Inuzuka-kun. Ino sighed while Sakura gave a knowing smile. And Sai-kun. Ino hissed while Sakura stilled. What? Why did you get that guy? You know that the rumors of Sasuke haven't died yet. When our music video comes out, it is only going to renew the fans' engine. Ino screamed into the air. Jiraiya hung his head, like an ashamed child. I know that, Ino. But the media department and Danzu insisted. The department found a lot of blogs that ships Sai-kun and Sakura-chan. They believe that the MV will be a big hit if they act as a couple in it. I also heard that a really famous screenwriter/director is planning to cast them as the leads in her new drama as well. Sakura touched the man's shoulder softly. Is it true? Will working with Sai be beneficial? Ino gasped. Sakura, you can't be considering this. The Pinkette looked at her best friend seriously. Ino, if this will help our career, we should do it. Like you said, those are just rumors. So what if people think Sai and I are together? We can just tell people that we are just friends. Why would he say that? Last time, I couldn't finish what I was saying. I think he likes you. He definitely likes you. The rumors are probably a plus for him. That is not possible. We are just friends. Besides, he knows that I love Naruto. Ino narrowed her eyes. If he is so keen on the friendship idea, why haven't he denied the rumors? We deny it whenever we can, but that guy just lets it go. Sakura sighed and turned back to Jiraiya. Dazzle will do the MV, and if I do get casted in a drama, I will do it, no matter who else is casted. The blonde looked at Sakura tiredly. Sakura, Dazzle is made of you and me. If Saisaku and Kibeno is popular, then so be it. I want your career to be great, Ino. The blonde sighed weakly as she watched Sakura talk with Jiraiya about the details. I am worried for your yellow idiot. He is going to go insane. Ino-chan, are you listening? Jiraiya asked when he noticed the blonde was staring into space. Yeah? Hospital. Shin smiled warmly at the Pinkette that was sitting on the chair beside his bed. He had offered her a seat on his bed, but Sakura didn't want to invade his personal space. The man had pretended to be wounded at her words and ended up laughing softly when the girl tried to apologize. AMV with my little brother, huh? Shin said softly as Sakura fussed over the new flowers that she brought him. Yes, Sakura replied. My boss said that it would be beneficial because fans think we look good together. Shin smiled cheekily. I am a Sasuke shipper too. Member ID is 0906. A flower fell to the ground as Sakura's hands fell. She turned sharply to face Shin, pure shock on her face. The sickly man only smiled more at her reaction. What? I was watching television and saw the commercial. Then I went online and found the blog. I think you two look like a lovely pair. I should have took some photos when you two visited together last time and contribute as a member. Sakura shook her head. Not you two. Everyone is nuts about the ship. We are just friends. But you are the only person who he ever brought to visit me. There must be something, right? Shin asked. Sakura sighed as she sat down again. It is not that I don't like Sai, but I like someone else. Someone else? Sakura blushed. He is my obnoxious childhood friend. Ah, Naruto-kun, Shin whispered. Per Sai. The girl's ears flushed. How did you know? TV and a little bit of logic. Sakura sighed as she leaned forward and rested her head on Shin's bed. I love Naruto and I am happy that we're together, but I don't want to let the public know and ruin our popularity. Shin placed his warm hand atop the girl's crown and caressed it slowly. I am sure that he loves you too. And if he loves you, he should know that your job with Sai is just work and that the rumors don't mean anything. But you don't understand. Sakura closed her Vervidian eyes at the comforting movement. Naruto always rushes to conclusions. Her eyes closed and the girl slipped into a light slumber. Shin smiled at her, then turned his attention towards the door, where the shadow of another person could be seen. You heard that, right? A dark-haired boy walked in and set his bunch of flowers on the side table. He lifted the extra blanket from the end of the bed and placed it around the girl's shoulders. How many times did I tell her not to come by herself, stubborn kid? You're one to call someone else stubborn. Sai caressed the pink head in the same manner as his brother did. It is a pity that she loves a guy like that. It is never pitiful to love someone and be loved in return, Sai. Stop being a bitter, jealous old man. Shin and I-san, I miss the days when I could hit you. SH. Sakura-chan is sleeping. Shin smiled knowingly as Sai pulled the blankets even tighter around Sakura's form to protect her from the hospital's cold AC. Long kiss goodbye. Sakura looked down as Sai walked away from her, their hands slipping. She looked at him with teary eyes and tried to cry out, but no words came out and she could only wrap her arms around herself. The blue of the lake only seemed to grow darker as the girl stood there silently. Cut! And we're done! The director smiled cheerily. Good work, everybody! The crew cheered and rushed to reorganize everything. Sai stopped his stride, turned around, and walked right back towards Sakura. However, she wasn't looking at him. She was trying to see if Ino had finished changing from her own scenes that were filmed earlier. A slight night breeze blew by and Sakura shivered. Suddenly warm. Thick fabric rubbed against her exposed skin, and she looked into a pair of dark eyes in surprise. Sai gave her a fake smile as he released his hands and allowed Sakura to hold on to the jacket on her own. People are going to misunderstand, you know. So? What is wrong with me being nice to you, friend? Sai smirked as he emphasized the word friend. If it wasn't so late, I would not hesitate in shoving you into the lake. You are all words, Sakura. Sai smirked smugly as Sakura glared at him. She was glad that he was showing some form of expression, but she was not pleased with the amused gleam in his eyes. She was not a toy, dang it. Enough! The pair turned to the source of the voice and saw Ino running towards them, dressed in her normal attire. She grabbed Sakura's arms and told the girl to get changed. As the pine cat left, she glared at the tall boy. What is your plan? What plan? Sai's amused grin slowly faded back behind the stoic mask. Ino put her hands to her hips. You like Sakura? You know it, I know it. So, what is your plan? Are you going to break them up? Sai watched Sakura's fading figure through the corner of his eyes. Then he turned back to the aqua eyes that were drilling holes into his head. I want to be her friend. If she realizes that I am the better man one day, then I will be there. Ino froze at those words and her eyes softened at the sincere look on Sai's face. Well, you are going to be waiting for your lifetime. I know. How long before we see each other again? What made me think that? You were saying it with a nice expression? I pretend that there's nothing bothering me. I'll listen till morning as you make excuses. Because I want us to be connected. I don't even want to see your face anymore. No development will come from this, my cell phone dances. If it's goodbye mail, I want to forget about it. Hold me tight. But I want to disappear to somewhere. Any time that you're talking too much, you don't seem to notice. I let you see that I cry a little while pretending to be strong. How well did those tears work on you? Even thought I wanted to be loved in my own way, it fills me, but I can't see yourselves. I just have the feeling that I'll never see you again. I want to tell you that, but I can't find the right words. Maybe it's okay if I lie, but I can't even say. Don't go away. Would our hands come apart? Will you forget someday? About me? Even thought I wanted to be loved in my own way, it fills me, but I can't see yourselves. I just have the feeling that I'll never see you again. I want to tell you that, but I can't find the right words. Maybe it's okay if I lie, but I can't even say. Don't go away. Dark eyes shifted to the right as they located the unmoving figure next to them. Dobe. There was only silence. Naruto? The dark-haired boy whispered. It's over. The figure trembled and the volcano finally erupted. What the heck was that? Dazzle's new MV. I know that, Sasuke. Blue eyes were burning ablaze. What is that guy doing there? He held her hand and she looked like she loved him. She is supposed to love me. Sakura-chan is mine. I took so many beatings to get to this place and he just holds her hand like that. Naruto, it is just a MV. At least she could have warned me. Sasuke looked around the messy room. Where is Sakura anyways? She hasn't been home for a while. Work. The blonde rested his head against his palms. Sakura-chan. Sasuke leaned back into his chair and watched the screen as the forbidden commercial came on. Sakura is beautiful and talented. I told you to be careful. She is the world's now. This is all that stupid Ino's fault. Sasuke sighed. Naruto, you know that she is doing this for you. Sakura-chan shouldn't do anything for me. You are the one who can't let her go. You should know that hiding her won't last forever. Naruto? I am a brat, stop rubbing it in my face. Later that night, Ino sighed as she watched her best friend. Currently Dazzle was resting in a hotel since they had traveled far from home to perform their new song and do promotions. Sakura was staring intently at her cell phone. The blonde grabbed the phone from the girl's hands and huffed. If you are so worried, just call. What if he is mad about the MV? Sakura asked. Ino sighed. Now you worry about that idiot's feelings? When you totally didn't think about it when you accepted the job? Sakura blinked, surprised. I am happy that you considered my feelings and our job first, but you know how Naruto is. He probably misunderstood due to his stupidity. Even with Sasuke by his side, he is probably overthinking it. But he trusts me. Have you forgotten one of my cousin's songs? Jealousy is blinding. Just then, Sakura's phone rang and Ino quickly tossed it back into the pinkette's hands. Sakura panicked when she saw the caller ID. Hi, Naruto. Sakura-chan. The boy's voice was much weaker than usual. Naruto, how are you? Did you eat dinner yet? Listen, Sakura-chan. There was a heavy sigh. Let's stop the promotion game, it's not fun anymore. Sakura's lips trembled. Why? You are working tomorrow morning, right? I will make this short. Huh. I was really angry when you cut your hair and became Mississippi Konoha. Then you became Dazzle and became friends with more and more people. I hated that we are hardly together and I am tired of this game, Sakura. I love you so much that I want to keep you to myself. I don't want you to smile at anyone else. I really am immature like everyone says. I am not suited for you. Let's stop the game. Okay, the next chapter will probably be the last. Graduation. Naruto promotion. Chapter 20. Graduation. With tear brimming his eyes, Jiraiya bit onto his handkerchief as he watched 3 of his beloved stars walk down the aisle towards their respective seats. As their boss and acting guardian for the past 2 years, it was only rational for the man to thought of himself as the 3's father, despite the huge age gap. However, having watched them grown wasn't the only reason for his tears. In truth, these 3 of his brightest stars would officially be full-time workers after today, which means that he could give them more work without being accused of child abuse. Ino tried to look over the sea of heads for her best friend who, sadly, was seated far, far away. She cursed her bad luck for her placement because not only was she not near Sakura, she was also seated directly next to none other than Sasuke, and 1 seat beyond was Naruto. Why must I be Yamanaka and they be Uchiha and Uzumaki? Ino shot a look at the boys and sighed. It was true that many girls tried to trade seats with her, and she had accepted the offer of this brunette sitting beside Sakura. However, their teacher had caught on to their scam and made them return to their respective chairs. The blonde looked at Naruto out of the corner of her eyes and sighed inwardly. To be honest, she still felt strange being so close to him because the last 2 years had been oddly uneventful. At the beginning, she was really shocked when Sakura told her what Naruto confessed through the phone. She seriously thought it was all a joke until Sakura explained to her, with a smile no less, that it was over. Later that night, she heard the pinkette cry in her sleep. The next morning, the director was concerned about Sakura's state since her eyes were puffy and shot. They had no choice but to delay filming, and Ino had tried to make Sakura talk, but to no avail. When she grew tired of her partner's silence, she had dialed up Naruto, who had left for a different part of the country a few hours before. Next came Sasuke, but he had no idea about what was going on as well. Ino had prayed that when they returned, things would smooth over on their own. But she was completely, utterly wrong. By the time Dazzle had returned to Konoha, Sakura was already smiling brightly. She didn't mention either of her room's 7 roommates, and seemed perfectly calm. Ino had insisted that she see Sakura home, but the green-eyed girl gave her a sweet smile and claimed that she would be all right. However, Ino had a strange feeling that something wasn't right, and she was proven correct when she received a call from the raven-haired boy later that night. "Ino!" Sasuke's voice was deep as always, but it held a tinge of urgency. The blonde had just gotten out of a much-needed shower and was ready for bed, but the boy's tone made her panic. "What is wrong?" "Sakura. She left a note. She said she couldn't live with us anymore. She packed her things and I have no idea where she is." Ino could hear cars and people through Sasuke's line and knew that the boy must be searching the lit city streets. Ino tossed her towel aside and rummaged through her closet. "Where is Naruto?" "That idiot is still at Suna right now," Sasuke replied. "I left him a message just now. I'm heading out now, call if you find her." With that, the 2 poor friends who were dragged into the mess hung up and dashed on their way. Ino finally caught a glimpse of pink hair partially covered by a blue cap and sighed softly. After the boy next to her, and she had hung up, she had called her stupid cousin and his friends to help search. Luckily the search ended quickly, right after Deidara called his best friend/rival for help. Sasori had calmly replied through the line, explaining that Sakura had asked if she could stay with his grandma and him for a short while. The blonde was relieved, but that didn't stop her and her cousin from storming to the red-haired man's house to lecture the pinkette. When they raged in the artsy condo, they found the object of their worries sitting beside a wrinkly woman with faded lavender hair, drinking tea. "Sakura! What were you thinking?" Ino snapped at T. He Pinkette, who stared at her with wide eyes. Sakura stood up quickly. I was. Of all places, you came here?" Deidara yelled. "Why didn't you come to us?" Green Eyes watched the blondes with uncertainty, but their view was suddenly obscured by a lean back. Sasori watched the pair who nearly destroyed his door, which his past father curved for Chio, with cold-set eyes. "Sakura-san wants to calm down and the world knows that you two are anything but calm." Chio sipped her tea with closed eyes. "Must be a blonde thing." Ino ignored that comment since she was respectful to the elderly, and reached out her hand to Sakura. "Get your stuff, I'm taking you home." "I can't." "Why not?" "Naruto is angry at me. It is all my fault. It's just a small fight. Are you really going to let that tear apart your friendship?" Ino snapped, and the whole room grew quiet. Sakura tried to form words, but she didn't know what to say anymore. It was true that she treasured Naruto more than anything in the world. However, it was her fault that he was upset, and she felt that she had to make it up to him somehow. After that incident, she had tried calling him, but he never picked up. She also tried messaging, but he ignored those as well. Could things really go back to the way they were? Just as she was struggling with her inner turmoil, Chio spoke up. "Everything will be fine. You're a strong girl. A little heartbreak is nothing, got that?" Sakura looked at the woman whom she had came to respect ever since their first meeting and nodded meekly. She looked at Sasori with a soft smile. "Sorry for bothering you, Sasori-san. I guess I'll be going." After that soft sentence, Deidara had dashed into Sasori's guest bedroom and grabbed all of Sakura's belongings. The cousins then proceeded in taking the girl home, where she was lectured by Sasuke for much longer. In the end, she took all his scolding with a weak smile and teary eyes. A few days later, Naruto came home. He was less bright than he normally was, but his glow soon returned full blast about a week later. Ino had no idea what happened, and all Sasuke said was that the pair was acting like they normally would, except less touchy and clingy. She didn't know what to make of that, but she knew that something was still amiss since Sasuke's dark eyes seemed concerned. To anyone else, Sakura and Naruto seemed relatively normal. But Ino knew better, and she knew that Sasuke and a few others also noticed the change. Despite all that, no one commented on the invisible wall between the yellow and pink friends. Even Sai had asked her about the situation. Ino detested him, but had decided to come clean when she saw the true sincerity on his face. Sai had asked to speak with Naruto, but the blonde had stopped him by saying that there was nothing to explain. And just like that, 2 years had passed. Naruto and Sakura were still best friends, But it wasn't the same anymore. Dazzle continued to shine and Naruto stared in many dramas. Sasuke looked at the long-haired blonde beside him and noticed that her eyes were staring off into space. He had no doubt that she was remembering the same things he was. At the beginning, he had been furious with Sakura for leaving a note and vanishing. When she came back, he was so torn between feeling relieved and angry that he actually snapped. An uchiha never snaps, but he made an exception for the pinkette. In the end, after all the yelling, he had wiped Sakura's tears like he did before and kissed her forehead. His arms had swallowed her tiny, shaking form up and he lured her to sleep before carrying her off to bed. He had sat by her side for a long while. Sasuke almost dozed off, too, but his phone's vibration jolted him back to reality. "Team, have you found her yet?" It was a text in obnoxious orange. "Yeah, she is sleeping now," Sasuke typed back quietly. "Can you get some amebashi? That's her favorite, she always cheers up when she eats that." "Sure. I have to go now, shoot tomorrow." "Dobe, why did you tell her that?" Sasuke had waited and waited, but Naruto never replied. Even after he returned, Naruto had avoided that question like the plague. He was awkward at the beginning, but things slowly shifted back to normal, and Sasuke had given up. Even though Naruto wasn't the brightest pea in the pod, he still had his moments. The Uchiha looked at his best friend and sighed. "Sometimes I wonder what goes on in his head." Naruto had heard the sentence loud and clear, but he didn't respond. In truth, the last 2 years were depressing. He had to restrain himself from jumping Sakura, hugging Sakura, sleeping on Sakura's lap, etc. Sakura, for the past 2 years. He also had to restrain from killing Sai from time to time. He could still recall the fear building in his chest when he first got Sasuke's voicemail. He was about to drop everything and rush back to Konoha to search for her, but he knew better. He knew that Sakura wanted him to be a star who wouldn't abandon his responsibilities. Later that night, he was dead tired, but he had to make sure his precious Sakura-chan was fine. He was relieved by Sasuke's reply but couldn't bring himself to answer that question. It soon became taboo for him. There was no doubt in his heart that he loved her. He loved her more than anything, and that was the answer. He knew that he wouldn't be able to grow as a star if he always went back to her when things got rough. What Sakura said also made sense. He had no right to destroy his, her, or Ino's career by being a jealous child. Furthermore, he remembered the decision that his parents had made when his mother was pregnant with him. They had to give up their careers because they wanted to give him happiness. Therefore, he was willing to give up on Sakura-chan for a short while until everything settled down. Of course, no one would ever figure out that. It was him who always scared the other male celebrities from getting too close to a certain pinkette with mesmerizing green eyes. Naruto couldn't help but grin, a small evil grin that Sasuke didn't catch. He watched quietly as the speeches were finished and names were called. When Haruno Sakura was called, Ino had leaped off her seat, cheering. Sakura had smiled at their direction and her eyes swept across all 3 of them. Naruto had returned the smile full force as he thought about his plan. Soon the names were all called and everyone tossed their caps high into the air, cheering for their newfound freedom. Our 4 protagonists were all ushered away by other students to take photos. Sasuke and Naruto were quickly dragged away by some girls and vice versa for Dazzle. However, Sakura suddenly found herself being pulled aside by a strong arm. She turned and faced none other than Sai. He was dressed in a formal black suit, holding a bouquet of purple and white irises. "Congratulations!" He smiled genuinely and everyone watching them gasped in surprise. "Thanks." Sakura returned the smile. Hearing the commotion, Ino turned. She looked at the boy and glowered. "What about me?" Sai fake smiled and pointed behind him. Girls were cheering and whispering as 2 figures pushed through. A boy with tied-up spiky hair and another with brown messy locks approached the blonde. They both tossed Ino a bouquet of flowers. Ino blushed a light pink and Sakura elbowed her softly. "Have you decided who you like better yet?" She flushed. "Hey!" Sakura laughed merrily, and her eyes seemed to shine even more when she saw the mass of silver coming towards them. "Kakashi. San, you make a really good side post. Tall and easy to spot." "Very funny, Sakura." He smiled back. At least, that is what his crinkled eye hinted at what was beneath his mask. Sakura looked at him happily and noticed the giant bags he was carrying. "What is this?" Kakashi tossed the bag at Ino. Don't say I didn't get you anything were your cousin's words, and I've got to say that applies to me as well. Ino peered into the bag, found a bouquet of flowers and a stuffed doll with a cute graduation cap. Smart, she smiled. And thank you? Kakashi nodded and held out the rest of the bags to Sakura. And these are yours, Mississippi Popular. Mine? Sakura asked, incredulous at the sheer amount of flowers and stuffed toys. Even my brother got you something, huh? A familiar voice spoke up, and Dazzle watched two tall figures push their way through the crowd towards them. Sakura looked at the red bouquets in the bags and smiled. One of them is for you. Sasuke didn't reply, but Sakura could tell that he was very happy by the soft gleam in his eyes. Kakashi turned his attention to the boy and sighed. Good, in that case, you can carry everything. With that said, he tossed the bags into the Uchiha's arms. The Uchiha grumbled slightly but didn't voice any complaints when he saw the pleading look in Sakura's eyes and everything else that were in her arms already. What about me? What about me? Naruto asked excitedly. Kakashi rubbed his mask. Here. Naruto looked at the purple flowers shoved into his face and followed the arms up to the blank face staring at him. Huh! That's for you, Naruto. Sakura smiled encouragingly. Naruto looked at Sai for a long moment and finally smiled. Thanks, man. Now that you're all done, your parents are waiting outside, Kakashi offered. Hearing the word parent, all four graduates immediately dashed off and Kakashi couldn't help but smile. You couldn't tell them earlier, huh? Kiba asked. Where is the fun in that? Retorted the man. A few hours later. I can't believe this! Ino screamed. Sakura smiled softly as she turned her head away from the window and looked at her best friend. What is wrong? What is wrong? Ino hissed. We just graduated and that pervert is already sending us on a plane to Suna. We have work, Sakura replied. But we didn't even go to the party. The blonde whined some more, completely uncaring about the other people within the area. Sakura only smiled once more before turning her head toward the window once more. Ino watched the pinkette and whispered, Is it alright to leave things like this? The girl didn't turn around. What do you mean? Naruto. It's fine. We're friends, Ino. Nothing will ever change that. Ino had kept it at that because Sakura had ceased all motives for conversation. When the plane landed, Sakura was eerily peaceful and Ino was slightly disturbed. She had thought that Naruto and Sakura would have a long talk after graduation, but Jiraiya had grabbed Dazzle in the blink of an eye and tossed them onto the plane. The blonde grumbled as she settled in the hotel room that Sakura and she shared. She was rolling around the bed when Sakura walked into the room, talking on her cell. Ino looked at her curiously and the pinkette pointed to the television. Sasuke-kun told us to watch Channel 9 immediately. The blonde nodded and turned on the set and quickly flipped the channel. Kurenai's show was currently on and the pair settled on the same bed as the woman began introducing her guest. Let's welcome Naruto-kun. Sakura would have fallen off the bed if Ino hadn't grabbed her. First of all, congratulations on graduating, Naruto-kun. Thanks. You really do know everything. Haha, of course. I also know that since you're no longer a student, you have plenty of jobs waiting for you. Yeah, no more studying math and then more acting. Let's get to it. You are the lead for the new primetime drama, Black and White. From the previews, we can only imagine that it is about a secret agent, right? Yeah. My character is Natsu and he is a secret agent that lives a dangerous life, but what he is investigating, I can't tell you. Because it's a big surprise. What a bummer. Then can you tell us about the female lead? She is supposed to be this amazing intelligent woman who always gives Natsu a run for his money, but he can't help falling in love with her. I see. What about you, Naruto-kun? Who is your dream girl? Do you really want to know? The whole audience became chanting. Tell us. Tell us. The truth is, I have only loved one girl in my life. And? She is a brilliant girl. Smart, beautiful, caring, great at cooking, and gives her best at everything she does. Most of all, she has a good heart. She seems amazing. Who is she? Her name is Haruno Sakura, my once childhood friend. Naruto grinned as he stared directly into the camera. When you come back, Sakura-chan, you better be prepared. I will pick you from where we last left off. The whole audience cheered and Kurenai was left speechless for the first time in her entire career. Somewhere in Suna, a blonde and pinkette had simultaneously fell off their bed. And Hee hee. Anyways, thanks so much for following this story. This is my first Narusaku, and with the recent development in the manga, I feel like that Narusaku is a possibility. I will post a sequel real soon. Because we all want to know what happens, right? Epilogue. Thank you to everyone who have been with my story all this time. Sadly, this is the last chapter of Naruto promotion. Epilogue. A young boy, no older than 6, was sitting quietly in a makeup chair as 2 makeup artists fussed over his face and hair. He wasn't very happy that they were touching his sleek silver hair and dusting foreign powders around his ice blue eyes. However, he knew that if he grumbled, his mother would have his head and he would like to have his head intact. Thank you very much. The woman on his left brushed his silver strands one last time and smiled at his reflection. All good. You cute little boy. Hato looked at his reflection, noted that no hair was out of place, nodded politely at the women, and slid out of his chair carefully. His mother had warned him of the consequences if he dared to ruin his clean white suit. The boy patted the unnoticeable creases and exited the room. He smiled immediately when he saw the darker-skinned, gray-haired man leaning against the hallway walls. Daddy? Hato cried out and rushed forward. The man smiled in return and lifted the boy into his arms and gave him a tight, warm hug. I've missed you. The man pulled back, but still kept the boy in his arms. I've missed you too. What did I tell you about ruining your suit? A high but melodic voice chastised. Hato turned and panicked. Mom. The man's smile grew as the platinum blonde approached the pair. I've missed you, Ino. Ino sighed in an attempt to hide her smile. She gave the man a quick peck on the lips, earning a "You" from the boy. I didn't know you'd be back so soon. Got a call from Sai. I can't miss my son's first commercial, now could I? Hato looked at his dad. I am so happy that you came back for me, Daddy. Are there any presents? After the shoot. Ino told the boy as she lifted him out of Shin's arms and set about fixing his suit. The boy, despite fearing his mother when she was having her moments, still loved her very much. He loved it when she cuddled him because her soft long hair always tickled his cheeks. She was also very beautiful, and he was glad that he had gotten her unique eyes, not that he didn't like his father's warm dark orbs. Hato turned his head and watched his father smile at his mother lovingly. Yes, he also loved his father equally. He had gotten the shocking silver strands partly from his father, and he secretly hoped that one day, he could be just as lean and athletic as well. Hato had heard from his godmother that his father had a very weak heart once. He had to stay at the hospital, and that was where he had met godmother, who later introduced him to mother. 10 years ago. Shinkun, I have great news for you. A generous man who was in an accident had kindly signed the donor papers, and the hospital have decided to give you his heart. We'll have the surgery as soon as possible. The frail man looked at his doctor in surprise. He had been waiting for this day for so long, and now that it had finally arrived, he didn't know what to say anymore. He placed a hand atop of his chest, feeling the irregular heartbeats, and blinked. May that man rest in peace. The pinkette by his side whispered softly and then smiled. This is amazing, Shin. You can finally have the surgery and be out and about again. Sai looked at his brother and smiled truly. Nisan. The startled man tilted his head and looked into the dark orbs that reflected so much love and hope. Sai. Sai was pacing back and forth outside of the surgery room. Today was the day, and he hadn't slept a wink the night before. His only family was in surgery, a complicated surgery that had many opportunities to go wrong. Ever since the doctor had announced the surgery, he had been reading about it, and the more he read, the more he had panicked. He ran his fingers through his hair and sighed. A gentle hand tapped his shoulder and he turned, looking into a pair of soft emerald orbs. Don't worry. The doctors will do their best, and Konoha's best is the best in the continent. Sai nodded and gripped the pinkette's hand tightly. Another hand soon patted his back, and this time, he looked into icy blue orbs. Sakura told me about the surgery, and I'm here to support you too. Just to be clear, I don't like you, but I have nothing against Shin-san. The boy nodded as thank you and sat down on the bench. The girls flanked his side, one patting his shoulder and the other gripping his hand. A few minutes passed, then an hour. Suddenly, the lights flared and 2 nurses ran out. One raced past them and disappeared down the halls, and the other called for their attention. We have an emergency. Hearing that word, Sai nearly fainted. The patient is losing blood and we don't have enough in the blood bank. Can anyone here donate immediately? Sakura immediately pointed at herself. I am a no, I can. The nurse was about to lead her away when Ino stopped her. You were at a charity blood drive 2 weeks ago, you can't? Well, who else can? The patient can take either O or B type blood. The frustrated Pinkette stared at her partner. Ino, you are type B, said Blonde, paled slightly. She abhorred the needle and anything else related to it. Her hands shook slightly, but Sakura and Sai's gazes were pleading. The nurse looked at her expectantly, and Ino nodded softly. She forced a smile. There is a first time for everything, and I suppose saving a life would be a huge plus in my karma chart. After that small statement, Ino was quickly led away and Sai gripped his friend's hand even tighter. Shin blinked once, then twice. All he could see was white. Does this mean I am dead? He muttered. He lifted his hand and noticed the 4 connected to it. I am in the hospital. He closed his eyes again and felt for his heartbeat. It was strong and slow, completely different from before. This must mean the surgery was a success. With a small smile on his face, the boy lifted his head slightly to survive the room. What surprised him was the platinum blonde girl sleeping softly on the bed next to his. Her face was unnaturally pale, but he could not see anything physically wrong with her. Just then, he heard the door open and a pair of green eyes stared at him. She blinked and then rushed forward, telling him to lay back. The boy behind her noticed her actions and ran out, calling for a doctor. Shin, you're all right. The girl was near tears. Why shouldn't I be? He asked softly as the girl backed away, holding herself back from suffocating him in a hug. Sakura blinked. You were losing a lot of blood. There was a really big accident a few days ago, and most of the O and B blood were used. Ino had to donate to you. Ino? Shin asked as he looked at the beautiful sleepy beauty from the corner of his eyes. Yeah, Sakura replied as she moved toward the other bed and tucked the blanket tighter around her friend. Her first time donating plus her fear of needles made her faint. But she is going to be alright. A little rest and lots of fluids will do. She saved me. Yeah, and be warned, she will expect payback. Present. Hato, we have to hurry. Ai-chan is waiting. Ino smiled as she held on to her son's hand. Hearing that name, Hato immediately blushed. Ai-chan was his godsister. She was really like a goddess, beautiful, smart, kind, and everything else that he thought was wonderful. Shin looked at Ino with surprise. The Uzumakis are in it too? Ino nodded. Yes. Sakura, the idiot, and the whole gang. Kushina-san and Mabuki-san wanted their children to film the first commercial of their new wedding line. Mabuki, did you make this dress? Kushina gushed as she stared at the gown hanging in the Haruno's living room. Yes, I have been designing and sewing for a while. Mabuki smiled. Keep this a secret from Sakura, alright? Kushina snapped her fingers as a brilliant idea popped into her head. I have a brilliant idea! Let's start our own business! Shin wrapped his arm around his wife. So what is the ad about anyways? Sakura and the idiot would be at the altar doing their thing and they'll throw the bouquet. Then I'll catch it together with Ai-chan and smile. Shin shouted happily. Shin-kun? A sweet voice flowed into the 3's ears and one set of these ears turned slightly red. The voice's owner ran towards the family with small steps, due to the heaviness of her sky blue dress. She reached out to hug the boy and Hato braced himself for the contact, but nothing came. The girl blushed. Sorry! Mom told me to be careful. I can't wrinkle the costume. Hato understood her reason because he had the same problem, but his disappointment didn't escape his mother's eyes. Ino chuckled softly and leaned down to fix the girl's dress. Ai-chan, where are your parents and brother? Ishii is being watched by one of the film crew. He kept running around and the big sisters are tired of fixing his hair and clothes. Ai explained and then smiled proudly. But I have been really careful so they let me to go get Hato-kun. Hato blushed furiously and Ino grinned to herself. Ai-chan is so cute, just like my Sakura. Sadly, she is just as oblivious. Ai. All 4 pairs of eyes turned and focused on a black mob, topped with golden yellow hair, that was rushing towards them. A boy, slightly shorter than Hato, stopped right before he could make a collision. Ai, I was looking for you everywhere. Ni-san, didn't they make you sit still? Ai asked in surprise. However, her brother wasn't paying any attention to her. Instead, Ishii was eyeing Hato and obtusely stepped between him and his little sister. Ino had to force the laughter back into her throat. And Ishii is just like Naruto, totally obvious. Ishii, how are you? Hato greeted his godbrother politely. The blonde looked at him. Good. 7 years ago. Dazzle, the world-renowned duo, had recently ceased activities due to their pregnancy. Despite being married, Ino and Sakura were still loved by all of Fire Country and beyond. Some fans had cried at their weddings, but most were overjoyed. Thus, even though many fans were upset that they would be gone for a while, they knew that Dazzle would come back stronger than ever and bring along 2 little bundles of joy with them. Correction, 3 bundles of joy. Cold blue irises widened in shock as they traced the 2 outlines in the picture. Twins? She gasped. Her best friend nodded enthusiastically. Yup. 1 boy and 1 girl. This is really wonderful, Ino. The blonde looked at Sakura's much bigger stomach and smiled. No wonder you're so much bigger than me even though you are 2 months later. This is really great, Ino. Our kids would be such great friends. Present. Ishii was obviously the older twin since he was also so protective of his sister. Deidara had joked that he had forced his way out first since he was such a feisty little boy. Some actually believed him when they met Ishii. His golden blonde hair was just like his dad and grandpa's, and his fiery green eyes could rival his mother's. He had the boyish charms of his father, and an exact copy of the I must do whatever I want DNA. AI, on the other hand, was much more demure like her mother. Strangely, she didn't have the hot-headed temper, but she could stand up for herself when necessary. Her soft pink hair and worldly blue eyes were a match made in heaven. In addition, her intelligence and beauty had made her an unforgettable figure. This was why Ishii was like a bodyguard who was by her side 24/7. Let's go get Mom and Dad! AI grinned and pulled her brothers along, with the adults following behind. Naruto's eyes gleamed with pride as he looked at his wife in her golden-trimmed white gown. The veil was lifted currently, making it easier for her to see. Stop staring at me! Sakura grumbled as she adjusted her long formal gloves. I can't! You are too beautiful! Naruto answered frankly as he crossed the room to envelope his wife in gentle hug. Sakura was red like a tomato. I would kiss you right now, but I can't risk ruining your lipstick, Naruto whispered into her ear. The pinkette laughed as she remembered their wedding day. 8 years ago. Naruto glared dagger into his fiancée's best friend's head. I am her soon-to-be husband. I demand that you let me in to see her. No can do. Ino glared back. This is the rule. You can't see the bride before the wedding. Especially if the groom is you, because we all know that you don't know what the word careful means. The man tried to force his way in, but the woman threatened to beat him up with her heels and all the extra bobby pins in her purse. Defeated, the man had no choice but to sneak outside and attempt another way in. Most people would say that Naruto wasn't the smartest pea in the pod, but he definitely had his moments. He had sneaked past all the guests and reporters and escaped into the back of the building. A large tree stood tall, at the foot of the building. The blonde leaped on the branches with the grace of years of practice, and climbed until he reached the window that connected to his beloved's dressing room window. He tapped twice, and a strangely not surprised pinkette opened the window and helped him in. Her smile was blinding. I knew you were gonna show up sooner or later. You know me so well. Naruto smirked. Then he finally got a glimpse of her, and couldn't tear his eyes away. Sakura's long pink hair was left down her back, untouched. A strapless top was wrapped tightly around her chest, revealing a bit of cleavage. The bottom of the dress was halo-shaped, with a side cut. High heels adored her feet, and long gloves covered her pale arms. Naruto noticed that a lace veil was resting on the makeup table. Sakura blushed at his intense gaze. Do I look weird? The man didn't answer. Instead, he reached out and pulled her toward him. His lips ravished hers and he pressed her hips as close to his as possible. When they broke for air, Sakura was trapped by the love shining in the blue expressive eyes. However, a knock in Ino's voice snapped them out of the moment, and Naruto quickly rushed back down the tree before anyone could see. He had quickly sought out Sasuke, who helped fix his appearance. Similarly, Sakura rapidly applied more lipstick to replace the ones that left with her lover's lips. She thought that nothing was noticeable, but she was dead wrong. Ino had given a small glare and a lecture when she walked in the room. He was here, wasn't he? What do you mean? I put on your lipstick just now and the strokes you use are different from mine. Sakura panicked as Ino walked around her in a circle like a mother hen. I'll let you two off this time, considering that you two didn't mess up your dress. Present. Sakura smiled. You can kiss me all you want later if the shoot goes well. Naruto beamed and put his fist into the air. Let's do this, Dadabayo. A little blonde boy looked up at him with disgust. You kissing? The pink-haired girl besides elbowed him slightly. Kissing is wonderful, it means they love each other. The silver-haired boy's cheek flamed. Love? Shin looked down. Your year's too early for that. Ino tapped her fingers against her lips. Kissing, yes. Love, no. You are never too young for love.